Hey guys, a new document has emerged in the Brian Kohberger case, and it was Judge John Judge denying a TV station from Spokane, Washington to come in and take video and still photographs of the court proceedings. Now, this just is crazy to me because, as all of us who have been following this case know, back in November, I think it was, Judge John Judge said that he's not allowing media to come into the courtroom anymore and take photos or videos. Everything is going to be documented and filmed through and by the court. So the fact that this news station out of Spokane, Washington, tried to request to come in there into the courtroom and video and take still photos, it's just crazy to me. Like, have they not been following this trial at all? Now remember, Brian Kohberger and his team will be back in the courtroom at the end of the month because they have asked the judge to reconsider his denial of dismissing the grand jury indictment. He did not find anything to be wrong with Brian Kohberger being indicted by that grand jury. Now, while I don't think that anything is going to change after they appear in the courtroom regarding this grand jury indictment, I do think that the defense is going to try to continue prolonging this. And I think that when the judge denies their request to have that grand jury indictment thrown out, they're probably going to request that it be looked into by a higher up instead of Judge John Judge. Now, even if the defense is not doing this to purposefully drag this case out, I think that they have to do it in a sense because Brian Kohberger can come back and say that he had a mistrial if the defense does not take every single avenue and step to try and get this trial to go in his favor. Anyways, let me know what your guys' thoughts are in the comments section. Follow for more updates on this case, and I will be sure to keep you guys in the loop as soon as new information or documents come out. Good morning, everyone. So we have some new documents in the Brian Kohberger case. Judge John Judge has now put a halt, a complete stop on live tweeting in the courtroom. As many of you guys probably remember, in past court proceedings and court appearances, there was media that was allowed to be in the courtroom and live tweeting everything that was going down and everything that was being said. While it was being said, they were live tweeting. But according to documents that were put out to the public yesterday, the judge has put a stop on that. He no longer wants media live tweeting. Phones have to be off during court proceedings in the Brian Kohberger case moving forward. And I think that this is just his way of taking control of the courtroom. He wants the courtroom to be the main focus and the main source of information when it comes to video, still photos, and documentation. He doesn't want any of the media to interject and interfere with the possibility of this case and a potential mistrial from this case. So yes, it sucks for people like myself who were standing by news reporters and following them for these live tweets to know what was going down in the court proceedings as it was going down. But I'm completely okay with them not being able to live tweet and live post anymore, just because this is going to help make sure that Brian Kohberger has a fair trial and that there's no possibility of a mistrial happening down the line. So I feel like this is the most effective path, and although it sucks, I do completely understand. Let me know your guys' thoughts. Make sure to follow, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, it's kind of late here and I have to work in the morning, so I was getting ready for bed, but I just checked and there are some new documents, well, one new document in the Brian Kohberger case. So remember a few months ago, the judge wanted the state, the prosecution, to submit all of the IGG related information that they have over to the judge, and from there the judge would go through it and determine what part of that investigative genealogy testing and results is important and should go to the defense, and what part of that is not important or relevant that the defense does not need. Well, according to this document right here, the judge is ordering that the state pass over at least some parts of that IGG related information to the defense. So this could be big, this could be not big, this could help the defense, this could not help the defense. We don't know. What we do know is that the state is going to have to pass over some of that stuff that they didn't think was relevant or necessary regarding this case to the defense, because the judge saw that it was possibly necessary or something that the defense should at least have. So yeah, let me know what your guys' thoughts are on this in the comments. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case and others, and of course I will keep you guys updated as soon as we have some new information. Good morning, everyone. We have a new document in the Brian Kohberger case. As most of you guys probably know, Brian Kohberger was indicted by a grand jury. He has requested that that grand jury indictment be thrown out. The judge has denied that request, and now he is basically asking the judge to reconsider. However, this new document that came out yesterday is Brian Kohberger asking the judge to make their arguments regarding why the grand jury indictment should be thrown out public. They want this to become public knowledge. Now, I've been saying this for months and months and months. With the defense team trying to prolong things, extending things, they're giving online sleuths, conspiracy theorists, and all these people who are running wild and have nothing better to do than dig into things that are not true. They are giving more room for these people to come up with conspiracy theories and stuff like that to create doubt in the public eye when it comes to Brian Kohberger's involvement in these crimes. So this, to me, is just another way for them to try and create doubt in the public eye. They're trying to say we have nothing to hide, we want to make this public. And I think that this is just another tactic for them to try and make it seem to the public that Brian Kohberger is not a part of these crimes. But I don't think that that's true, and I don't think that it's going to work. I don't know. I think that it's safe to say that having the public on your side, or at least the majority of the public on your side when you're facing criminal charges, has a multitude of different benefits. So I think that, again, this is them trying to appease the public, them trying to get the public on their side and creating doubt, and also just giving Brian Kohberger a fair trial and ensuring that he does not have an unfair trial. So let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. Follow for more, and I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. Brian Kohberger is going to be back in the courtroom today for two pretty major court hearings. The first is going to take place at 11 o'clock Idaho time. This is going to be private, and this time is going to be the defense's opportunity to present the new information that they have to the judge to basically ask him to reconsider his denial of dismissing the grand jury indictment. And then the next hearing is going to take place at 1 o'clock Idaho time. This will be public on the court's official YouTube page. It'll be live streamed there. And this is going to be the defense's motion to make public their issues with the grand jury indictment. So basically, the defense just wants the public to know what issues they have with the grand jury indictment, so we can kind of see a little bit of a glimpse as to their side. As of right now, we only have information and the sides from the prosecution. So I think that the defense wants us, the public, to know, to have a little bit of insight as to why they are fighting so hard to get this grand jury indictment thrown out. There is talks that after today's court hearings, there might be a trial date set. I am not too sure about that. I feel like if there is a trial date set, it's not going to be set in stone. I feel like it's going to change a million times, especially if the judge actually does reconsider his denial of dismissing the grand jury indictment, or if the defense decides to take further action. If he denies it again and they want to go see someone higher up, that's going to delay things a lot too. So could we have a trial date? Possibly, but I don't think it's going to be summer, and I definitely don't think that it's going to be this year, especially if the defense continues to keep prolonging things. And, you know, I get it, that's their job, but it is definitely throwing this case back further a lot. So let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. Follow for more updates on this case and others. I will keep you guys updated as soon as those hearings are done. We'll discuss everything later tonight, and I will talk to you guys then. Hey guys, so Brian Kohberger just left the courtroom, and I'm going to discuss the main takeaways real quick. I'll go in depth with this in a video later when I have time. So basically, the prosecution was fighting for a summer 2024 trial date. The defense, Ann Taylor, comes up and says there's no way she's going to be ready for then. She says she still has experts to find, witnesses she has to talk to, and so much information and discovery that she has to go through. She said the closest time that she thinks she'll be ready is March of 2025, and even that is something she doesn't feel comfortable with. Basically, I'm going to just say that the prosecution's ready, the defense isn't. She needs to find experts. I really just feel like they need to find people who are going to testify in favor of him, and it's hard to do because the information and evidence is overwhelmingly pointing in a guilty direction. The judge ultimately said that he's going to wait to set a trial date. He wants to work on getting discovery to the defense quicker and seeing if maybe that will help her get ready for a trial sooner than March 2025. I'm going to go more in depth, and I'll share video footage of the courtroom later on, so make sure to follow. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments, and I will talk to you guys later. Hey guys, I promised a more in-depth video about the court hearings today in the Brian Kohberger case, and here it is. So basically, the judge denied the defense's request for them basically asking the judge to reconsider his denial of dismissing the grand jury indictment. He said that he is not dismissing the grand jury indictment, and he is not going to allow them to seek a higher power because it's just not even something that is going to change. The grand jury, there was nothing wrong with it. It's staying in place. The grand jury indictment is remaining.
In my opinion, I do not find that the criteria is satisfied for a permissive appeal. There's no controlling question of law where there is substantial grounds for difference of opinion. The law is settled as far as I'm concerned, and there's no difference that I'm aware of. I also do not see how the appeal could advance the case. To the contrary, it would stall the process when we really need to move forward. So I'm denying the permission for appeal, obviously denying the motion to reconsider.
And then they were discussing a trial date. The prosecution said that they wanted a trial in summer of 2024. They feel prepared. They feel like they would be ready in the summer of 2024. The defense, on the other hand, does not. They said that they still have experts that they need to find. They still have people that they need to talk to. There's still a lot of information that they have to go through. And she just doesn't feel comfortable, Ann Taylor, with a summer 2024 trial date. She's not going to be ready.
There is no possible way I can even read or watch everything I have now or react to things that are still coming in if we're to have a deadline in time for a summer of 2024 trial. There is no possible way that I would be effective in my investigation, in my presentation to a jury, if I don't have the state's expert materials ready to give to my experts and then give them a report to respond to. There is no way that I am effective assistance counsel if I haven't looked at every bit of discovery that's available.
So long story short, the prosecution is ready for summer 2024. The defense is leaning more toward being ready in the summer of 2025. The judge does not really want to delay this case. He wants trial to start, and he wants it to start soon. But he was understanding of the fact that the defense is not ready and they don't feel comfortable and ready for a trial in summer of 2024. So instead of committing to a trial date in the summer of 2025, he is going to work on getting the discovery that the defense wants and needs to them quicker, so that way they can see if they can be prepared sooner than 2025.
I'm upset right now. I mean, I'd like to get a little closer with discovery and see if we can have that more quickly. I'd like to speed it up if it's possible. I'd really like to do this sooner than later. I mean, maybe in March 2025, which Taylor, that would be a reach. I just want to let it percolate a little bit. And I know that there's lots of other issues to be addressed. I know there are going to be a lot of motions. Maybe a lot of motions about the death penalty as well. I'm realizing to think that we have to have a case so far in the future. But if that's what is the right thing for everything, to do it correctly, maybe we only have to do it one time. Because we don't want to do this twice. We don't want to do this 3 times. So my heart goes out to the victims. I can't even imagine the pain, the grief, because you can't really go forward with your life with this hanging over your head. So, sorry. We'll see. All right, so I'm going to contemplate a little bit. It's not like I have to set this within 2 or 3 months, apparently. And I want to do the right thing.
So as of right now, no trial date set. As of right now, the request for reconsideration when it comes to that grand jury indictment from the defense, denied. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. Follow for more updates on this case. If you're asking my opinion, I personally just think that the defense is not prepared and not going to be prepared because it's going to take them a lot of work and time to find people to basically corroborate their story, to make their story make sense. The prosecution, they have everything in their back pocket. They know all of the facts, the information, the evidence. They're ready. The defense, they're not. And I feel like that's very telling. Good morning, everyone. So Brian Kohberger's 2 hearings took place yesterday. I have videos on my page highlighting the recaps of what went down in both of those hearings, as well as footage from the hearing. So if you guys want to watch that, click the playlist right down there and watch the 2 previous videos to this one, or just go to my page. But yesterday, when the defense was discussing all of the reasons why they are not going to be ready for a summer 2024 trial, I understood a majority of what Ann Taylor was saying. They need to speak to people, they need to set up interviews, find experts, they need to review all of the material. But one thing that kind of confused me was the fact that she said that she needs to go back 3 generations prior to Brian Kohberger in his family tree on both his mother's side as well as his father's side. And it got me thinking, why does she need to go down his family tree 3 generations on both his mom and dad's side? Because I'm definitely newer in the realm of true crime cases and covering them, so I'm not too familiar as to why a defense attorney would need to go back 3 generations in order to defend a client. But then I thought of something. I think that there's 2 reasons as to why Ann Taylor, Brian Kohberger's defense attorney, would need to go back 3 generations into his family tree if she's actually doing that. The first reason would be, once she gets all of her information together, once she's reviewed everything, and if she's unable to find experts who are able to take the stand in favor of Brian Kohberger, if they don't feel like they have a good argument in this case to prove to a jury that there's reasonable doubt that Brian Kohberger could not have committed these crimes, then I think that they're going to use what they found in that family tree. Maybe there's a history of mental illness in Brian Kohberger's defense, and possibly say that he could have committed these crimes and disassociated. His family has a past history of mental illness. I feel like that's definitely a possibility. The other possibility is that, maybe she's just going back to also, again, find a history of mental illness amongst Brian Kohberger's family tree to kind of showcase the fact that maybe several people in his family have a mental illness to where they need to go for drives at night, clear their minds, things like that. I'm thinking that those are the 2 options. There could be others, so if you guys have any thoughts as to why she needs to go back 3 generations, let me know in the comments. But I really feel like she's trying to uncover some history of mental illness in his family so that she can use it if she needs to in trial. Good morning, everyone. Kaylee Gonzalez's parents have spoken out, and this is what they had to say.
These are the last moments of your child's life, and you're sitting here fighting with somebody who just doesn't care. We're just left in limbo.
It's my understanding Kaylee was kind of sitting up.
Yes.
And had fought.
Yeah. And the way that room's put together, if you come through that door, you can't get out of that room.
Completely, totally trapped.
Yeah. You're in a bed.
Tiny room. The bed was the entire room. You could barely open up the door without swiping the foot of the bed. And it was wall. The headboard was up against the wall. The side where Kaylee was on was up against the wall. And if you can imagine Kaylee in an upright sort of position, up in the corner, slumped. She was trapped.
Now, a lot of people are saying that the Gonzalez family is oversharing and they're going to ruin the case. Could they be oversharing in some aspects? Yes, it can be argued that they're oversharing. But if you think about it, these are people who are grieving the tragic, horrific, and very violent death of their daughter, of their sister. And I personally feel like they have every right to be upset with this investigation, be upset with the time that it's taking for this investigation to go to trial, be upset over the fact that they know absolutely nothing. I can't help but think that if this case wasn't given the public attention that it was given, if the progression of this case would have been differently. Would there have been a gag order? Probably not. If this case was not publicized in the manner that it was and still is, I feel like the families would be allowed to grieve publicly. They would be allowed to get information that they are not getting currently. It can be argued that what they're experiencing and what they're doing would be okay in some circumstances, but because this case is so public, it's not okay in this case. And I think that we need to give them a little bit more grace when we're discussing them as a family, because not only are they frustrated with the progression of this case, and I should say the lack thereof, but they're also trying to grieve, and that's hard. That is hard. Do you guys need to agree with the things that they're sharing? No. Do you guys need to support the things that they're saying? No. Do you guys need to watch and listen to the things that they're saying? No. If it's that much of a bother to you, just don't listen. Don't watch. It's that simple. But these people, they should have a right to have a voice. So I was just getting ready for bed, and then I saw that there was a new document released in the Brian Kohberger case, so take a listen real quick. So this document is coming from Brian Kohberger and his defense attorneys, and it's basically their request for a jury pool from outside of the Latah County. So in simpler terms, the defense and Brian Kohberger, they want a jury for this trial to consist of people who are not from Latah County, people who are not from Moscow, Idaho, or its neighboring towns. They go on to say that a fair and impartial jury cannot be found in Latah County for a multitude of different things that you guys can read right now. And they say that basically because of the small population of Latah County and the bias in the community and the interconnects between the citizens, it's not only going to be problematic with picking jurors from Latah County, but they also believe that it would aid in Brian Kohberger not having a fair trial. This was something that I was expecting from the defense, but I was also expecting a change of venue request for them to have this trial completely somewhere else. So maybe that's going to happen down the line, but for right now, they're just asking for a jury pool to consist of individuals outside of Latah County. I think that this is something that is going to be good for this case. I think that in order for Brian Kohberger to have a fair trial and for there to be no complications down the line, they do need to pick a pool of jurors outside of Latah County. So I'm glad that they requested this, and I think that the judge is going to have no problem accepting it. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are in the comments. Follow for more updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you guys soon. Also, I don't have a black eye. It's just a light. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to start this video off by thanking everyone who sent me positive vibes, well wishes, and prayers for my surgical procedure thing on my head yesterday. I'm using this angle and this hat because, one, I have a really bad haircut. Two, I don't really want you guys to see my wounds. I do have staples in my head. I don't even want to see them, so pardon the angle. So thank you guys so much for that. It really did mean a lot. I read all the comments, and it did make me feel a lot better. It reduced my anxiety a lot. So thank you. We do have two new documents in the Brian Kohberger case, however, that we're going to talk about right now. I'm going to do an overlay, so take a listen. So the first document comes from Brian Kohberger's public defender, Ann Taylor, and she's basically asking the judge to have protected access for experts that she's hiring to view and have access to some of the IGG material that she became privy to a few weeks ago. Right now, it seems as if Ann Taylor is starting the process of finding experts who are going to totally back up Brian Kohberger's alibi, as well as defend him when it comes to his DNA found on that sheath. And then the second document is from Judge John Judge, and it's basically a written recap of what went down in Brian Kohberger's hearings last week when it came to him denying the dismissal of the grand jury indictment and him denying his reconsideration of denying the grand jury indictment. I made full in-depth recaps about this specific hearing that he wrote about in this document, so just click the playlist down below to check that out. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are in the comments. Follow for more updates on this case. Again, thank you guys for being so supportive of me and so kind to me during this time. I really do appreciate you guys. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. So a few people have been sending me videos and clips from a video circulating on TikTok alleging that Brian Kohberger was seen on camera at a Walmart just a few hours after the 1122 King Road killings took place, and that he was with a female who not only lives in his apartment building, but also someone that he works with. And my mind and my thought process on this is that this cannot be valid for a multitude of different reasons, and I'm going to explain why now. First things first, I doubt that Walmart is just out here sending surveillance footage of Brian Kohberger shopping in their store to people on TikTok. I do not see that is even remotely something that would be true. Now, in the official court documents, it was reported that Brian Kohberger did visit a Walmart. As far as I can remember, I don't think that it specified exactly what time, but he did visit a Walmart at some point. But I do know for sure, 100% sure, that in those documents, it did not reveal that he was with a woman. I'm going to play devil's advocate real quick. Just let's say that he was at Walmart a few hours after the killings with a woman. Let's just say that. How would that change the trajectory of this case thus far? What would that prove? It's not like he was at Walmart on surveillance footage when the killings were taking place. It's not like he could use that as an alibi. They're saying that he was at Walmart on camera with a woman hours after the killings. That's what these videos are alleging. So how would that change anything to do with this case? How would this change his alleged involvement if it was hours after the killings? If anything, this story and this narrative would probably aid in the fact that there may have been an accomplice in these killings. But even if this is real footage, real surveillance footage from Walmart, and there was a woman shopping with Brian Kohberger hours after the murders, law enforcement would have gotten that footage way before someone on TikTok would have, and they would have looked into it extensively, questioned that woman if this was true. Also, up until this point, the defense has been trying to paint this picture that Brian Kohberger is this solitary individual. He loves being by himself. He goes on car rides on his own. He does a lot of things in his normal life by himself alone because that's his choice and that's what he likes to do. If he was seen at a Walmart on surveillance footage, that would kind of discredit this whole picture that he's a solitary person because he's out shopping with someone else. If you like driving around alone, being solitary, why would you be out grocery shopping with a girl? You know, so that wouldn't really help the defense in this case if there was surveillance footage of him with a woman at Walmart just hours after the killings. I would love to know what the reasoning behind this TikToker posting these rumors is. Was it to showcase that there may have been an accomplice? Was it to showcase that he's not this solitary person? Is it to showcase that he's not an incel? Was it to showcase that he might have a girlfriend? I don't know. Either way, I don't think that it's true. There's no valid sources that back up any of this information as of right now. And this person who's sharing this information has been known to take information with a grain of salt and share it as factual when in reality it's not, and it ends up proving to be not factual. So let me know what your guys' thoughts are in the comments. Follow for more updates on this case. I don't believe it. I don't think you guys should either, unless it comes from a credible source and not someone who is known for lying and spreading rumors. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. Brian Kohberger is set to appear back in the courtroom this Wednesday, February 28th at 1 o'clock Idaho time. This hearing is going to primarily focus on deadlines for discovery, as well as possibly a change of venue. Will the judge keep this trial in Moscow, or is he going to move it somewhere else? We may find that out on Wednesday. They're also going to possibly set a trial date. This is possible, highly unlikely. The judge is known for saying, I'm going to think about it and I'll write it and get back to you guys later. So I don't think that there's going to be a trial date set. However, I do think that he may say there's going to be a trial date set in the near future. And I think that that is going to change several times, to be completely honest, with how the defense is moving. Now, this will be live streamed on the court's official YouTube page. Like I said, at 1 o'clock Idaho time. I'm going to be watching live, and I will share the clips with you guys if you guys are unable to watch. So make sure to follow. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. What do you guys think is going to happen at this hearing? Follow for more, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. Today is Brian Kohberger's hearing. It's going to be taking place at 1 o'clock Idaho time. That's 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I was going to go live and stream the live stream from my page, but I forgot that last time, once the stream is over on the court's YouTube page, they don't upload it. You can't rewind it and record it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to record it on my phone, and then as soon as it's over, I'm going to splice it up, cut out the non-important parts, and I'll put it all together and then put it on my page. So if you cannot watch it at 1 o'clock Idaho time, 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, you can watch it here on my page. I'm gonna put the name of the YouTube page, the court's YouTube page, where you can watch this live, in the description. I would say it, but I don't remember what the name is off the top of my head right now. And remember, this is going to discuss, 1, a potential change of venue. Are they gonna have this case in Moscow, this trial? 2, what members and people on the defense's team is going to get access to the investigative genetic genealogy testing. 3, oh my god, I just forgot. Okay, 3, deadlines for discovery. When I'm talking, I sometimes forget. Deadlines for discovery, and then possibly setting a trial date. That's what this hearing is going to be about. So, like I said, find it on the court's YouTube page being live streamed down below at 1 o'clock Idaho time, 4 o'clock Eastern Standard. If you can't watch it, do not worry. Follow me. Come back to my page later. I'll post a recap right after, and then later on in the night, I will post a video sharing my thoughts. So, yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, Brian Kohberger's hearing today is over, and I'm going to play some of the important clips from that hearing right now, so take a listen.
These materials or these items in the IGG binder, those are things that we may end up filing motions in court for. In order to prepare for those, we rely on our investigators to help us with side tasks, with big tasks, with all of the tasks. We would need to utilize our experts. If our investigators can't have access to the materials, they'll have to be shut out of those meetings with those experts, and they'll have to be shut out of court proceedings that we might launch related to those materials. Your Honor, to meet our constitutional duties, in Brian's case, his rights to have effective assistance of counsel, to have a full investigation, to have a fair trial, we have to have investigators. Those investigators are on board and have been on board, and they help us understand things that are given to us by the state. They help us find witnesses, they help us find experts, and they're necessary to be part of the conversation of what the IGG materials are and what they mean.
I'm not quite ready to be convinced that without getting this information from the experts that we're going to find some pathway, okay, that's going to be helpful to Mr. Kohberger.
I mean, it's a courtroom, so if that's what you want to do, we can. I'm here. We waited a while to come to this hearing. I'm asking for it all with a protective order. If we do it the other way, we can do it. It's just everything takes time.
Going back to what I'd like to do is just get some justification for digging in deeper, if necessary. And I'm not sure it's necessary, but I'm going to keep an open mind about that. For right now, I would say let's just get your experts looking at the IGG stuff and exactly what they can read from that, and we'll go from there. I think we're now to schedule. Starting with, there was a request on change of venue, maybe late April, you were saying.
Yes, Your Honor, either that last week of April, I think it starts the 29th and 30th, or the first or second week of May for the actual hearing is when we'd request. And we would ask that we have until maybe the second week of April to get our initial briefing in, and then the state's response and our reply after that.
So what are you thinking would be the hearing? Like, give me a day or a week.
I would say that first full week of May, maybe that's May 5th or May 6th.
So now I'm scratching my head about, well, is May, first week of May, does that allow enough time? Does that allow enough time for you, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, I think it does. I can present the information to the state. I can have my briefing, and I can have affidavits and let them know of any witness that I want to call. I can do that probably by the beginning of the second week of April. And that would give them, if we do this in May, that would give them ample time to read it over and respond to what we intend to present.
I'm kind of curious, okay, when do you think that you will be completely finished with providing discovery to the defense?
Judge, most current projection that we have would probably be at the end of the summer. The majority of the discovery has been provided. That's not to say that Mr. Kohberger has been able to, and his defense team been able to digest it all, because it is substantial as an understatement. We are still awaiting information that the defense both wants and needs to have, and we're going back through all of this discovery to make sure that nothing's been overlooked. We have 2 members of our team, an attorney and a legal assistant, who are essentially assigned full time to that task.
If the court makes that deadline, know that mitigation is not going to be done by then. But if the court makes that discovery deadline, and then we follow that with our motion practice, and then our deadlines for expert disclosures and whatever's going to come from that, and our mitigation, we should be in good shape by June of 2025 to try the case.
As we've indicated, change of venue under the law, that motion is premature. We need to be able to give the court the benefit of what impacts publicity, for example, is having on our actual jury pool. We know there's publicity. Everybody can agree. There's been massive publicity, not just in Latah County, But I see more about it in Boise or hear about it from other parts of the state than what we're seeing locally. And so the massive publicity, that's a red herring, realistically. There's publicity everywhere about this. The issue is whether the publicity and the nature of this case is such that we cannot pick a fair and impartial jury in this county. And of course, we know that just being aware of publicity about a case does not disqualify a juror. There has to be a showing that that publicity or whatever has impacted the juror to the point where that juror cannot sit in this box as a fair and impartial juror and make a decision based only on the evidence presented in this courtroom. That's the issue.
I want to make an informed decision about changing venue, and it makes sense to me. I mean, it may be premature, but I'd like to see what the defense has to say about that, what you're going to present. So, unless I was curious, we're here. Yes. I can always deny it, but if it's sufficiently strong and persuasive, then maybe it makes sense. I'm not, as I sit here, I'm not persuaded that we necessarily have to change it. So we'll say April 17th.
Yes, I can make
Okay.
it.
And maybe we say the state has enough time to have their response by May 1st. What do you think? Okay.
I think that's appropriate, Your Honor. Thank you.
This afternoon of May 14 give you enough time, Ms. Beatty?
That was May 14th, Your Honor.
May 14, that's Tuesday.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll say, how about 1:30?
Sounds great, Your Honor.
Okay, 1:30, May 14. I am going to make a determination about that presentation on change of venue before I set the trial. We're going to have a deadline of September 6th for discovery from the state. And Ms. Taylor, did you say beginning of January?
Yes.
Okay, January, give me a date.
9th.
9th, okay, good.
There's been an ongoing discussion about the alibi deadline, and the state is asking the court to either limit the defendant to presenting evidence about the disclosure that he made related to the alibi, which was that he was driving around the night of the homicides, but not allowing any further discussion or evidence of an alibi, given the amount of time that has passed since the state requested that alibi disclosure. Alternatively, since it was in the court's scheduling order initially prior to the trial getting vacated, we would ask the court to set a 10-day deadline now, because that is consistent with the alibi statute.
The court also has the ability to give an extension besides the limited time by statute. In this case, it's more than Brian was just driving around. We have let the state and the court know that we expect that that will be supported by expert testimony and by cross-examination of the state's experts.
It seems like what the defense is asking for, and they're being completely upfront about it, and I appreciate that. But what they're asking to do is essentially double check all the discovery before disclosing their alibi, and that's not what the purpose of an alibi deadline is. In fact, it's quite the opposite.
I interpreted that as that was it for what we were going to hear about where he was and how he was established, the evidence that he was in a particular place. So once again, trying to be compromising, I'm going to give you until April 17th. You can submit the other information that you need to find for independent. And that should be plenty of time because you're going to get some additional information from FBI apparently by mid-March. And we can talk more about that later at the hearing on the motion for change of venue. So that gives you some cushion. I'm not going to set it for 10 more days, but I am sending it set it definitely. And the reason for that is so we don't have ambush at the trial. I mean, that's why that is established as law.
Let me know what your guys' thoughts are in the comments. Follow for more updates on this case. I will post a recap of my thoughts in a couple hours, so stay tuned for that. I'll talk to you guys soon. Good morning, guys. So I said I was going to share my opinion on Brian Kohberger's recent hearing, but I never got around to doing so just because I've been so busy. So I'm going to do that right now. To me, one of the craziest things that took place during this hearing was the defense saying that they are going to bring over 400 people to the stand in trial as witnesses. Over 400 people, they said. That is crazy to me. I don't know if this was just a tactic that she was using to try and push trial out further along so that the judge didn't set a March 2025 trial, or if they actually have over 400 people that are going to take the stand and testify in Brian Kohberger's favor. Now, the state basically was concerned because they believe that Brian Kohberger and his defense team are going to try to provide more information about his alibi in the future. And the state's basically saying, we don't think that that's fair. He's already had ample time to provide an alibi. He's provided one to an extent. He was out driving around. But they believe that as the defense is collecting more information, as they're speaking to more people and looking into things, that they're going to possibly change his alibi to support the information that they are finding as they find it. And to me, I don't think that that's fair either. I think that he had plenty of time to be truthful, what he was doing, where he was, who he was with, if anyone. So I don't really understand the fact that that's being allowed. But the judge did end up setting a date in April for him to get all of his information in regarding his alibi. And Taylor, Brian Kohberger's defense attorney, seems to be adamant that there is going to be evidence that supports his alibi and maybe even witnesses. So I'm definitely excited to see what they have in regards to supporting his alibi, because up until this point, they were very, very vague with the alibi. He was out driving around by himself. We can't get further information because he was out by himself. But if they have cell phone towers and whatnot, I'm curious to see how they're going to utilize that, as well as footage from his vehicle, if that's out there, to support his alibi that he was somewhere else, driving around somewhere else when the crimes were allegedly taking place. So let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. As always, make sure to follow for more updates on this case. I share the facts. I also share my opinions, but I always preface it as my opinions. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, as most of you already know who have been following the Idaho 4 Brian Kohberger case, during Brian Kohberger's most recent hearing, a trial date was not set. Now, Kaylee Gonzalez's father, Steve Gonzalez, has spoken out and shared his thoughts about a trial date not being set. Take a listen to what he had to say.
In court on Wednesday, you and your wife, Christy, were visibly upset. That must have been a really tough hearing to come out of.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit used to the delays and the tactics that are being used. So we're trying to understand that we don't, you don't get justice in one day. You got a process to go through. Well, I understand that there's a massive amount of evidence against this guy, and I feel like the rules are changing. There was a time where an eyewitness was the best kind of evidence you could have. Nowadays, a cell phone and a car and surveillance, that's not memory. That's actual physical proof that an individual was at the crime scene during the time. And we're getting to that point where, you got a defense that's overwhelmed with so much evidence that they're having a hard time defending it. And there's never going to be enough time for them. There's never going to be enough time for them to be prepared for the amount of evidence that they've been, dropped on them.
So what usually happens, and of course this is a road you've never tread before, you're having to learn it and there's no guidebook. But what usually happens as you get deep into this process, especially in a death penalty case, is eventually prosecutors consider talking to families about a deal. They typically don't do a deal before they get the families, feelings and thoughts and weigh how families feel. Has there been any effort at this point for prosecutors to say, look, we could put him away tomorrow. We could end all of this. The death penalty is what's going to take this time. Has there been any inkling towards the potential of maybe striking a deal, taking death off the table for a conviction?
You know what? Idaho's still small. And when you hurt our family, when you kill our children, it still matters. And all the way to Brad Little, we've talked with people that actually have stepped up and said, hey, we are going to make sure that this individual is held to the highest Supreme Court level that we possibly can. So there probably is those thoughts, but nobody's around to even hear them because they know I'm not going to listen to that. I'm not here to compromise on my daughter's name.
Now, I also posted on my story yesterday a statement from both the Gonzalez family as well as the Cournoto family. I'm going to put that on the screen right now. They state, "Why are the victims' families so misunderstood? We just want justice for our loved ones. Everyone around us claims that they understand our feelings and sympathize with us, but they never really understand what we want, which is fairly simple. We want communication, efficiency in prosecution, and a court that will make timely decisions. And we also want a fair trial. The theme of this case, we only want to do this once, is the controlling narrative on how decisions are made by all parties. This idea that if we overthink, take more time, delay, second guess, and consider every possible thing, that somehow that will keep the parties from making mistakes is fool's gold. The problem is that you can't control what you can't control. Whatever decisions are made during this trial will be reviewed and looked at by other parties. So why don't we just get on with this case instead of worrying about making some mistakes?" Disillusioned by everyone involved that they can control what happens is frustrating. A jury will hear the evidence and return a verdict, but we need to get there sooner rather than later. We want to start healing, we do. We want to find justice and try to move on from this horrible tragedy. So please, please start making decisions, get to work, and quit playing the delay game. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are in the comments. Follow for more updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to talk about the Brian Kohberger case again and the roommates' alleged involvement by way of these people on social media. There's a lot of people blaming the roommates. So much stuff is redacted. So much stuff is being withheld because of the gag order. And I wanted to point out a few of the things that I'm looking at when it comes to this case and why I don't personally feel like we should be jumping on the bandwagon of blaming Dylan or Bethany, the two surviving roommates. So when we take a look at the affidavit, we have Dylan, one of the surviving roommates, saying that she was asleep in her bedroom. She was awoken at around 4 o'clock in the morning by what she thought was Kaylee playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. Now, to my knowledge, the dog was younger, so the dog probably wasn't a dog that was sleeping throughout the full night. And if Kaylee was out drinking at the bar, it's possible that maybe Dylan just thought that she couldn't sleep, or maybe she couldn't sleep because the dog wouldn't go to sleep. Obviously, looking back, we know what was happening at this time, but I don't think that it's odd for Dylan's thought process to go straight to, okay, Kaylee and Maddie are upstairs with the dog. Maybe the dog is just playing with them. So at 4 o'clock in the morning, we have Kaylee and Maddie both allegedly getting attacked. You have Dylan downstairs thinking that the two of them, or at least one of them, is playing with the dog. And then you have Xana downstairs on TikTok while all of this is happening. I just think it's crazy how people are blaming Dylan and basically saying, oh my God, she heard something and didn't call the police. That's super suspicious. But then you have Xana, who also heard someone as well. And her initial response was not to call the police. She went out and said, okay, there's someone here. And she most likely was thinking the same thing Dylan was thinking of, okay, maybe it's one of the roommates, or maybe the roommates are inviting someone over or have invited someone over. So she probably goes out to check who it is. And that is when she was attacked. When Dylan looked out to check who it was, she thankfully and luckily was not attacked. Neither of them initially thought the worst. Neither of them called the police. The only difference is that Xana was caught by the intruder and Dylan arguably was not. Now, when Dylan heard the "there's someone here" comment, she said that she looked out of her bedroom door and did not see anything. She then opened the door a second time because she thought she heard crying coming from Xana's room and then a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Now, is it possible that Dylan thought that maybe Xana had drank a little too much and was maybe having a breakdown of some sort, and that the male voice was Ethan saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," to try and comfort her or console her? I think that's possible. I don't think that her initial thought should be, oh my God, there's someone hurting my friend. If I put myself in Dylan's shoes and I was in a house full of people and I heard the things that she was hearing, I think that I would have resorted to what she was thinking as well. Someone playing with the dog, maybe someone getting comforted by their boyfriend or girlfriend. You have to remember these were all college students and they were all drinking that night. So none of them would have probably had a clear headspace. A security camera from next door to 1122 King Road, next to Xana's room, picked up some voices whimpering, a loud thud, and then a dog barking, but it doesn't pick up any like screaming. So putting myself in her shoes, thinking of when I was back in college, unless someone was screaming for help or there was like obviously a loud struggle, I would not immediately resort to thinking the worst. See, I actually live in a house with 6 other people, so I can completely relate to what she's done. There's been nights where I've been sleeping and I wake up to, my brother and his girlfriend maybe in the kitchen joking or laughing. It sounds like they're crying, or, they're cooking something in the middle of the night and things are banging pots and pans or whatever. And I've never immediately think, oh my god, someone's in my house hurting someone. I always just will send a text, hey, is everything okay? And then I immediately fall back asleep. Like, I'm not sitting in bed or, sneaking into the hallway harping on the noises that I'm hearing, because my mind never goes to that severe place so fast. And again, this was a party house, so hearing some thuds, hearing some noises, I'm sure it wasn't foreign to any of these people. Now, Dylan stated that she opened her door for a 3rd time after she heard the cry and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Now, this is important. A mask that covered the person's mouth and nose. A lot of people are saying like, oh, she didn't call the police after she saw someone with a ski mask on. No, it doesn't say a ski mask. It says someone was wearing a mask covering their mouth and nose. Could have simply been a facial mask, a face mask. This was when COVID was kind of still a thing. Could have been a scarf. It could have been anything. It did not specify a ski mask. Now, it says that he was 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but definitely athletic, built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past Dylan as she stood in a frozen shock phase. Now, I think that it's important to talk about this term, frozen shock phase. It is in quotes, which means that she most likely did use this when she was getting interviewed, but I don't think that she meant frozen shock phase in the way that a lot of people are interpreting it as. I think that frozen shock phase to her is probably a term that she used instead of she was nervous or uncomfortable. I don't think that she was using it in a way where she meant that she was feeling like she was in harm's way, that she was going to get hurt, that something bad was about to happen. I think that this is a young girl. She is used to people going in and out of the house. It's 4 something in the morning. She just got out of bed. She's not dressed appropriately to be around people that she doesn't know. And there's this person in the house and she doesn't want them to see her. So she's standing, waiting for them to pass by, hoping that they don't see her, frozen, and then she goes back to her room. I don't think that she was fearing for her life because of this encounter. I don't think that she was fearing for her roommate's life because of this encounter. I think that she was frozen for sure because she didn't want to be seen by this visitor, but I don't think that she was frozen because she thought that she was in trouble. And then it states that she locked herself in her bedroom after seeing the mail and most likely went to bed. Now, I think that the wording here could have been picked a little bit better by whoever wrote this, because it definitely does imply like she was nervous, she was scared, she locked herself in her room after seeing this person because she was terrified. But really, I think it's just the formality of it. This entire affidavit is written very formally, very different from how we talk in our everyday lives and how other people talk. So I think that they were just trying to get this picture painted of, she saw someone in the home. She was uncomfortable by this person because his presence was not one that she recognized. She saw him, he left, she went into her room, she locked her door, and then she went to sleep. I don't think that it was written to be interpreted as she could have had any involvement in these crimes. I think that it's just the wording that is tricking people. Now, several people from Brian Kohberger's past have come forward and stated that he always had to be the smartest person in the room. He was always trying to outsmart others. And I think that he's very intelligent. I think that he's a criminal justice student who has a lot of experience in studying killers, why they kill, how they get away with it. And I think that he went into committing these crimes feeling very, very prepared. I think that he was stalking at least one of the victims. He knew who was staying in that house roughly, and he knew who he was going to leave behind. I truly, truly think that. And I believe that if he did not see Dylan in the hallway, he at least knew that she was in that house, and he knew that if he left her there, that she was going to take the fall. Now, I think that he was very arrogant in the fact that he didn't think that he was going to leave DNA behind, that he was going to just leave the scene and get away with this. But he left that sheath with his single source DNA on it. And I think that that is why his cell phone was pinging back in the area earlier that morning, later that morning, but earlier in the actual morning, because he was going to go back in to get the sheath. I truly, truly, truly believe that he was going to do that, because if he took that sheath, there would have been no DNA of his at the crime scene, and Dylan would have most likely taken the fall. And if he was stalking at least one of those victims, he would have known that Dylan was the perfect person to be a scapegoat in this entire situation, given her past, given the people that she's dated, and given all of the rumors that are out there about her. And I truly do believe that Brian Kohberger knew that, and that's why he chose to keep her alive and spare her, because he wanted her and the people that she's associated with to take the fall over him. The only issue is that he left that sheet and he was not able to get it back. Hey guys, so a new document was released in the Brian Kohberger case. Nothing major. It's basically just Ann Taylor, his defense attorney, requesting deadlines for specific dates for her to prepare for trial. As you can see, these are them right here if you want to take a look at them. Now, I think that the main takeaway from this specific document is that she is requesting deadlines for 2025. She's requesting dates into 2025, which is a clear indicator that she is not going to be ready for any type of trial in 2024. I think that based off of the last court appearance and the court appearance before that, we kind of knew this and we're preparing for a 2025 trial, but this just is solidifying the deal. She's not going to be ready this year. It's most likely going to happen 2025 in the summer. Now, the only way that that would be pushed back even more is if the grand jury indictment does end up getting dismissed by the Supreme Court. As you guys already know, the defense team, they were trying to get the indictment thrown out. They asked twice, denied both times, so now they're seeking that through the Supreme Court. Now, if the Supreme Court does accept this and dismisses his grand jury indictment, that's going to delay things months. I'm not saying that it is going to be dismissed. I'm just saying hypothetically, if it is dismissed and this delays things for months, I can't envision them having a fall or winter trial because of how dead set the state is on having this take place in the summer so that they're not conflicting with school. And unless a change of venue is somehow approved, I don't see this happening in the fall or winter. I think that if the indictment is dismissed by the Supreme Court, they're going to push it back to the summer of 2026. Unless at that point, they're kind of just like, okay, it doesn't matter about the school schedule or anything, traffic, let's just get this over with. Now, to my knowledge, the defense is requesting that this indictment be thrown out because one line was not read to the grand juror members. Not sure how important that line is in the grand scheme of things. If there's probable cause to have arrested him, there's probable cause to have arrested him. But obviously I am on board with they have to do this right. And if the Supreme Court feels like the grand jury indictment was not right, we're going to find that out very soon. It's going to delay things, but we will find that out soon. So let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you soon. Hey guys, so I wanted to talk about the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case because there's a lot of talk regarding the alibi. Now, Judge John Judge, the judge in this Brian Kohberger versus the state of Idaho case, he is giving an April 17th deadline, April 17th, 2024, mind you, for Brian Kohberger and his defense team to provide all of the information regarding his alibi to him and the state. Now, the state needs this information because they need time to prepare how they're going to respond to this information. Meanwhile, the defense is being very tight-lipped about all of this information regarding his alibi and whereabouts the night of the crimes. Now, in Brian Kohberger's last court appearance, the defense said that they have over 400 witnesses to account for Brian Kohberger and that they are going to testify in favor of Brian Kohberger when trial comes. They're going to corroborate his alibi. Now, last year, when the deadline was originally set, 2023, the defense said that Brian Kohberger's alibi was he likes to take long drives at night by himself. So now, how do you have over 400 witnesses, that's what they said, the defense, to corroborate where he was in the middle of the night on dark roads where he's driving alone? How? And why has it taken the defense and Brian Kohberger over a year to provide this information? If I was being slammed with 4 murder charges, I would have shared all of this information, my alibi, my witnesses, at the very beginning. So why is it taking over a year for this to come out? And again, 400 witnesses, 400 people saw him driving at 4 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the night on dark, windy roads? I doubt it. Now, the thing with alibis is usually once you provide an alibi, you cannot go back and change it. You can't say, oh, I was driving around. I like to take long drives at night by myself with my phone turned off. And then the next year say, oh, actually, I was at my uncle's house. You can't do that. So the fact that the judge is continuing to say, okay, your alibi last year, that was provided, but if you want to add more to it, go for it. You have till April 17th to do so. They're giving Brian Kohberger so much grace, I feel, and I get that it's probably to try and, make it so that he can't come back and say that there was a mistrial against him. But at the same time, like, what is the limit? Who are the 400 people and why? Again, were these 400 people, these witnesses, and his alibi, why was none of this shared last year during the initial deadline for providing an alibi? To me, it seems like the defense is using some of their findings over the last year to add to that alibi to make it look like that alibi is going to be more believable. And I don't think that that's actually fair. I think that an alibi is something that you say at the beginning to proclaim your innocence, to provide that you were somewhere else when a crime took place, to show that you did not have anything to do with a crime. It shouldn't come after the fact when you already have pieces put together so that it could defend your alibi. You know what I'm saying? So long story short, the defense has a couple of weeks to provide all of the information surrounding Brian Kohberger's alibi. April 17th, as soon as that information is documented, I will let you guys know, so make sure to follow. And please, let me know in the comments, do you agree with what I'm saying when it comes to this alibi? Like, it's a little odd that he's now providing details about this alibi 2 years after the crime took place almost, and a year after the initial deadline for providing an alibi. Let me know. I think it's very, very odd. So yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, so Brian Kohberger just appeared back in the courtroom, and it was because the defense is trying to file a motion to change venue. Now, the judge is not happy with Ann Taylor because she went behind the court's back and sent out this anonymous survey to 400 people asking them if they had known about the Brian Kohberger case, if they've seen it on TV, if they saw it in a newspaper article, just anything. And she did not tell the judge or the court that she was doing that. And the judge is very upset about that because he feels like she just introduced this case to so many people in the community who may not have heard about it, who may not have seen it on TV, who may not have seen it in a newspaper, and are now inclined to search it up and become aware and privy to everything that is going on about this case. I'm going to play some of the important clips from today's hearing right now, and if it doesn't all fit in this one video, check my page for part 2.
Just learned for the first time that you had nothing to do with the questions.
I didn't write the questions, Judge. Those questions are generated by Brian Edelman, and he can tell you who he is and his educational background and why the questions are crafted as they're crafted. But I approved him doing this survey. This is not an anomaly. These kinds of surveys are done in high-profile cases quite often. I don't know how I could present to the court what's going to be required at the venue change hearing without understanding what is going on with the public. This is an anonymous survey. This is not one where anybody's identified as far as the defense wants to know this or the prosecutor wants to know this. It's a random survey, and there's a reason why there are general questions and more specific questions. And Mr. Edelman can explain that, but I'll do my best to paraphrase that.
Okay, well, I'm just curious. Did Mr. Edelman was he aware of the dissemination order?
I don't know if he was aware of that or not, but we gave him no information in the case, Your Honor. He received nothing from us as far as no police reports, no contact with our client, no interviews. He received no information. His entire construct of this survey is, as he does in his high-profile cases, he pulled the media local to this area to see what the most common stories were. Those are things that are in the public arena. This court and counsel knows how much coverage this case has received. And he does what he does by looking only at what's in the public. We didn't provide him any police reports. We didn't help.
I'm sorry. It's just that does miss the point. I mean, it's kind of ironic that we have worked so hard, including you, okay, both sides, to protect a fair trial, okay. And our concern from the very beginning was all the media stuff floating around, okay, that affects your client, Mr. Kohberger, to get a fair trial. And some of these questions actually create a concern about that they're inculpatory. It could be prejudice for his client, okay? And that I'm just surprised that both of you didn't come together and say, there are certain things that we probably shouldn't put into the public on a telephone call. It really concerns me, and that's why I did what I did that Friday.
I think the court should not have issued an order stopping us, but set a hearing, shorten time, set up for Monday morning. If the court wanted to set a hearing for that Monday morning, we wouldn't have lost 2 weeks worth of work if the court chooses to let us complete the work.
But that could have been more damage. This less than 2 weeks really has very, very little impact, okay, on your work.
It does have an impact, Your Honor.
You don't have a trial set. Come on.
We have our motion to change venue. We don't have trial. You're right. We don't have trial. My understanding was that we were going to hear the venue change and the court was going to make a decision and then set trial so that we didn't send out a bunch of subpoenas and reserve this courtroom unless we're going to stay here. That was my understanding. My problem, what sets me back, is getting my work complete to get my briefing to the state in the time and the deadline that I was already given and meeting that hearing date that's set for venue change. And from there, everything else flows. When are we going to set trial?
We wouldn't even be here, okay, if there was some communication between you and the state. And you know that we've been working very, very hard to keep the sort of noise out of the case. And now it's been injected, at least to these 400 people, without permission of the court, without discussion with the state. That troubles me. And then when I'm being directly accused, okay, by you in your brief, that I violated his due process rights. Now, that's not what the law says, and that's not what the facts are. And you even cited cases that say exactly what due process is in the law, right?
I understand that, and I agree that's what due process is. My issue is that the order was signed, stopping our work without a chance to be heard. It's as if the state and the court had decided we violated the non-dissemination order, and we didn't.
All I was doing was stalling it, okay, for less than 2 weeks so we could have this hearing, number one. Now, if you feel like you've been prejudiced or your client has been prejudiced for less than 2 weeks, okay, in this work, I'll push it out. I'll just push out the trial. Not the trial, but the hearing. Is that satisfactory?
Your Honor, I think that might be what we need. I need to figure out if we're going to be able to continue the surveys. But if we are, I expect that we will need some additional time to get them done so that I can get the work to the state to review.
Okay, well, that's a different issue. I never said, no, you can't do a survey. This was a total shock to me that Friday at 4:30.
I can understand that. It was a shock to the state.
I had to stall it out, okay, so that we could all talk about it and figure out what is the right path, okay, because this is a big deal. And I take it very, very seriously. And I was surprised, okay, that this was happening behind our backs. It was the way it was done, okay, and the questions that were asked. That is the real problem, as Mr. Thompson pointed out.
So the construct of this survey is to ask these general questions. And then you ask specific ones because you get different answers when you ask those. It is not injecting information. They are, have you read, seen, or heard? And remember, these are anonymous and these are random. So they're not planned. Nobody's planned to be contacted. I don't know the names. I'm sure I can get the phone numbers if that's what the court wants. But I don't know who the people are. Nobody's identified as the person they're being called on behalf of, even when pressed by Detective Payne, that people conducting the survey didn't know. So when you have an anonymous survey that doesn't identify the person conducting the survey, didn't know who was behind it as far as which party to the case, they can't answer that. So all of a sudden, their questioning about what you've seen in the media doesn't come from a particular party in the case. And the purpose of it is to ferret out what if people have exposure to the case. If you look at State's Attachment B, you can see on page 2 that there's questions, and I'm at lines 10 through 12, about what they know about the case from the media. This is all, again, looking at a non-dissemination order and looking at the rule, things that are in the public record, right? That everything is public in this case unless we specifically seal it. So this person says they don't know much. And then if you go to page 4, there are several things they do know. And that's the purpose of it. When somebody's given a broad question, tell me what you know about this. They're like, I don't know. I don't really know what you want, so I'm not going to say anything. And they don't give you an answer. But when you say, have you read, seen, or heard X? Well, yeah. And then it's the next question. And if the answer is, no, I don't, it's next question. Nobody's saying, well, it was in the newspaper on 15 occasions. And this is particularly borne out when you think about the things, and the state said it, some of these things are things that are just not true. That's what the Haddon case tells me I have to show you. It's not enough that there's just a lot of media coverage, and it's a lot more harmful if it's media coverage about things that aren't true. So it's nobody's injecting anything into the case. A random small percentage of the population is contacted. Have you read, seen, or heard things that are lifted straight out of the media? And if the answer is yes, you move on. If the answer is no, you move on. That's what the survey was about. And you can see why, looking at pages 2 and 4 of State's Exhibit B. And it is a one-by-one conversation. This isn't something that's being put out there through social.
Well, it kind of is.
Well, now it is, but I certainly didn't expect
400
this.
people, okay? It's planting some seeds where then people are encouraged, or they say, oh, well, I didn't know that. I'm going to look more into this. I mean, again, we were trying to keep the false information that was out there in media land, that it wasn't going to affect your client.
I agree. This is less than 1% of the population. It's one-on-one. It's not by means of public communication. To think about alleging that we violated the non-dissemination order is basically alleging that we violated our ethical rules as well. And there's parts to it.
Not accusing you of that, especially now that I know that you that you didn't.
I didn't write the question, but I knew what was going to happen. I take responsibility for the choices on the case, Judge, but I just don't think this is a violation of the ethical rules or non-dissemination order.
We are dealing with the issue of these questions in the survey. They are completely inappropriate. We have a group of at least 400 people in Lake Tahoe County who have been exposed to this in violation of the non-dissemination order. I do not question the right of the defense to commission surveys, responsible, proper surveys, as part of the debate over bidding. But this survey cannot stand. If they're going to do that, they need to start from scratch if they want to compare it to Lake Tahoe County. There is no way to take the 400 responses that have been loaded with these factual representations in the form of questions. There's no way that that can fairly be compared to surveys without those questions anywhere else. It's apples and oranges. And yes, it may be an expense, and it may be a delay of time, and it may be an inconvenience, but it is not of the state's making. It is entirely the responsibility and the fault of the agents of the defense.
So they're going to be appearing back in the courtroom next week to discuss these potential surveys. And yeah, to me, it's just another stall. It's another delay tactic, and it's super annoying. Now, in this specific situation, I can see both sides. I can see why Ann Taylor wanted to do these surveys so she can showcase that there is bias in the community when they're pulling from the local jury pool. But I can also see the state side and the judge's side where it's like, you did this behind our backs, and some of the questions are just not okay. So yeah, I'm interested to see what comes next. Hey guys, so remember a few weeks ago when Ann Taylor, Brian Kohberger's defense attorney, said that she has 400 people that she's going to bring forth in court to help prove a point? Well, today we kind of got a glimpse as to what she could have been talking about, because we found out today in court that she sent 400 people in Latah County a survey, a questionnaire have you, asking people if they knew about Brian Kohberger and any information about his case. Now, if you just watched my previous video to this one, you know that Judge John Judge was very upset about this questionnaire, this survey. The questions were not, did you hear about this case, yes or no? It was, did you hear about the case? They were personal questions detailing certain aspects of this case. Take a listen.
Question. Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home in Pennsylvania? Question. Have you read, seen, or heard if police found a knife sheath on the bed next to one of the victims? Question. Have you read, seen, or heard that DNA found on the knife sheath was later matched to Brian Kohberger? Question. Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Kohberger owned the same type of car recorded on video driving in the neighborhood where the killings occurred? Have you seen, read, seen, or heard if the cell phone tower data showed that Brian Kohberger made several trips near the victim's home in the month before the killing? Have you read, seen, or heard if the university students in Moscow and their parents lived in fear until Brian Kohberger was arrested for the murders? Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Kohberger said that he was out driving alone on the night of the murders? Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Kohberger stalked one of the victims? Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Kohberger had followed one of the victims on social media?
Now, if I got a questionnaire like that or a survey like that in the mail and I'm reading those questions, I, being nosy, the person that I am, if I didn't know about this before, I'm definitely going to search it up. So I can see why the state is upset about this questionnaire, this survey, and why the judge is upset too, because if you didn't know about this case and you received this survey or questionnaire, you now know a substantial amount of information about this case just from those questions. Hey guys, so a new interview with Christy and Steve Gonsalves, the parents of Kaylee Gonsalves, has been released, and they discuss some of their issues and some of the things that they're dealing with emotionally and mentally, as well as their family, as they continue to watch the trial for Brian Kohberger drag on and on and on. Take a listen.
Every day is hard. I think that the second year, once we went into the second year back in November, I feel like almost instantly it got harder. That 1 year anniversary. And I think that a lot of like the shock kind of wore off, because I honestly believe that, you could be in shock for that long. I still feel like I am in some sort of shock. I have my way of coping and dealing with things is I literally do one day at a time. If it is not happening today, if it does not affect this day, I'm not going to deal with it, because my mind capacity cannot handle more than that, because I am consumed with the loss of Kaylee and getting through this trial. We have younger children and 2 older children. I know they're both struggling. We're all struggling. There's not a day that, we come home from work and it's not the discussion, something about going on in the trial. I stay out of the forums. I have the Gonsalves page that pretty much I run. Olivia helps run it and Steve does. That's kind of my outlet to the outside world. But any of those other discussion forums and stuff like that, I stay out of it. I don't go on TikTok. I don't go on Instagram. I just can't. I did in the beginning for like the first couple months, and it's terrible. It's awful. It's awful. And I'm like, I can't do this. So I'm kind of like a one day at a time.
I'm more of a planner. I'm more strategic. I'm the father of the family, so I feel like I have to know exactly what's going on. So I'm digging through the court papers. I'm calling up Shannon. I'm reviewing different hearings and releases, the ones that aren't sealed. I'm talking to people like you. The family page is how my family can keep things positive about our girls and be able to say things that are accurate and set records straight, because a lot of things just get out of hand. It's as simple as bank accounts or college courses, when she was coming, when she was going, what car she owned. You just got to straighten that stuff out, because it's their real lives, and people kind of talk about like it's like a movie character.
Yeah.
And you're like, no, this is real, and what you're saying is not accurate.
These tunnels in the house and whatnot. It's just like, oh my gosh, this is just insane. Just insane. And so many people, believe this and start, and and that has to do with the gag order. I think the conspiracies and all the theories and the corruptment and all this. It doesn't help things. We want the truth out.
Yeah.
We want the truth ourselves. And, so we're constantly trying to get it,
So we know the gag doesn't permit the truth. We know it permits rumors and lies and conspiracies. So I still don't understand why you would ever want to hide the truth. What court case wants to hide the truth? As a parent, you think that you have the right to know what happened to your daughter. The last 24 hours, you put this person into college almost as a minor, and you trust that community, you trust law enforcement in the schools and everything. And you think you're going to be able to know what happens. And then they tell you no. And you're like, all right, I'll know in 6 months.
Yeah.
And then a year, you're like, I'll know in a year. And we're up to over 2 years.
We're 17 months.
No. She wants to wait till 25.
Oh, yeah. But we're 17 months with no trial date.
So,
15 months after, an arrest. And I don't feel like we're even close to a trial date. I don't think that they're close to setting one. I know that when they do, it's going to be far away, but I don't think they're close to setting it. And it eats me alive. And our son, Steven, he's very quiet. Every once in a while, he'll talk about it, but he doesn't like to talk a lot about it. We know he's hurt. We know he's angry. It's hard, and we try to hold it together for them. I don't break down. Steve doesn't break down. I mean, every once in a while, I will, but I try to be as strong as I can for them, because I know they break down, and I can hear her breaking down. And
part of the reason why we'd like the court case to be faster than it's gone, just because our kids have to hear about all these stories and all these narratives that aren't really even about their sister. So we just like for that to just be over with. And I feel like we're patient. But when they start talking about 2 years and they still don't have a court date, we're getting close to 2 years and they want 2 more years, and we're still trying to get to a court date. There's so many things I want to say that I can't say, but the same precaution that they're using, because this ridiculousness that we don't have a court date yet, I wish it would have been used towards the house. I wish it would have been used towards the evidence in this case. They didn't use any caution there. They just threw that to the wind, get rid of it. We don't need it.
The community needs to heal.
But when
this house that just, they couldn't put a tent over it, or, it was boarded up. It was in you guys know where the house was. It's not like everybody has to drive past it that enters Moscow. Like, boom, right when you enter Moscow, you can't avoid it. It's.
So they drag their feet on certain things, and then other things they just go at a speed that nobody really understands. So we're left in this weird situation where we don't understand when they're going to be precautious and when they're going to just go full guns ahead. So I don't know. It seems like sometimes their motivations don't align with the families. So that's why we're so engaged. That's why we're trying to be here. That's why we work with some of the best people that are in the industry that volunteer and help us. Say, hey, we can help you avoid making mistakes. And in the end, all we want to do is help the case. We only want to help the community get through this.
Yeah.
And we want to do it in a timely manner, obviously, So
it's very consuming to me. It is literally consumes my life. Like I do go to work, but it is so hard for me to sit there at work, and I have a countdown in my head of every date that's coming up. Alibi is due here, this and this, and let's the alibi. Is he going to agree or is he not? And this burden of proof that took months upon months upon months. Just hurdles. Just hurdles. And a million people can tell me, don't let it consume you. Be patient. Don't think about it. Just But I am me. I can't. This is my daughter. This is her best friend. This is two other people, kids, and you could tell me till the cows come home, and I can't stop just being consumed by it, literally. And every time we get it, like we're looking at another delay. Just a couple days ago when they had court, he told her, well, because if I slowed you down 2 weeks, I'll give you 2 more. Just throw it out there like it was on. I'll give you 2 more weeks. And I'm like, 2 more weeks. Like, oh my God,
somebody violates the gag order that wanted the gag order, and then we get punished with the delay of the case. It's just,
so that
over and
April,
over. It's a super insult.
That May 14th date, guaranteed for the change of venue arguments, it's going out the door. It's going out the door, and that has been a date locked in my head. May 14th, and I mean, we should find out next Wednesday. But hey, he might not be able to make the call on Wednesday either. It might take more time to think about.
I try not to be selfish because it's not something that is only geared towards our family. It has multiple families involved in a community that I love. We love Idaho. We sent our kid there because we love that little town. But when you get pushed to the side 1 time, 2 times, like every single time, it starts getting to where you start questioning why, do we not deserve a date? Do we not deserve a date for the, alibi? Do we not deserve a date for some of these court procedures? How many times do we leave the courtroom with nothing but words and no action item? But we just go in there and we drift around, and him and Haw, and everyone talks about how complicated the case is. Like if we repeat it 3 or 4 more times, that's going to help. And, we were running out of patience. That's what
she says she has all this terabyte, how many terabytes of stuff. Well, if that's how much she has and she has to go through, we're never going to get there. So should we just hang it up now and be like, well, if you have to go through that much information, and we know why she has to go through that much information, because she's trying to desperately find something to, save this person. But if she's got that much information that she's got to go through, we might as well just hang it up, because that's going to take forever. We appreciate all the support that we get across the world, our community, and we are very grateful to all of you. And we ask that you continue to pray for us, and you continue to support our family in this tragedy, and until the end, until we get justice, and even beyond. We think of so many of you as our family now, and we're just so grateful. So grateful. God bless you all.
Thank you, guys.
Hey guys, so Brian Kohberger appeared back in the courtroom today. He actually just got out of court a couple of minutes ago, and these are some of the main takeaways. Also, this was such a late court appearance for me because I'm on the East Coast. I'm like half asleep. I was trying to listen to it, stay awake, but oh my God, it was just a long court hearing today, and it could be summarized in like 30 seconds. So long story short, the defense team is very, very firm in their belief that Brian Kohberger is innocent, and they are continuing to work toward proving that. Bill Thompson also said that the question in the survey about Brian Kohberger stalking one of the victims on social media was false. On April 17th is Brian Kohberger's deadline to provide more information about his alibi, in addition to him just driving around. The decision on the change of venue was not set for today. In fact, the judge said that he needs time to think about it, so that has been postponed to June 27th, 2024. And yeah, as of right now, it looks like the defense needs to stop giving out those surveys until further notice, and that's pretty much it. So again, just another delay in this case. It's exhausting, it's tiring, but yeah, let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. I'm going to sleep. I'll talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, so I wanted to read this article to everyone who's following the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. This was an article written by Casey Jordan. She's a criminology professor, and she's basically saying that she has seen students like Brian Kohberger in her classes, and I just think that it's an interesting read, so I wanted to share it with you guys. In June of 1993, I walked into a crowded classroom at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Did you hear that? A student blurted. They caught a serial killer in Long Island. He was driving around with a dead woman in the bed of his pickup truck. Joel Rifkin. They weren't even looking for a serial killer. The class was full of criminology majors, enthusiastic junior profilers who embraced any excuse to avoid learning crime theory and instead engage in a discussion on the motive and murder methodology of killers like Rifkin. Fast forward 30 years and I'm still teaching criminology, but also conducting research interviews with incarcerated offenders and serving as the in-house criminologist and legal analyst for television networks like CNN and HLN. I was consternated in equal measure to discover that the accused killer Brian Christopher Kohberger from the Idaho 4 killings was a doctoral student in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at Washington State University. Hearing that Kohberger had graduate-level experience in my academic discipline, I was disheartened but not surprised at all. During my 35 years as a criminology professor, I've sometimes encountered the odd student who is overly preoccupied with studying homicide, not just any murder, but premeditated violence of the chilling variety. Uninterested in the real causal variables behind most homicides, these students want to focus solely on the psychology of those rare mass, spree, and serial killers. These profiler wannabes want to get inside the mind of a killer. There's an ominous shadow to these groupies' fascination with these criminals. At some level, one must wonder if they possess a deeply suppressed kinship with and even empathy for the perpetrators that they're analyzing. These students can be confrontational or subtle, but they're always preoccupied with the minutiae of the violent details and the staunch belief that they understand the killer in question better than anyone else does. They're eager to show off. The extreme profiler wannabes want to school me and their professors with their encyclopedic knowledge of homicidal maniacs, offering long-winded commentary without asking a question and dismissing everyone else's analysis of the criminal if they disagree. Their attitude is often righteous and unmistakably condescending. The one self-report based survey of criminologists committing crime was conducted by Matthew Robinson of Appalachian State University in 1998. His conclusion was that we criminologists are to a degree what we study. We commit acts of crime and deviance. Many criminologists admit to having committed them in the past 12 months, including many which are codified as serious and harmful in criminal law. Those are some of the statistics from that study on the screen right now, but the most common crimes among criminologists were theft, DUIs, and adultery. And although the survey did not include questions about criminologists committing homicide, his findings do suggest that criminologists are no different from the average Joe when it comes to committing lesser crimes. I think deeply about this because the Sandy Hook shooter Adam Lanza was once a student at my university. The hoodie-wearing image of Lanza that everyone associates with the 2012 massacre of 20 first graders and 6 school staff is his student ID photo from the Western Connecticut State University. Lanza was not studying criminology and I never had him as a student, but I asked other professors who had him in their classes what they remembered about him. They stated that Lanza was unremarkable at best and not on anyone's radar. There was no creep factor, no red flags, nothing that made him stand out. His grades were average, he never spoke in class, and eventually quit attending. Until Lanza opened fire on the elementary school, no one noticed him at all. Kohberger, in contrast, excelled in his college studies and sought recognition. He received a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's degree in criminal justice. Now, based on one of the classes that Brian Kohberger took at DeSales University under Catherine Ramsland, Brian Kohberger would have studied the BTK murders during his 4 years of criminal justice studies at DeSales. Dennis Rader, who also earned a degree in criminal justice, began his 15-year trajectory of violence with the random mass murder of a family of 4 in their home. And again, just like Brian Kohberger, Dennis Rader also earned a degree in criminal justice. Perhaps the most interesting report on Kohberger's time as a criminology student is that in April of 2022, he administered a survey to a Reddit forum of convicted criminals. The introduction states, in particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. The intro also states that this was a survey approved by DeSales University. However, the university has failed to confirm this. One of his survey questions asks, why did you choose that victim or target over others? Another reads, after committing the crime, what were you thinking and feeling? To understand that these questions were authored by an accused mass murderer is undeniably creepy, but the most unsettling observation this provokes is that Brian Kohberger may have been assessing criminal minds to help prepare him to commit a crime further down the line. Some other details surrounding Kohberger's alleged crimes also have me and others wondering whether he used his own academic knowledge to plan his own crime. The probable cause affidavit that was the basis for Kohberger's arrest was released on January 5th and confirmed several anticipated sources of evidence. There was DNA at the scene and security camera footage of Kohberger's car in the area the night that the murders took place. The other interesting fact is that the killer left the leather sheath of a K-bar knife in the bed of one of the victims. DNA from the snap of the sheath processed through forensic genealogy is what led investigators to Kohberger. Would someone with Kohberger's education in criminal justice and experience in private security be so careless to drive his own car, carry a phone, and leave behind the murder weapon's sheath with his DNA on it? Kohberger's Pennsylvania attorney is on record that his client looks forward to being exonerated. This begs the question as to whether he might be so well versed in the workings of the criminal justice system that he anticipated the possibility of an arrest and set up these breadcrumbs of reasonable doubt in advance. Intelligent and organized murderers, knowing full and well which typology of criminal they fit, often belie their predicted behavior patterns with calculated acts like the carelessness described in the knife sheath situation, designed to throw off investigators. Murderers have been known to plant imported DNA evidence during their crimes as a red herring, believing that contraindicating evidence linking the crime to someone else guarantees them a get-out-of-jail-free card. One of Kohberger's former professors from DeSales University described him as brilliant. Did a fantasy for bloodletting predate his studies? Did his study of the criminal mind contribute to his decision to conduct a real-life experiment as to whether he possessed the capacity to commit a heinous murder? In short, assuming Kohberger is the murderer, was his passion for studying criminology a cause or an effect? There were signs with Kohberger, but they are so vague and commonplace as to be meaningless, none rising to the status of a major red flag in threat assessment. Power and control, where the perpetrator derives gratification from exerting control over a vulnerable victim, is the most common typology of a serial killing. In criminology, it's the need for power that regularly surfaces as the lowest common denominator in our analysis of violent crime. According to one of Kohberger's students, one thing he would always do, almost without fail, was find the most complicated way to explain something. He had to make sure you knew that he knew it. He was also described by other students as being awkward and detached. Deep insecurity may have been the root of Kohberger's need for recognition. On the first day of every criminology class I've taught, I have students take out a sheet of paper for a 100% anonymous self-reported survey of the worst crime they've committed and whether they were caught. It's an exercise in understanding the dark figure. I assure that all answers will be shredded in front of them. The students are encouraged to be truthful and detailed. There's the usual stuff: speeding and shoplifting, drug use and dealing, underage drinking and DUIs. In the realm of violent crime, the most common is aggravated assault. Some of the more surprising answers were grand larceny to pay tuition, child abuse during postpartum depression, and then 4 admissions of murder. This is one of the more disturbing admissions that she goes into detail about. You can pause to read this if you'd like. In conclusion, she writes, in the coming months, as Kohberger wends his way through the criminal justice system that he studied, the profilers and criminologists, including those who mentored him, will be studying him. As evidence unfolds, it may paint a portrait of a troubled young man eager to overcome fear and prove himself worthy, a fledgling academic so obsessed with understanding those unicorns of criminology, the outliers like Rader and Bundy, that he aspired to join their ranks. Hey guys, so today was the deadline for Brian Kohberger and his defense team to submit any details regarding his alibi and whereabouts the night of the 1122 King Road homicides in Moscow, Idaho. Brian Kohberger's defense attorney, Ann Taylor, writes, Mr. Kohberger moved to Pullman, Washington in June of 2022. As an avid runner and hiker, he explored many areas of the Palouse. Of note, he explored Wawa Way Park in July of 2022, and this became a favorite location. After the school year began, Mr. Kohberger was busy with classes and work at Washington State University, and his running and his hiking decreased but did not stop. Instead, his nighttime drives increased. This is supported by data from Kohberger's phone showing him in the countryside late at night and or in the early morning hours on several occasions. The phone data includes numerous photographs taken on several late evenings and early mornings, including in November, depicting the night sky. Mr. Kohberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, as he often did, to hike and run and or see the moon and stars. He drove throughout the area south of Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow, Idaho, including Wawa Way Park. Mr. Kohberger intends to offer testimony to show that Brian Kohberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho on November 13th, 2022, and that Brian Kohberger's mobile device did not travel east on the Moscow-Pullman highway in the early morning hours of November 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured captured on video along the Moscow-Pullman Highway near Floyd's cannabis shop. Additional information as to Mr. Kohberger's whereabouts as the early morning hours progressed, including additional analysis by Mr. Ray, will be provided once the state provides discovery requested and now subject to an upcoming motion to compel. If not disclosed, Mr. Ray's testimony will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence further corroborating Mr. Kohberger's alibi was either not preserved or has been withheld. Now, didn't they say that they have like 400 witnesses that are going to be able to corroborate his alibi? This does not indicate that there's 400 people that can corroborate his alibi. He's driving around at night looking at the stars for hours and hours with his phone off. How is he even supposed to take photos of the night sky if his phone is off? That makes no sense. Also, it seems like all they have really to defend Bryan Kohberger and to create reasonable doubt is cell phone tower data and phone pinging, which isn't even something that's going to really stand up to a jury to create reasonable doubt, because if his phone was off during the time that the crimes were taking place, his phone wouldn't be able to be pinging anywhere at the time that the crimes were taking place because it would have been off. So I'm curious to know how they're going to defend that in court and how they're going to try and create reasonable doubt to the jury. So let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments, and I will keep you guys updated as soon as new information comes out, so make sure to follow. Good morning, everyone. So yesterday was definitely an interesting day in the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case, as yesterday was the deadline for Bryan Kohberger to submit additional details regarding his whereabouts the night of the 1122 King Road homicides in Moscow, Idaho. Now, when he submitted his original alibi over a year ago, his alibi was, I was driving around that night that the crimes took place. He was taking a joyride with his phone off, just normal things that people do by themselves in the middle of the night. Then, like last month or the month before, Ann Taylor, his defense attorney, said, we have new additional information to add to the alibi to showcase where Bryan Kohberger was and what he was doing the night of the 1122 King Road homicides. So for weeks, I was anticipating them to have this video proof or someone that saw him like on the other side of the state of Washington to where he couldn't have been in the area where the 1122 King Road homicides took place. He would have been somewhere else, like an hour or two away. But that's not what we got. In fact, we actually got the most insignificant pieces of information added to this alibi that were not even necessary. All they added was that there's proof on his phone of him going out for drives at night, taking photos of the moon, the stars, hiking, running in the middle of the night. That's all that they really added. They said that they're going to defend this and corroborate this through data from cell phone towers and the phone pings. But if you read the affidavit, Kohberger's phone was actually off during the time that the crimes were taking place in Idaho. So how was his phone pinging, or how are they going to corroborate that using cell phone tower data when his phone was off when the crimes were taking place? And I think that it's also a little odd that in the beginning of this case, when Ann Taylor first started defending Bryan Kohberger, she was saying that cell phone tower pings and all that stuff are not always accurate. So fast forward to a year, 2 years later, now that seems to be all that they have to showcase where he was the night of the crimes. So at first we're saying it's not accurate. Now this is the only thing that you're going off of as accurate. That doesn't make sense. They had over a year to find some type of evidence, a witness, a Ring camera, video footage, anything to showcase that he was somewhere else the night and the time that the crimes were taking place in Moscow, Idaho, and they haven't been able to garnish any type of evidence to support that. And it's very easy to say, oh, his phone was pinging 20 minutes after, the crimes allegedly took place at the other side of Washington or whatever. But the guy was speeding on footage leaving the 1122 King Road home. So even if he was like a far distance away and he was pinging somewhere else 10, 15 minutes after the crimes allegedly took place, that would be normal because he was, again, speeding. I think that part of the reason why the defense team is trying to prolong everything and try to push this trial back as far as they can is because they are grasping at straws here and they are having a hard time finding concrete evidence and experts who are going to testify in favor of Bryan Kohberger when all of the odds are currently stacked against him. So I will keep you guys updated as soon as new information comes out. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. I'm definitely interested to know what everyone's thinking about this, and I will talk to you soon. Hey guys, so Kaylee Gonzalez's family has released a statement since Brian Kohberger's additional information was submitted to the court about his alibi and his whereabouts the night of the 1122 King Road homicides. Take a listen to what they had to say. We have been waiting on this information for months and it has finally arrived. It's so hard not knowing anything about the case, and you find you have to cling to dates, motions, and hearings in order to figure out anything. A big part of this has been waiting on the alibi information. Now that it's here, we feel even more confident in the prosecution of the defendant. The defense's claim is that the defendant was driving late at night, hiking, running, and stargazing. We are not sure why it has taken over a year for this to come out, as those don't seem to be complicated activities. We believe that if this alibi had any weight, it would have been submitted months ago. It also is in direct conflict with the probable cause affidavit that states that the defendant's phone was turned off between 2:47 and 4:48 a.m. So if the defendant was driving around and there is cell phone information that he was in a different place, it would be either before or after the time of the murders. Hence, not really an alibi. We continue to look forward to justice in this case and can now put this part of the proceeding behind us. Thank you for all of your support for our family. Good morning, everyone. So this morning I woke up at like 6 a.m. to get ready for work. And every single morning when I wake up, I always check the weather app because I want to see how the weather is going to be that day so I can plan to dress accordingly. This morning when I checked it, it said that it was cloudy. And that immediately made me think of Brian Kohberger's alibi of him stargazing, running / hiking in the middle of the night. Simply looking at the weather from November 13th, 2022, around the time that the crimes were taking place, and that whole night, the weather in Pullman, Washington, and also Moscow, Idaho, was cloudy. And it was also in the 20s. So you wouldn't be running / hiking in the middle of the night, especially, get this, the park that he's saying that he drives around at, it's closed from dusk until 7 a.m. So you're not driving around that park in the middle of the night. You're not hiking / running because it's in the 20s. Also, middle of the night, the park's closed. And you're not stargazing because it's cloudy out. You can't see the stars. So this is what the weather app classifies as cloudy. If you were stargazing in the middle of the night and the sky looked like this, there is no way that you would be able to see the stars. The prosecution is going to have a field day with that in trial because that doesn't make sense at all. And they're going to be able to dig deeper into this because they know more than we, the public, know. And they're going to be able to derail that entire alibi. I'm trying to be open-minded when it comes to Brian Kohberger's alleged involvement in all of this, but there are just too many coincidences that make me feel like he did this. 1, his DNA was found on the knife sheath. 2, what appears to be his vehicle is seen speeding away from the home. 3, his phone was conveniently off at the time the killings were taking place. But in his alibi, he says that he uses his phone to take photos and videos of the moon, the sky, the stars. How are you doing that if your phone's off? 3, the fact that he's saying that he drives around late at night in this park, but now we're realizing that the park isn't even open. Then he's saying that he likes to run and hike in the night. Like, how are you running and hiking when it's 20 degrees in November? Like, there's just all of these things, and that's just a few of them that do not make it seem like he is innocent in all of this. The defense is grasping at straws, and I even said this the other day, that I think that it's odd that in the beginning of this investigation, the defense team was actually saying that cell phone pings and towers and stuff like that do not show accurate or credible information all of the time. But now, fast forward to today, it seems like that's all that they have to go off of to showcase that he was not at the 1122 King Road home, apparently. But it wouldn't even be accurate at that point because, just like the Gonzalez family said, his phone was off during the time that the crimes were being committed. So his phone couldn't have been pinging somewhere else at a different location because it was off. It could have been pinging somewhere before. It also could have been pinging somewhere after, but not during because the phone was not turned on. I'm just ready for trial. I want to see what more the prosecution has, and I want to see what the defense is going to say in response to the prosecution and how they're going to showcase reasonable doubt to a jury without just saying he was driving around and his phone pinged somewhere else an hour after the crimes. Like, that's not going to prove reasonable doubt to a jury. So yeah, make sure to follow for more updates on this case. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. I know we probably won't all think the same thing, but I am interested to see other perspectives on this as well. So yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. So we have some new updates in the Idaho 4 Brian Kohberger case. The first, pretty big, the judge has actually lifted that order that prohibited the defense from contacting prospective jurors. So remember how the judge was pretty upset that the defense was sending out these surveys to kind of showcase that there might be bias, if not bias, at least knowledge of this case amongst people in the Latah County? Well, the judge put a halt on that. He said no more surveys until further notice. And now he actually detailed in a document right here, basically saying that they can now resume contacting jurors and sending out surveys if they need to. And the judge is not having them modify any of the questions. They can continue the surveys just how they were a month ago, and they could just do it under his permission now. The next time we're going to see Brian Kohberger in person in the courtroom is going to be June 27, 2024 at 10 a.m. where they discuss the change of venue, and they're doing that hearing. I don't know how many times they're going to keep doing hearings pertaining to the change of venue. This is like the third time that they're discussing change of venue. It's just absurd to me, the fact that the judge has still not made his mind up on this yet. It's been 3 hearings over the span of 2-3 months. Insane. But yeah, they're going to be discussing that again on June 14th, 10 o'clock Idaho time. I think it's going to be about 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time if you guys are in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. And if you need a further breakdown of the time zones, just leave them in the comments and I can look that up for you. So yeah, that's pretty much all we have at the moment. I will keep you guys updated as new information comes out, so make sure to follow. And yeah, I will talk to you soon. Hey guys, so we have a new document that has dropped in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case, and it's basically the state, Bill Thompson, the prosecutor, asking that the hearing on May 14th be closed to the public. You can pause to read this document if you'd like. It's only 2 pages, but basically Bill Thompson, the prosecutor, wants to ensure that this case does not result in a mistrial. He wants to preserve the integrity and facts of this case, and he believes that the only way to do so is to make this hearing on May 14th private and closed to the public. I feel like we're all on the same page as far as wanting justice to be served for the Idaho 4, and I think that the best way and the quickest way for justice to be served and not resulting in a mistrial is ensuring that everything is done correctly, properly, and efficiently. So I am in agreement with Bill Thompson in regards to having that May 14th hearing private and closed off from the public. That way the facts and everything regarding this case are kept between the state and the defense. It's obviously going to suck for us, the public, if this does get approved by the judge. However, I think that this will be a decision that is ultimately for the best when it comes to getting closer to a trial date and to ensure that if found guilty, Brian Kohberger cannot file for a mistrial. Hey guys, so we have a new document that has dropped in the Brian Kohberger case, and it's the state asking the judge to reject Brian Kohberger's alibi that he gave earlier this month. They're also asking that they limit the amount of evidence that they share regarding this alibi at trial because they don't feel like it is enough or a substantial alibi. Take a listen. So this is the first page of the document. You can pause to read the whole thing if you'd like. But if you look at the last sentence, the state respectfully submits that the defendant's supplemental alibi response continues to lack what is needed in order to make this a reliable, trustworthy alibi. According to Idaho Code, the defense shall state the specific place or places at which the defendant claims to have been at the time of the alleged offense, and the names and addresses of the witnesses upon whom he intends to rely to establish such alibi. The state says that the defendant's April 17, 2024 submission minimally added to the alibi that they submitted on July 24, 2023. So the state is basically saying that they're regurgitating the same information that they said last year regarding his alibi, that Brian Kohberger was driving around the time that the killings took place. The only thing new that they added was the reference to the Wawa Way Park. The state says that they already knew that he was driving around this area and that they actually had this information in the probable cause affidavit. The state also says that the location of the defendant's cell phone on the morning of November 13th, 2022 does not rise to the level of an alibi at the time of the homicides because the defendant's cell phone stopped reporting to the network before the homicides and continued to not report until after the homicides. So because his phone was off during the time that the crimes were allegedly taking place, His phone pinging anywhere before or after the crimes would not be proof of an alibi or him being anywhere because, again, his phone was off and not pinging anywhere when the crimes were taking place, which I do agree with. You can't say, oh, I was at a grocery store an hour after this crime took place. It couldn't have been me. No, we need to know where you were and where your phone was pinging when the crimes were being committed, and they don't have that here with Bryan Kohberger. So the state is basically saying that they don't believe that this is an adequate alibi, and they're asking that because there's no one now who can support this alibi, that the judge allow no one else to testify regarding this alibi other than Bryan Kohberger in the future, which I also agree with, because if you don't have anyone who is able to co-sign your alibi and your whereabouts the night and time that the crimes were being committed right now, you shouldn't be able to do that and introduce someone in the future and throw the prosecution and the state off guard. And we are almost 2 years into this case, so if you still don't have someone or something to corroborate your alibi right now at this point, then you simply just don't have anything to corroborate this alibi, and it wouldn't be fair for the defense to introduce anyone or anything to corroborate this alibi over 2 years past when the crime's committed, because it just wouldn't be credible. Hey guys, Bryan Kohberger appeared back in the courtroom today, and I'm going to give you guys a breakdown of what went down. So ultimately, a hearing was set for May 14th regarding the discovery, and a hearing was also set for May 16th regarding the IgG, investigative genetic genealogy testing. Both of those hearings are going to be closed to the public. The state is very adamant on keeping certain aspects of this case close to the vest and private because of that gag order. So that is why they're asking for certain hearings to be closed to the public, because they don't want to jeopardize the integrity of the case. And they feel like when they address the IgG information and the discovery, they're going to need to discuss certain aspects of the case that should not be made public at this time. Now, Ann Taylor, on the other hand, is saying that they have nothing to hide and they don't see what the issue is with making all of this stuff public, with these hearings being public. And to me, I think that this is just a tactic that the defense is trying to throw out there to make it look like Bryan Kohberger is innocent and they have nothing to hide. I also think that it's possible, if some of this information is made public, the defense could come out in the future and file a mistrial because of certain aspects of this case being public. So I feel like the defense is being very strategic in what they're requesting and what they're saying. Now, the state is also not buying Bryan Kohberger's alibi. They do not believe that he added anything new to the alibi that he gave a few weeks ago that he added on to, and they don't believe that anyone should be able to take the stand regarding this alibi, because for over a year the defense has failed to provide any witnesses, camera footage, anything to showcase that he was somewhere else during the time that the crimes were taking place. Now, the state is having a hard time preparing for this case because they don't know what the defense is going to present. It's been over a year and they don't know anything that the defense is going to present at trial to showcase reasonable doubt to a jury. And I don't think that the state is feeling unprepared when it comes to showcasing that Bryan Kohberger was at the scene of the crimes and committed these crimes. I think that they just want to ensure that they're able to refute and basically showcase that what the defense is saying is not true at trial. And they're unable to do that if they don't know what the defense is going to present. And truthfully, I don't even think that the defense knows what they're going to present at this time. The judge does not want to put any further delays on this case, so he is urging the state and the defense to talk to each other moving forward to get everything that they need to get sent to each other, so that way we can get closer to trial. So that's pretty much what happened today in a nutshell. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments and make sure to follow for more. Hey guys, Bryan Kohberger's case has cost the taxpayers of Idaho millions of dollars, and we're only halfway to trial. Financial records obtained by the Idaho statesman through public records request showcase that the amount of money spent on this high-profile murder case already exceeds $3.6 million. The total includes costs for the nationwide law enforcement investigation and ensuing legal proceedings so far. It also accounts for the daily rate to hold Kohberger in custody at the county jail while he awaits trial. The cost of Kohberger's prosecution is heightened as well because the state plans to pursue the death penalty if a jury convicts him. Judge John Judge, the judge overseeing this case, said at a hearing last month that he is mindful of the public costs for this process. He said, quote, "If we have to have hearings on every single thing, we've got a long ways to go, and it's a lot of time, and it's a lot of work, it's a lot of money, and it just makes everything more difficult." Now, the case of Chad and Lori Vallow Daybell, another high-profile case in Idaho, cost $3.6 $3.6 million as well. However, that was over the span of 3 years. Brian Kohberger's case has only been active for about 2 years, and we still don't have a trial date set. So this $3.6 million number is definitely going to increase before we even see a trial date, especially because now the court is going to be holding hearings for this case twice a month, every single month. Ashlyn Couch, a friend of Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Mogan, and also an ex-roommate who lived at 1122 King Road, has spoken out for the first time in an in-camera interview. Now, Ashlyn graduated in December of 2021, but she didn't move out of the 1122 King Road home until May of 2022, which is when she said Xana Carnoto moved in and took over her lease. Her name was actually still on the lease for the house when the crimes were committed. Ashlyn's trying to use this tragedy to educate and inform others on social media safety, as most students who are in college seem to be carefree and just wild. And it's not always about that. It's not always rainbows and butterflies in college. You have to be cautious and you have to prioritize your safety, even when you think you're already safe.
I mean, it's such an exciting time in your life because you're moving out and you're actually in just like a home by yourself. And one thing is that we were all so close. I remember, I think, getting a second alert, or I had been driving home and I texted like our group of friends and I just had said, has anyone heard from Maddie? And I remember like my last text message to her was like, are you okay? And I feel like right then and there I kind of just knew that something was wrong. I want to, spread some kind of message and start something, help people, just do something more with this life. That's one thing that I just wish that I could do at least one more time, is like, just give her one last hug just to be able to say goodbye.
Hey guys, so Brian Kohberger's court hearing that was supposed to take place today was canceled last minute. This hearing was actually postponed to May 30th, 2024. And it's being reported that the judge postponed this because he wanted to give the state and the defense an opportunity to have more time to get all of their ducks in a row. So this is page 1 of 3 of that document stating that this hearing has been vacated, and it says, based on the agreement of the parties, the hearing scheduled for May 14th, 2024 is vacated. This will allow parties and the court additional time to review the information that was submitted by the parties between May 7th and May 10th. On May 30th, 2024 at 10 a.m., the defendant's 4th and 5th motions to compel will be heard. Unlike the hearing that was scheduled for May 14th and May 16th, this hearing will be open to the public, and if any issues arise that must be addressed in a sealed proceeding, the court will clear the courtroom and discontinue the live stream of the proceedings on the court's YouTube channel. On May 23rd, 2024 at 2:30 p.m., the defense will call a witness to testify. Now, because this witness is unable to testify on the May 30th, 2024 hearing date, they are going to actually be testifying on May 23rd, 2024 at 2:30 p.m. This will also be open to the public. And in addition to that May 14th court hearing being vacated, the May 16th court hearing is also going to be vacated as well and reset for May 30th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. And if you guys don't remember what that May 16th hearing was for, it's about the IGG material and the defendant's motion to unseal part of that IGG material, as well as the defendant's motion to allow the defense investigators to review that IGG material. And although no hearing is being set for May 31st, 2024, the day after, they are going to be reserving space just in case they need additional information to discuss anything. Hey guys, so Brian Kohberger is going to be back in the courtroom today in just a couple of hours, 2:30 p.m. Idaho time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If all goes well, I will be live streaming this hearing. There is going to be a witness today. We don't know who that witness is exactly, but I do think that it has something to do with the cell phone pings, as well as the investigative genetic genealogy testing that they used to connect Brian Kohberger to the DNA on the knife sheath at the crime scene of 1122 King Road, because it did say that this witness is going to be brought on in regards to the defendant's 4th and 5th motions to compel. So like I said yesterday, this hearing will be open to the public. However, if anything needs to be discussed privately, they will close the courtroom, they will turn off the live stream, and they will discuss what they need to discuss behind closed doors. And I don't think that there will be an issue regarding the cell phone pings if that's what they're discussing. If they start having to talk about the IGG material and Brian Kohberger's distant relatives and stuff like that, then I can see them shutting everything down to the public. But we will see what happens, of course, so make sure to follow. Like I said, I will be trying my best to go live tonight, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2:30 p.m. Idaho time. If you guys are busy at that time, don't worry. I will be posting a recap later on today of the court proceedings like I always do. And then I will also do a deep dive into what went down during this hearing after that. So make sure to follow for more updates on this case. And hopefully I will see you guys tonight at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2:30 p.m. Idaho time here on my page for my live stream. Hey guys, so Brian Kohberger just got out of the courtroom. His secret witness did appear. Here are some of the important clips from today's hearing.
We are here to begin the motions to compel. We have testimony today from Detective Mowry. As the court will recall, he's unavailable on the 30th and 31st, which are the days when we will have the full scope of our motions to compel. Will you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the Moscow Police Department.
What is your role there?
I am a detective.
How long have you worked for Moscow Police Department?
I've worked for Moscow for over 5 years.
Have you been a detective that entire time?
I have.
And prior to that, did you have law enforcement experience?
I do.
How many years total?
We have on 14.
Did you take part in the investigation into the homicides on King Road?
Yes.
Do you do any work with cell phones and cell towers?
I have taken training for cell phone analysis.
Was that one of the roles that you played in this investigation? All right. And the other area that I'd like to talk to you about is the collection of videotape evidence or surveillance evidence from around the community. What was your role in that?
So we gathered a lot of data, a lot of USB hard drives that came in. At one point, all of that was given to me so that I could copy it over to a server so that we had it stored and backed up.
Did you have any role in verifying the content of the surveillance?
No.
What training do you have for that role?
So some time ago, I went through what they say PATC training, which is cellular analysis, and I've also taken classes with CASPIS.
The cellular analysis, is that particular to the device itself, the cell phone device?
No.
That is particular to towers?
To the towers and the providers themselves.
When did you take that training?
Well, the CAST, I believe it was in 2019, and then I also did it again last year.
Detective Mowry, does that appear to be your report from May 5th of 2023?
Yes.
Detective Mowry, I do not have a police report for the other one that I want to talk about today. It's one that I received via email today that was written just within the last few days by you, probably. Do you know what report I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. We're talking about documents or records or logs that can be created by a CAST-Viz program. The report that you wrote that I received today, when did you learn about those documents that exist according to that report?
The session logs that I found were from yesterday.
Why did you come to find them yesterday?
I was preparing for this hearing.
Okay. And those are things that existed for quite some time, is that correct?
They did.
Your work with CAST-Viz in May of 2023, did you document those items?
No.
Tell me what you found when you were preparing for the motion to compel today.
I found session logs that were sent to me from the FBI.
In those session logs, how many files were there?
I don't remember. I think there were 6 or 7 different items inside.
Let's go with the session log. What was in there?
Appeared to be the AT&T records that possibly were inputted, as well as some JSON files that were probably produced by CASPIS.
JSON files were produced by CASPIS. Is that right?
I would assume that. I didn't create those files.
What date were they created?
I believe one was in December. The other was in April.
December of what year?
22.
And April of what year?
23.
Could you tell who created those?
I could not.
How did you get those?
I was provided those via email.
By who?
I made balance of the FBI.
What did you do with those?
I gave them as soon as I realized they were in my possession. I had contacted the prosecutor and gave them.
And that would be just yesterday, is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do with them prior to that time?
They were sent to me. I put them in a folder and I didn't do anything else with them. That's why I forgot them.
How about the full file? What was contained in there?
similar items to the 48.
What is the full file?
I believe that was the second AT&T return that we got via warrant. I wasn't able to open it to verify it.
For clarification, when you say second warrant return, are you talking about something that relates to Brian Kohberger?
Yes, there was 2 warrants that were originally written. One that covered a 48-hour period for the cell phone number, and there was one that was later done for a longer period of time.
There was reference to a loped bar file. What's that?
It's a file that I received from Agent Downs.
When did you receive that?
Honestly, the modification or the email, I honestly don't remember. Unfortunately, it was yesterday and I didn't throw this stuff together, so
Did you open that?
I don't recall opening it.
How about the export.kmz file? When did you find that file?
I had found that one yesterday.
Do you know when that came into your possession?
It was some time ago.
Those 3 files that we just talked about, along with the CastViz 48 and the CastViz full, are those copied so that I can have those now?
Yes.
And you referred to emails. How many emails did you find when you were preparing for this hearing?
I believe there was 5.
Are those included for me to have now as well?
Yes.
Thank you. In the report that I received today, there was a reference to drawings.json file. What's that?
It was a JSON file that was inside the CastViz session.
What does that depict?
It's just data that CastViz would use, I'm guessing, to replot something on the map to actually show locations or other things.
Did you do anything with that file when you found it yesterday?
I did open that file, yes.
Okay. What did that show you when you opened it?
There were references to 2 locations inside.
Is that file available on a Discovery drive for me?
Provided to the prosecutor today.
Thank you. CastViz is the files that you found while preparing,
Correct.
and the one that says Maori is what you used to create your May 3rd report of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. I think your report said you found screenshots dated April 19th of 2023.
Yes.
All right. Does that mean that's the day that you put things into your CastViz program?
That was the day that I made the screenshots themselves.
Okay. Where are those screenshots now? Are those also included on the drive?
Yes.
Okay. The CastViz program that you used at that time, and we're talking about springtime of 2023, we'll call it April for now, if that's fair. What training had you received by then to do this CastViz program?
The 2019 training.
Okay. With the CastViz program, what's the first thing that you did?
Once the program is open, you can drag and drop the CDR records into the program.
CDR means call detail records.
Right.
Did you do just 48-hour records or did you do full records in April of 2023?
I only did the 48-hour records.
When you put the records in, those are the call detail records, and those relate to what?
To the phone that the records were coming back to.
The number you associated with Brian Kohberger.
Right.
Okay. So you put that record in, the tower locations are already part of the call detail record that you put in?
Yes.
Is that something that you have electronic on your computer and then you open your CastViz program and just import it into the program?
Yes, AT&T provides both PDF and text documents of the file, and I use the text document.
When you do that, what gets exported?
Nothing. At that point, nothing is exported or created that I know of.
Can you export the session that you're working on?
You can export a session log, yes.
Did you do that?
No.
How did you create screenshots?
By using the built-in Windows snip tool, as well as the built-in Windows game console, I believe they call it the game bar, which is just accessed by hitting Windows G. That allows you to record your screen.
Are those the only 2 things you did, is screen clip and screen record?
Yes.
How many times did you use call detail records in the CastBiz program?
Probably a dozen times. I'm not entirely sure.
How many times did you use the CastBiz program in relation to Brian Kohberger's call detail records?
I don't know.
More than once?
I recall doing it for the grand jury because I wasn't the main lead in the call detail records investigation.
You weren't the main person with the call detail records, but you put them in the CastBiz program anyway?
For the grand jury, I was requested.
Okay. You weren't the main guy with the call detail records or with the CastBiz programming. Did I understand that much right?
There was another investigator that was doing that.
Okay. But you end up involved in it somehow in April of 2023, is that right?
That's why I was asked to examine the data to provide that for the grand jury.
Well, you're asked by somebody else who's actually doing this part of the investigation in the case to produce something for the grand jury to use. And I'm curious about what you relied on, to get to that point. I want to know all the records you relied on, all of the emails, all of the conversations you relied on to produce this thing that you're not the expert for.
So I wrote the affidavit for the AT&T records, received the AT&T records. Those records were also given to another investigator who was the main investigator doing the CDR records. Prosecution then asked me to provide or create some type of visualization of the call detail records and examine the call detail records for the 4 hours in question.
You've taken the CAST training, is that right?
Yes.
And you know there's a way to save your session, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's also a way just to hit reset and delete your session. Do you know that part too?
Mm-hmm.
And back in April, when you were creating something for the grand jury, you hit reset. Is that right?
Or I just deleted the files out of it. I don't remember if I hit reset or delete. You can delete them individually as well.
You don't remember which thing you did?
I do.
But you decided to delete what you'd created.
I don't know. I didn't delete anything. I didn't create the session log, so I don't know how I was doing it.
The record, the AT&T record still exists. You didn't delete that.
Correct.
But the session, when you put that in to the CastBiz program, and it does its thing with the call detail records, which includes tower references, you either deleted that session or you chose to reset. Did I understand that right?
Didn't create a session log. I don't know how I would delete it. I just removed the reference to the file, the main file, from the software at some point. I don't know when I did that. You can close the software without hitting reset or delete.
And then it would just stay there.
I deleted that.
And you can also export your session if you get interrupted and you want to come back and work on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do that? No. You were in this CastBiz program, at least for a while, creating exhibits that would be relied on. Is that right?
Yes.
On more than one occasion. Is that right?
Yes.
But you didn't save your work.
You did not create a session log. I did not see the need.
Would you agree I can't see what you did without your session log? Can't examine what you did without your session log?
It's there to create the visualizations for the exhibits. That's what I use CastBiz.
But I can't see what you did. Is that right? Is that right?
No.
No, it's not right, or no, I can't see what you did.
You cannot, but I could take those cell data or call data records, put them into CastBiz again. The results would be what they are because we're still using the same records from AT&T to create
Have you done that?
these records.
Yes.
No.
Any reason to save the settings?
No.
Could this be recreated or redone in the same fashion?
Yes, I can, again, open the software, drag the CDRs back in, and in a very short time it is generated.
And it would give you the same information?
Yes.
Is that why you didn't save it?
Yes.
Did you make contact with the Idaho Department of Transportation to talk about some of the cameras that cover main roads coming into and out of Mossville?
Yes.
And did you attempt to make preservation of any items?
Yeah.
What items did you want preserved?
I was trying to see if they had saved video or still images from those files.
What did you learn?
That they do not retain those.
When you say they do not retain those, do you mean they don't retain videos or pictures or both?
Both.
Did you do a preservation for anything?
Not recall studying actually the preservation letter out.
I'll be posting a video in a little bit breaking down everything that went down today if you guys don't understand some of the things that they were saying. So stay tuned for that. Make sure to follow if you guys are not following me already, and I will talk to you in a few. Hey guys, let's do a deep dive into everything that took place in Brian Kohberger's court hearing today. First off, if you guys missed the court hearing for today and want to watch it, click the playlist down below and watch the video before this one. It's the entire court hearing, just cut down a little bit. I kind of cut out some of the silent parts so that it's easier and quicker for you guys to watch. Ann Taylor, Brian Kohberger's defense attorney, she is doing what every single public defender and defense attorney does. She is picking at everything. She's trying to make the witness feel and seem incompetent and trying to create any type of chaos that she can to make Brian Kohberger's case look better. The first thing that she was discussing was the fact that she only just got certain cell phone records and data yesterday. Obviously, this process does take a while. She has been asking for things. She's been getting things as the prosecution has been getting things. And she did get the cell phone records yesterday. It wasn't as quickly as she wanted, but she did receive them. She just wanted to make it clear in the courtroom today that she just received those cell phone records yesterday, possibly trying to make it look like the prosecution is trying to hide something, or to imply that the people that were investigating and working on this case to gather and collect information and evidence may have some type of corruption. So I think that that was her reasoning for bringing that up today, to make it seem like there's this big thing going on behind the scenes. Because if this case ends up not going in the defense's favor at the very end, they can always run back to this specific court appearance and be like, hey, it took us so long to get some of this stuff. They can claim mistrial, they can claim that they weren't prepared, all of this stuff down the line. And I think that she is being smart and she just wanted this on the record. And then Ann Taylor basically was questioning the detective as to why he did not capture certain images from the road. You could tell that the detective was kind of getting flustered, kind of getting confused, because she was really interrogating him to an extent, but he ultimately stated that some of the images were not captured because they were not relevant. You know, that is what the defense does. They try to make it seem like the witness is incompetent. They try to confuse the witness, try to get the witness to slip up, so that way they can use that mistake in their favor. And you can have a very honest and trustworthy witness, but the defense will do anything in their power to make them say the wrong thing, but the right thing for them. Ann Taylor was also talking about the fact that the database software thing that the detective used to get all of his information together and stuff like that to make maps and things, she doesn't have that original file that was exported, but he was saying that he didn't necessarily need to save and export the original file because he can just do it over again and get the same result. But she kept on trying to get him to slip up by repeating the same question over and over again. I can't see your work without the original file. I can't see this without seeing, you know, that original thing that you did. But he kept on saying, you don't need to see the original thing because I can just redo it and get the same exact outcome. So again, she's just trying to create doubt. She's trying to create confusion. She's trying to make it seem like they're withholding information and evidence and stuff like that. But in reality, I really don't think that this hearing went as much in her favor as she was expecting it to. Because at the end of the day, the detective did answer her questions. Some of the camera footage that she was referring to and asking about was not relevant to this case, and all of the detectives' work in the database can be redone, and they will expect the same outcome. And there seems to be some confusion online regarding the detective saying that there was no still photos or video captured. Again, that's the defense trying to trick people. The detective is referring to there being no still photos or videos on certain roads that the defense attorney was asking about. So the defense is asking, why didn't he capture certain roads' camera images? Well, he's saying because they were not important, they were not relevant, and that there was no photos or videos of Brian Kohberger's car on those roads. Just those specific roads, not the other roads where Brian Kohberger's car allegedly was seen. Make sure to follow if you guys are not following me already, and I will talk to you in a few. Hey guys, so Brian Kohberger was back in the courtroom today for more witness testimonies. I'm going to play some of the important clips from today's hearing right now, and I'm going to do a breakdown later on. So if you don't understand anything that's happening during this hearing from these key takeaways, make sure to click the playlist down below and watch the next video where I break everything down for you guys.
Will you tell us your occupation?
I am currently employed by the Moscow Police Department as the detective corporal.
What experience do you have prior to Moscow Police Department?
I was served in the military for 6 years. 3 of those were as a commissioned officer in the military police corps.
How long have you been with Moscow Police Department?
6 years.
We're here to talk about the case of the state of Idaho versus Brian Kohberger. Have you worked on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your role in that case?
I was assigned as the case agent for Moscow PD for that investigation.
Does case agent mean you're the person in charge?
Yes, ma'am.
If I called you the lead detective, would that be a term that means the same thing as person in charge and
Yes,
case
ma'am.
agent?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. What were your general responsibilities as the lead detective in the case?
So when I became case agent, I was assigned to work the command post that was established at the Moscow Police Department, along with my partners in Iowa State Police and the FBI. We managed the command post and directed the general direction of the whole investigation.
Would that mean you would be a person to write warrants and affidavits in support of warrants?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct or direct interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you search for a suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the go-to person or the person in charge for evidence that would be brought into Moscow Police Department to support the case?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Who's in charge?
That would have been our evidence custodian.
As the lead detective, were you aware of the evidence that would be under the control of the evidence custodian?
Not entirely. I was made aware of basically the most pertinent evidence that was coming in, but I was not aware of every single piece of evidence that was brought into the police.
Okay. During the course of, the investigation from November 13th forward, was there videos that were collected, like a video canvas done of the community?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Is that something you were involved in?
No, ma'am, I was not involved in the direct collection of those videos.
Who is responsible for the video collection and knowing what videos exist?
So the way that worked was individual investigators who went out in the community and collected those videos, brought them back to the police department and provided them to our digital forensics office, and then they were later booked in through that channel.
So the digital forensics office would be the responsible entity to receive these pieces of video surveillance, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, I would say it was a dropping off point for those pieces, yes.
And who is that person?
That was a joint effort between Detective Mowry and several people within the FBI.
Which people within the FBI?
I do not remember.
Detective Payne, I'm asking because last week, Detective Mowry told us that he wasn't in charge of these videos, and I need to know what they are. Do you have any idea who the FBI agents are that were also in charge of this?
I think we could certainly find that out for you, yes, ma'am. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, I'm going to need to do that. Let's talk a little bit about what surveillance is out there. These were cameras from different businesses, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, as well as some private residences.
Let's focus on the businesses for just a minute. Those would be collected at main points in Moscow where you might find a person of interest, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. We canvassed pretty much the entire city of Moscow looking for places that were willing to or could provide us video.
And was it also important to think about if somebody were to come into or leave Moscow, the kind of video cameras you might find on those areas?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
And that would be the east-west road between Moscow and Pullman, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Referring to SR-270/Pullman Road. They wanted that to refer to.
I know that as the Moscow-Pullman highway.
Yep.
I think that's the same thing, or Highway 8.
Works for me.
And that goes from Pullman out towards Troy in that area.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also important in that video collection would be the north-south Highway 95, the north end of Moscow and the south part of Moscow. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you collected business videos or had that done, but who I need to talk to about this would be Detective Mowry or an unnamed FBI agent. Do I
Or
understand that?
the agents who were the officers, investigators who collected that specific video with written reports, to the best of my knowledge, stating such that they collected video from X, Y, and Z. That would be the best person to speak to about that particular video.
But if they collected it and gave it to Moscow Police Department or the digital evidence people, isn't it your department that I'd be looking at and say, where is this now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'm going to talk about some of those specific ones, but you brought up residential cameras in that canvas as well. Are you talking about things like Ring cameras?
Yes, ma'am. Ring cameras and other sorts of private security systems that people may have had.
Ring cameras have a way of sending out a notice to Ring camera owners to check their data. Is that right?
I believe so.
Was that done in this case?
I do not remember if that was done or not.
Are you familiar with some of the Ring cameras or home surveillance videos in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
In particular, I think your affidavit talked about one on Indian Hills Road. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How did that camera come to your attention?
I believe Detective Vargas works for MPD. She contacted the residents at that, the person who lived at that residence, and they provided that camera footage to Detective Vargas.
Do you know why she contacted them?
I believe it was part of just the video canvas, best of my knowledge.
I just want to clarify what's in your probable cause affidavit. Does your probable cause affidavit state that Kohberger or White Elantra went on US 95 south of Moscow?
No, it's not.
Okay. What does it state?
Memory serves states that the next time, well, it states that a vehicle was seen leaving the area of the crime scene, King Road, leaving via Walenta Drive, which heads south from that area, and then terminates on Conestoga at Moose River Drive. That's what the probable cause affidavit states.
And to your knowledge, are there other paths of travel south of Moscow besides US 95?
Yes.
Did you attempt to obtain surveillance on that path of travel that doesn't go through 95?
Yes, we did.
And were you successful?
I don't believe we were.
Are you testifying that Mr. Kohberger did not use Highway 95 south of Moscow on November 13th?
I'm testifying that there are various routes that a person could take south of Moscow to include Highway 95. There are also several others.
I understand that you had a lot of help on canvassing and collecting things. There was a lot to do. But as the lead agent and the lead department, is there some kind of inventory of these videos, like a general inventory that would help you know what you have and why you don't have the relevant timeframes?
The inventory that would be most useful to you is the inventory of evidence that has been booked into the Moscow Police Department. That's the inventory.
And there was a part of the affidavit where you talked about 2011 to 2013 Elantras, and then it expanded to 2016 to include the year 2016 Elantras.
Yes, ma'am.
What I want to know first is what you relied on to expand that search from 2013 to include 14, 15, and 16.
That information was provided to FBI Special Agent Imel. He's a vehicle identification specialist. He used snapshots from the previously mentioned surveillance videos, and that was his determination on the types of vehicles we should be looking for, rather the year range we should look for.
Is there anything else you relied on to obtain that second search to compose your affidavit?
Like I said earlier, we relied on cell phone records from surviving roommates as well as the victims. We relied on interviews with the two surviving roommates that were present at the time. We relied on the surveillance footage, cell phone data. I have to go paragraph by paragraph, but that's what jumps to mind.
Your Honor, recall Siren.
Okay, thank you. I have a handful of different jobs, but primarily for my role here, I do a lot of consulting, analysis, and evaluating geolocation data as it pertains to mobile devices. I would say, in my opinion, looking at what's been produced, probably 2 or 3% is missing, but it's not the amount of data or the time of the data, it's the locations of the data. Some of the most significant locations in this case, we're missing some data.
Those significant locations, have they been depicted or captured on the CAS draft report?
They have.
And tell me what those locations are. What are we missing?
I am unable to find any measurements along, I believe it's 270, the Moscow-Pullman Road. If you drove the most direct route from Pullman to Moscow or vice versa, pretty much as soon as you're leaving Pullman to the time that you arrive in Moscow, we are missing that entire stretch. If there's ever been a case that we need to look at, what does it look like when a phone travels from Pullman to Moscow? This is probably the case. We have the neighborhood around the crime scene, but we don't have the crime scene. Normally, that wouldn't be too terribly significant because if it's a flat area, there's not a lot of vegetation or mountains, you could probably interpret the same. The location of this crime scene is very unique because it sits on a mountain. Part of it is shielded by a mountain. There's a lot of other big, thick, dense apartment buildings there. Your phone is going to behave differently inside of that residence than it might on the road behind the residence or in front of the residence. I can't find any drive test data that actually encapsulates any part of the property. There is a significant gap that I believe there's something malfunctioning in the equipment, or the operators are just not paying attention. I can't tell you which one it is. So in this case, the calibration records to show that that device is functioning properly are really critical.
Do we have those calibration records on the device that was, well, was there more than one device used?
There's actually 2 devices used.
And was this drive test done on just one day? Is this a one-time shot?
No, I think there's maybe 5 days total that I've seen drive test data collected. It's not uncommon for there to be errors. If I saw a report and said it came in and it had 2 errors, it's not the end of the world. The sky doesn't fall. You have to get into the documentation to see what those errors were. Normally, the device kind of self-calibrates itself. If you know what you're looking at, the major concerns that you would see, the calibration is off, it becomes very obvious because results are really flawed. That's where I have a concern in this case, is we have what I consider a significant chunk of data for specifically a location where the instrument is running. There's no doubt it's functioning, but it's not properly collecting AT&T data, which is concerning as to why. I've had a concern since the very first day I saw the CAS draft report that there are significant errors in the drive testing. It was before I even saw the drive testing. I can look at the coverage areas, I can tell you they're wrong. So yes, it's not a concern that they're wrong. People make mistakes, we can fix things. It's a concern that I still don't have the source data that any expert, not just myself, but anybody could sit down and look at and say, okay, I see what's happening here. Here's how we fix this. Unfortunately, that mistake has a ripple effect, and I'm seeing multiple errors that are happening as a result.
So that's why this data is important, is we've reached a point that we need to determine, is this just human error? Is this accidental? Is it intentional? Is there other things at play here that's changing this narrative to where there's clearly some manipulation of the original data?
As always, make sure that you guys continue following me for more updates on this case. I will keep you guys updated. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, so Brian Kohberger appeared back in the courtroom today for 2 more witness testimonies. If you didn't watch that, click the playlist down below and watch the video before this one if you want to see clips from that. But right now I'm going to give a breakdown, just a very quick explanation of what went down today for anyone that may not have understood, or for anyone who just doesn't want to watch that video. So the 2 witnesses that appeared today on the stand was Brett Payne. He's the lead detective and the one who wrote the affidavit, the arrest affidavit for Brian Kohberger. And we also had Cy Ray, who is this cell phone analysis expert. So Brett Payne, the lead detective in this case, was questioned by Ann Taylor, the defense attorney, because she wants to know who he is, what his background is, what his experience is, and how he got to where he got regarding Brian Kohberger being connected to these crimes. She was also curious about all of the surveillance footage that they obtained. Apparently they have footage from businesses, residential areas, people's houses, highways, things like that, and she doesn't have a lot of the footage from, you know, the stuff that they collected. Brett Payne, the lead detective, is saying that he submitted everything to the prosecution, the state, and they should have that. Ann Taylor saying she doesn't have some of it. She's, you know, citing a couple of different videos and stuff like that that she's saying that she doesn't have. Brett Payne ultimately says that all of the footage is also stored in some type of database, so if she needs access to it, she can have access to all of the surveillance footage that they collected. There was, I guess, 12 people that were out collecting surveillance footage from neighborhoods, from highways, from businesses and stuff like that, and she does have the ability to access all of that, and he can give her the permission to do that. Ann Taylor is also claiming that some of the surveillance footage that she received does not coincide with the time periods that she was expecting the surveillance footage to be from. She's saying that some of the time periods were from 5 o'clock in the morning, some were from 6 to 7, and she needs footage from the time that they are trying to say that Brian Kohberger was out committing these crimes and then driving back home. I agree with her in this aspect. You can't say, oh, Brian Kohberger was driving on this street at 2:30 in the morning, but then show surveillance footage from 6 to 7 o'clock in the morning from that street. You know, you kind of have to be a little bit more accurate with the time frames. But again, Brett Payne is adamant that they have all of the surveillance footage that they collected in a database that she will have access to, so hopefully she will get access to that and we can put some of this like questioning regarding surveillance footage to bed. Brett Payne also stated that he got all of his information and they were able to pin this suspect as being Brian Kohberger due to interviews. They spoke to the 2 surviving roommates, cell phone data, things like that, surveillance footage. That is how they ultimately linked Brian Kohberger to these crimes. Ann Taylor was also trying to poke holes in the white Hyundai Elantra thing. Remember how at the beginning of this investigation, law enforcement was asking for anyone who knows someone who has a white Hyundai Elantra to come forward between the years 2011 to 2013? Well, Brian Kohberger doesn't have a white Hyundai Elantra between those years. He has a white Hyundai Elantra of a later year. Well, Brett Payne was saying that a vehicle expert actually came out and stated that they shouldn't be looking for a 2011 to 2013 model of a white Hyundai Elantra, because in reality, the surveillance footage that the vehicle expert watched and seen could be a white Hyundai Elantra of any year. And then Cy Ray takes the stand. We've been hearing a little bit about Cy Ray, the defense's cell phone expert, whatever the case may be. He's saying that something malfunctioned, whether it was intentional, whether it just, you know, shut down for a period of time. There's a chunk of information and data that is missing from the night of the crimes between the cell phone and AT&T that they're missing that is very important in this case. Now, I don't know if this has anything to do with his phone being off. I know that they were saying in the affidavit that his phone was off for a certain amount of time, so I'm wondering if this 2 to 3% of data that's missing has something to do with his cell phone being off. I have no idea. But ultimately, that is all we really got from this hearing today. Ann Taylor is still ultimately requesting information. She's still requesting surveillance footage, and she's basically trying to make it seem that law enforcement and detectives did not do a proper job investigating into this case. She's trying to plant those seeds of doubt so that when trial comes, she can present all of this in Brian Kohberger's favor. But will it actually work? Who knows? Make sure to continue following me for information and updates on this case. Again, if you want to watch the important clips from this hearing, it's like a 3+ hour hearing, but I did cut it down and broke everything up into like a 9-minute video. If you guys want to watch that, it's in the playlist down below, the video before this one. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, so we have yet another delay in the Brian Kohberger case, as his defense attorney Ann Taylor has requested that the original hearing for the change of venue that was set for June 27, 2024 be moved to August. Her reasoning: the defense expert Dr. Edelman needs an additional 6 weeks to finish conducting surveys as well as analyzing that data. According to this document, Ann Taylor says that the prosecutor's office has no objection to this change of date. This request was ultimately approved by Judge John Judge and is now going to take place on August 29th, 2024. So now we have like a 2+ month delay here, which is so annoying. But they got to do this right. They want to do it right the first time around. So they're being very, very careful. And we just got to be patient and hope that this thing will take place, hopefully by summertime of next year. But it's not really looking like that's going to happen. As always, let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case. And I will talk to you guys later. As always, if you guys want to read these documents, here they are. This is Ann Taylor's request for the hearing scheduled for June 27, 2024 to be postponed to August 29th, 2024. This is page 2, where she explains why she wants that June hearing to be postponed to August. And then this is the document where Judge John Judge ultimately approves the change of date, as well as setting new deadlines. Ethan Chapin's mother, Stacy Chapin, came out in a new interview to state where she is at in her journey of grief and basically explains why she is not choosing to follow this Brian Kohberger case trial. A few people were kind of confused by her choosing to separate from this entire trial, but to me, I think that it's very powerful. I think that it's very strong of her to choose happiness over being stuck in this place from 2022 where she is just depressed and constantly upset over the death of her child. I just feel like her choosing to keep going, pick up the pieces, and continue moving forward for her children and for her family, that takes a lot of strength, a lot of courage, and I really do commend her.
Ethan honestly was like everything that you see him in a photo.
Right.
I mean, of the 3 kids, you know, because he was a triplet. I don't know if everybody knows that, but you know, he was kind of the clown, but he was that way from the very beginning. Easygoing, kind. He always had his brother and sister, you know, kind of top of mind. He just had this warm personality. You know, I love to give big hugs, but he had this momentous personality. I mean, or magnanimous, maybe that's a better word for him. You know, you just kind of loved being in a room with him. And I think of all of the kids and people that have been kind of interviewed through this process, everybody kind of says the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, he just made you feel welcome and you included. And I mean, it goes all the way back to like kindergarten. It's easy to talk about him because he just was this incredible kid. It's hard to understand why somebody like Ethan, you know, kind of isn't here anymore. I don't know how to say that, but yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah.
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a detective. I'm not the FBI. I feel like the investigation was in very good hands, but it is true. We legitimately don't know any more than anybody else. The affidavit that was issued a very long time ago, which is, you know, is the same thing that we know. There isn't a trial date.
Okay.
They have requested, the prosecutors wanted it this summer, but the defense has asked for it to be next summer. So, you know, you're out as far as summer of 2025. So we have a family friend who he's a prosecutor in town. He's a kid I graduated with. And he's just somebody that allows us to check in kind of, you know, regarding, you know, the hearings and the things that go on. And he just is like, just settle in, Chapin family, because it's just going to be a long haul. It's just how this type of trial is going to go. And you don't want mistakes made along the way. So we just have to be okay with it. Right. And it doesn't, again, the outcome is going to be the outcome, whether it's tomorrow or 3 years from now, right?
Yeah.
We don't have any, you know, we can't change that part of it. And so you just really have to decide where you're going to spend your energy. And for our family personally, it isn't there. Again, I feel fortunate for the time that we had with him. I mean, God, would I love to have him back? That's a ridiculous question, right? But Jim and I tell this story of, and maybe you've seen me talk about it, but I think it's really important, is about March of 2023. So it was like 5 months, right? We put the kids back in school, and Jim and I had kind of gotten into a routine, if you will, of like getting up over morning coffee and, you know, just trying to figure out how we're going to navigate, you know, life in the day. And I was often, there were lots of tears shed over morning coffee. But then one day we just realized that, we really only had two choices. And one was to just literally curl up and call it a day, which isn't an option. Or, basically from this day forward, we're going to start putting the pieces back together. That is something that I have heard people kind of, that it's resonated. Like I didn't realize I had a choice. Yeah. So, it was just time. It's just figuring out where to put him. Initially, and this was actually really good advice that just days after this thing had happened, I was having a hard time understanding, what do I do with Ethan?
Right.
Obviously not his physical self, but his presence and the fact that he was here yesterday and not today. His being, his spiritual self. What do I do with this kid? And my aunt called me, who had been a chaplain at Harborview, which is a big hospital up in Seattle, for years and years. And she goes, this might sound funny, but literally just tuck him under your arm like a football and carry him with you until you have time or the wherewithal to figure out what to do with him. And it was just really something for me that was very profound in the moment. I'm like, okay, I can actually do that. His physical being, it's funny. We tell this story of what to do with him. His physical, his ashes, we all wear him. We all had custom jewelry made that they put a little tiny bit of, so, we just have done things like that. Where is he? He's in a good spot, right? He's no longer under my arm. I don't have to carry. I can acknowledge that he's gone.
Absolutely.
He's happy. We're glad Xana's with him. We were fortunate to spend a summer with Xana. She was super sweet. She was beautiful. It's weird. You just think whatever makes you comfortable, right? In the process. And so, the fact that they're together, that's wonderful. I don't know,
Yeah.
that is an interesting question. Yeah.
No,
right. At the time, I just didn't know what to do with him, but you go through this, we're a year and a half out and he, his spirit is up there. I don't think decisions or grief or anything has to be we can't qualify it or quantify it.
Yeah.
You just literally put it with you and take it with you and, you process it as you go. It's this evolving thing. I'm incredibly thankful for the relationship I have with my husband. He's one in a million. That guy, so between the two of us, we have an incredible marriage, and that has been a huge piece of this because,
Wow.
he leans on me and I lean on him on those days. I guess my grief personally has been kind of an evolution of, we're a year and a half into this now. And, it's always going to be difficult, I think. But it does get a little bit, tiny bit easier every single day.
Good morning, everyone. So a new document has dropped in the Brian Kohberger case, and it's Judge John Judge basically giving the defense permission to share information pertaining to IGG with their team. Judge John Judge writes that based on the May 30th, 2024 hearing, the sealed order for disclosure of IGG information and protection order is amended as follows. The judge writes that the defense's counsel, the defendant, and the 3 IGG defense experts will be allowed to view the IGG materials provided by the state. Judge John Judge is also allowing the defense investigators to view the IGG material provided by the state as well. Any further dissemination of the materials or information contained within the materials must first be approved by the court after a showing by the defense as to why such individual needs the information for the preparation of the defense at trial. Additionally, no individual on Brian Kohberger's family tree who is not previously known to the defense via the defense's own investigation may be contacted by the defense or any agent of the defense without prior authorization from the court after a showing as to why such contact is necessary and material to the preparation of the defense. The defense's mitigation expert who has created her own family tree and who does not have access to any of the IGG information may continue her mitigation investigation, including contacting the defendant's immediate family members and other related individuals. I'm hoping that this prevents further delays in the future and gives Ann Taylor and her team enough information to properly prepare for trial. Because let's face it, we don't want to continue waiting around as Ann Taylor asks for information, as Ann Taylor asks for permission to share certain things due to the gag order. We just want this case going. We want the ball rolling, and hopefully this is a step forward. As always, make sure to follow for more updates on this case. I will continue to keep you guys updated as new information and documents come out. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I will talk to you guys later. Good morning, everyone. So we have a new document that has dropped in the Brian Kohberger case. I'm going to read it if anyone's interested right now. It's basically just a scheduling hearing date, and they're going to discuss potential dates for future events down the line. It says a scheduling hearing is set for June 27, 2024 at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. This hearing will be open to the public and will be live streamed on the court's YouTube channel, which means I will also be posting it here on my page. Counsel should be prepared to address scheduling dates, including a briefing schedule and oral argument dates for pretrial motions, including motions to suppress, motions to lamine, and any motions challenging the death penalty. Expert disclosure deadlines will also be set. A trial setting, deadlines for filling pretrial materials such as proposed jury instructions, jury questionnaires, witness lists, and exhibit lists. And finally, sentencing disclosure deadlines will also be discussed at this hearing. My fingers are crossed that after this scheduling hearing on the 27th, we're going to make some pretty big strides forward in this case, but we'll see, because there's always something setting us back that comes down the line. As always, make sure to follow for more updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you guys later. Hey guys, so I wanted to talk about the Brian Kohberger case because there's a lot of people still online claiming that the roommates had something to do with these crimes due to a rumor that started circulating at the beginning of this case that people were called to the home before the crimes were committed to law enforcement. This is not true, and Ann Taylor's witness that took the stand a couple of weeks ago actually stated that this was not true. Take a listen.
Massive media coverage saturating this county with prejudicial pretrial holds.
How about to social media?
It was also spread through social media, and people have talked about it on social media.
And do you know if misinformation and rumors ended up as a result of this information shared right from the start?
Yes, and the reason I looked at this and knew it was because in the media coverage, they discussed the spreading of rumors on social media. For example, a professor who was accused by a psychic of being responsible for this. Other references to questioning the implication of people knew about the crime before it was reported to the police, and so on. So there's been quite a bit of discussion, spread of rumors, misinformation all over social media, which you'd expect in small communities such as this.
I've said this from the beginning. I truly do not believe the two surviving roommates had anything to do with these crimes. As someone who used to live with 6 other people, there would be nights where I would hear a bang. There would be nights where someone invited someone over, someone slept over, there would be noises, whatever the case may be. My initial thought was never to think, oh my God, someone's getting killed in my home. And as a college student living in a party house, that would never be your first thought when you hear noises. Now, granted, Dylan did say that she heard what sounded like crying. She may have thought that it was something else in the moment and said, oh yeah, maybe it was crying afterwards. Like, once you find out what actually went down, you start reanalyzing what you were hearing. I think that it's possible that Dylan was told what happened to her roommates by law enforcement, and she was able to go back and think about those noises and maybe reevaluate what they actually were. But do I think that she really thought that there was crying going on in the middle of the night, that someone was killing her roommates? I really don't think so. And also, I'm sorry, but as a college student, if you knew that people, your roommates specifically, were out late the night prior, waking up and them being, in their rooms behind a locked door or closed door, sleeping would be normal. You wouldn't think, oh, they're dead behind the door. You would think, okay, they were out late, they were sleeping. And to put the pressure on these 2 young girls that they should have gotten up, they should have checked their roommates, they should have done this, they should have done that. You guys have no right to tell them what they should have or could have done. That would have costed them their lives most likely. And I just think that you guys are putting such an unrealistic expectation and weight on these 2 girls' shoulders. As always, make sure to follow for more updates on this case. I will continue to keep you guys updated as things come out. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I will talk to you later. Hey guys, so for anyone who has been following the Brian Kohberger case, did you guys know that Brian Kohberger's father actually called the police on him back in 2014? Well, yep, he certainly did. In 2014, Brian was actually in a drug and rehab facility getting treated because he had an issue with addiction. And when he returned back home to Pennsylvania where his family lived, he was accused of stealing his sister Melissa's phone that was worth $400. He actually went to the mall and sold it for $200. And when his father found out about it and basically questioned him, Brian Kohberger said, don't do anything stupid, in a very creepy way. This is all public record, and the police were called and they did respond, and Brian Kohberger did in fact take his sister's phone, bring it to the mall, and sell it for $200. Also, according to new reports, one of Brian Kohberger's sisters allegedly went to her father and said, we have an issue. What if Brian Kohberger has something to do with the 1122 King Road homicides in Moscow, Idaho? And there's quotes around this indicating that this is something that she actually said. She says, Dad, we have a real problem. I'm starting to think that Brian could be involved in these killings. And allegedly, Brian Kohberger's father, Michael, didn't want to confront it. He didn't want to acknowledge it or even think about this. He turned around and walked away. Brian Kohberger's family knows him the best, arguably, and we know that the police were called on him once, but who knows of all the other instances where the police weren't called, where he may have been acting weird, where he may have been raging, where he could have done something suspicious to, hurt his family in any way, whether it's stealing their things or making weird threats. I think that a lot of people who are now defending Brian Kohberger are choosing to ignore the fact that he does have a somewhat checkered past. No, he hasn't spent years in prison, months in prison like other criminals who go to jail, come out, reoffend, but his actions and stuff in the past would arguably indicate that he is capable of doing something to this magnitude, of killing 4 people. And let me just remind you guys, when Brian Kohberger first got arrested, a ton of people that knew him in the past started coming out of the woodworks and discussing all of his red flags, some of the things that they always thought were odd about him. And they said that they're not shocked that he did this. So yes, on one hand, Brian Kohberger is innocent until proven guilty. However, the facts and a majority of the evidence is against him. He didn't enter a plea. He waived his right to have a speedy trial and has chosen to sit in jail for over 2 years. That's not something that someone who's innocent and had nothing to do with a crime of this magnitude does. And to everyone saying, oh my God, someone else was involved, other people were involved. If other people were involved, Brian Kohberger would have made some type of deal to expose whoever else was involved. He's a criminal justice major. He's not going to choose to sit in jail facing the death penalty because he's trying to cover for someone else or other people. That's not even smart, and I don't think that that's even slightly possible. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I will keep you guys updated as soon as new documents come out. I'll talk to you guys later. Hey everyone, Brian Kohberger just got out of the courtroom today. Today he did have a scheduling hearing, if anyone didn't know. I'm going to play some of the important clips from today's hearing. If you guys missed it and want to watch it and don't want to have to watch the entire thing, take a listen, and then later on we will do a full in-depth breakdown and discussion of what went down today. So make sure to follow for that. Take a listen.
So we're here for a scheduling order, and I think we're about 13 months from the arraignment. And I think at this point, this is my opinion, that we're getting to a point of diminishing returns. And I sent to counsel last Friday on a proposed scheduling order for a lot of things, deadlines, including setting the trial. And so I also have set this hearing so that we can discuss this and see where everybody is. So let me start with the state. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. We've reviewed the court's proposed scheduling order with the attorney team, and we are agreeable to it. It makes sense that we do the trial in the summertime when high school is out across the street and when the university is out and the conflicting activities. And the schedule that Your Honor proposes is acceptable to the state. I would note just a minor detail that June 19th is also a legal holiday. The court specified July 4th that as a legal holiday, we wouldn't be able to hold trial, but
Sure.
19th as well. Other than that, we have no objection.
I mean, as I went through all of this, I mean, there's going to be a lot of motions, a lot of hearings, a lot of work. There already has been a significant amount of work, as we all know. And when I tried to balance this out, I do think it was it's pretty fair, balanced, and I hope realistic.
Your Honor, first, I know the court has listed this as taking place in Latah County. We haven't been heard on our change of venue yet. That's to come
Totally
in
understand
August.
that.
So I don't want anybody thinking I'm agreeing to Latah County is all. The June of 2025, that's the time frame that we have been working towards. I am hopeful that we can come in there. We're working towards that date. I think it's reasonable to set that date. As the court's aware, mitigation is something that takes a significant amount of time. We've had that underway since the day we took this case. We continue to work that very hard. I spoke with our mitigation expert last night about this date. And there's a lot of work yet to be done, but we're still working towards that. So I think it's reasonable to set that. I just want the court to know that that's not finished at this point. That's very much ongoing, and new things are coming out that we need to follow up. But with that said, I think it's reasonable to go ahead and pick the June of 2025 as a trial date at this time.
I was calculating 2 weeks to set the jury, then 8 weeks of trial, and then 2 weeks for mitigation and sentencing. And I mean, that's a guess, but I think it's enough time for all of those things to take care of. And obviously, the last 2 weeks would only be if Mr. Kohberger was convicted.
I do want to bring up a couple of issues I have with some of the deadlines. I looked this over. Our team has talked about it. I've gone over this with Mr. Kohberger. I do have a couple of concerns about the deadlines, and I'll just bring those up to the court for the court's consideration. As far as motions challenging the death penalty, and that's in right under motion practice letter A that the court has on its draft, we can have a lot of those filed by September 5th. I would note for the court that that's ahead of the state's final discovery date, and that's ahead of the state's deadline to produce its aggravation case that it will use. We can meet this September 5th deadline, but we're going to ask the court to give us a little leeway when there's something new that comes our way. If there's an amendment to a motion or a new motion that becomes relevant based on something new, with like a 2-week window after receiving something new to file that. But the bulk of it we can get in by the deadline that the court has asked here, and that's just not a problem.
Sure, I understand that. I mean, I looked at that. I wanted to have that early because, you know, it's a bigger question.
Yeah.
And I was aware of the Ross case. I think you had 16 motions in that case. So I wanted to sort of address those issues early.
Your Honor, we can definitely do that. We can address a lot of things early. We just don't want to be precluded from bringing an amended motion or a new motion if something new is filed that would have been relevant to something we've already filed.
I'm not going to prevent you from doing that.
Perfect. Thank you.
You can certainly do them earlier if you'd like to. I would encourage everybody to do that. Thank you.
On the motions in limine under letter C, the court has suggested February 13th as the date for that. I think in large part we can do some by then, but the exhibits that we'll exchange and witness lists that we'll exchange aren't due until after that. And again, I think there might be additional motions that would be relevant after those things have been exchanged. So if the court wanted to move the whole deadline so we had all of those motions in limine at once, I think that would be reasonable. But if the court wants to keep this deadline, as long as we have the ability to bring more motions in limine based on new filings, we'll be okay with that as well.
Sure. And I was also thinking about, you know, I guess experts, for example, I mean, they may have longer hearings that, you know, we're going to have to work through all of these things. I mean, this is just a structure.
Thank you. The court had listed March 14th as a trial brief date, and that is ahead of some of the other deadlines, recognizing that the trial is the innocence phase and the sentencing phase, if it happens, is the mitigation and aggravation. I would just say this is a fine deadline, but we won't be touching anything to do with our mitigation by then, if that's what the court anticipated.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
We have March 3rd for mitigation. I figured by then you would pretty much have that in hand.
We should. We hope to. That brings
me to the last point I wanted to talk about. The court has proposed setting a mutual exchange of aggravation and mitigation materials, and I'd ask the court to reconsider that. We will aim for our March 3rd deadline. That's our plan right now. If something changes that, then we'll come back and let the court know and talk to counsel. So I'd ask the court to set the date for the state to produce its information much earlier than ours. The state filed its notice a year ago yesterday, and I have a lot of questions about what the state would intend to use to try to establish many of the statutory aggravators they've listed. I know I've heard the court talk about super due process in a capital case, and I think it's appropriate for us to be on notice and be provided discovery, to be provided a full range of what the state intends to use to establish those if we ever get to that point. And I think we need those ahead of our deadline for mitigation. So I'd ask the court to move that deadline up quite a bit earlier. And that's it.
Mr. Thompson, do you have any issues about having the aggravation in advance for a period of time?
No, sir. As long as we will have the option, the ability to supplement that once we see whatever the defense plans to offer in the way of mitigation.
We're all going to be very, very busy. And the more we can resolve certain motions, supplements, whatever we need to do, I'm trying to do this sooner than later. I think this is a great step, okay, to set these deadlines and hearings so that we can move through this.
Hey everyone, so Bryan Kohberger appeared back in the courtroom today. If you guys missed today's hearing, take a look in the playlist down below and watch the video before this one. I posted clips from today's hearing. But in a nutshell, basically what happened today was pretty major. Both sides, the state and the defense, Ann Taylor and Bill Thompson, mutually agreed that they were going to put forward their effort to have a June 2025 trial. And the trial is anticipated to be about 3 months long. Now, Ann Taylor does still have expectations. She still does have deadlines that she wants met. She still does want certain things sent over to her, which, we can understand. She wants to be able to prepare adequately for this trial. But she is 100% on board with planning to be ready by June of 2025, which I think is huge. This is definitely a big step forward, and I'm super thrilled the fact that they were both able to come to the agreement that June of 2025 was a good time to set this trial. This is the document right here. If you guys want to take a look, it states that a jury trial will commence at 8:30 a.m. on June 2nd, 2025 and will run until August 29th, 2025. The times will be 8:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. A final pretrial conference will be held on April 3rd, 2025, and any motions challenging the death penalty shall be filed on or before September 5th, 2024. Any replies will be due by October 24th, 2024. You can pause to read this. This is just some more dates and deadlines. This is page 3 of more dates and deadlines. And the 4th page is just discussing what happens if something is filed after a deadline. If you guys missed today's hearing and want to watch it, click the playlist down below and watch the video before this one. The hearing is there. You guys can watch it here on my page. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I will talk to you guys as soon as we have some new information. Good morning, everyone. Howard Bloom, the author who wrote When the Night Comes Falling, a book on the Idaho student murders, appeared on a podcast/YouTube show last night, and he made some pretty big claims against Bryan Kohberger. He basically said that according to several sources who he trusts, he was told that Bryan Kohberger was attempting to steal a key to some chemistry lab, and he was planning to break in and create a bomb. And this is something that is currently being investigated, allegedly. This is a claim that he made last night. Now, on one hand, I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. When you put this with all of the other things from Bryan Kohberger's past, all of the other things that people said about his past relationships, things that he's done, things that he said, this is a huge red flag. But then on the other hand, I'm thinking, like, how does Howard Bloom know all of this stuff? Because investigators who are investigating an open case, they're not going around discussing this with other people, at least not, the professional ones. Howard Bloom is an author. He wants content. He wants material to continue writing books and to continue having a living. And I just can't bring myself to 100% fully believe anything that he says yet. I'm also interested in knowing who his sources are. There's a gag order in place regarding the Idaho murders. There is not even a trial that started yet. So how does he have all of this information to put together a whole book? And now he has more information pertaining to information about Brian Kohberger allegedly trying to break into a chem lab. Where is he getting all this from? Is Brian Kohberger suspicious? Yes, of course he is. That's just my opinion. But I'm not going to blindly just believe everything that people are saying that goes against him just because it supports my suspicions. That wouldn't be a good way to approach this. So that's going around online. Just wanted to keep you guys updated that that's not confirmed. He even at the end of the interview says that it's not confirmed, but it came from multiple sources that he trusts and multiple credible sources. But we just don't have 100% confirmation right now. So I will continue to keep you guys updated as new things come out about this case. Be mindful of what you're hearing online. It's not always true. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I'll talk to you guys later. Good morning, everyone. So the other day I made a video basically talking about how Howard Bloom is alleging that inside sources told him that Brian Kohberger is now being investigated privately into possibly trying to break into a chem lab and creating some sort of bomb. And I was just questioning the validity of that statement, who are his sources, stuff like that. And a lot of people were saying you would know his sources if you read his book. So I just got his book. And I'm going to read the book right now. I want to find out who his sources are. And if his sources are not in this book, I'm coming for all of you guys. I got my iced coffee from McDonald's. I cheated on Dunkin' today. And I got my bacon, egg, and cheese bagel sandwich as well as a hash brown. So I'm going to eat that real quick. And then I'm going into Barnes & Noble because I want to read this book. I also just want to say right off the bat, look at this book. Like, could he have produced a cheaper book? I mean, it's literally falling apart. And every single one was like that on the shelf. This was actually one of the better ones. So this right here is when Brian Kohberger's father, goes to Pullman, Washington to drive back with Brian to Pennsylvania for winter break. The book says that Michael felt something was up. The two had started to argue, and the sheer scale and intensity of his son's objections threw Michael for a loop. He felt ambushed by the force of Brian's anger. So basically, Michael, Brian's father, had chose to go a specific route from Pullman to Pennsylvania, and last minute Brian switched that up. Over here it says that Brian dug in. It was a volatile dialect Michael had suffered through too many times in the past, so he surrendered to what Brian thought. He said, "You're the boss," blah, blah, blah. This, too, I thought is interesting. According to Brian's web history, he had made a post basically saying, "I feel like an organic sack of meat with no self-worth. I'm starting to view everyone as this. Everything I have ever done makes no sense. How did things get this way? I always feel like I'm not there, completely dispersonalized. Constant thoughts of that, crazy thoughts, delusions of grandeur, poor self-image. It's like I have severe brain damage. I am stuck in the depths of my mind where I have to constantly battle my demons." He then starts going into Brian Kohberger's drug habits. He got into drugs by a girl named Ashley. By 2014, though, he was trying to find a way out to no longer be doing them. And then when Michael drops Brian off for Pullman, Washington to go to school there, Michael basically goes up to someone and says that Brian has a hard time making friends. Maybe you could look out for him. So this is just insight into Brian Kohberger and some of his past. He suffers from, thoughts of depression. He has anger issues, has a hard time connecting and communicating with others. Here we get a story of Brian going to this community club to go swimming. He approached a girl, got a phone number, asked for another girl's phone number. He got it. Brian Kohberger, however, never did call either of the two girls. He never telephoned either of the two women. Perhaps he had lost interest, or maybe he had only wanted to establish that he could get a spark from a pretty woman. So maybe this is part of... you know how people were saying that he might be like Elliot Rodger, he just doesn't like women? I'm wondering if this is an example of that. He got two girls' numbers, yet he never called them, he never texted them, he never reached out. Is that because he just wanted to prove that he could get a girl's number, and he just didn't have any intention of reaching out to them because he didn't like women. I have no idea. This book also talks about Brian Kohberger's first walk through a murder scene, and it's like a staged murder scene where the bodies were like fake, they were mannequins, the blood was red paint, and Brian was immediately hooked. That's when he made up his mind to switch his focus from psychology and head on to graduate school to study criminology. And we went through some of these, I think last year or the year before, some of his things on Reddit. I think he was posting questions like, why did you choose that victim or target over others? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving home? How did you approach the victim or the target after arriving? What steps did you take prior to locating the victim or target? After committing the crime, what were you thinking and feeling? How did you leave the scene? How was your life right before the crime? He's asking these things to get inside the minds of criminals. And it can be argued that it's just because he's a criminology student, but I think that it's also something that can be argued that he just wanted to know because he was planning on potentially doing this down the line. Chapter 6 discusses Brian Kohberger as a doctoral student. It says that while in the classroom, he was a star. He plunked himself down front and center, never hiding in the back rows. Down here, it talks about how he basically would try and, go after anything that female students said when they spoke up. He would go on attack mode, and he would question them, challenge what they were saying, seemed kind of rude. But as the term continued and it became clearer that Brian's combative outbursts were only launched against the women in the seminar, people began to wonder if Brian's taunting was a misogynist weapon. It then goes on to talk about Brian Kohberger as a teacher's assistant, and it talks about how he clashed with Professor Snyder over here. Brian would grade kids very harshly, and he would basically want them to be perfectionists, I guess you can say. He also butted heads a lot with this professor who said that Brian was just, he was grading too harshly. He was being too strict with the kids. And then Brian Kohberger was ultimately terminated, like we've discussed in the past. There's nothing like shocking about that. And then take a look at this. Several of his female students reported to the department that Brian was making them feel uncomfortable. In fact, the creepy TA, Kohberger, had even followed one of the women to her car. The next part of the book is the children's stories, and it's going to focus on the Idaho 4, I believe, but I'm going to do a part 2 on that. I think that what we've learned so far in the book is about Brian Kohberger. 1, he has anger. 2, he suffers from some sort of depression. He doesn't seem to like women a lot. He's a perfectionist. He likes crime. He likes, crime scenes. And I think that a lot of that is very, very telling. I haven't seen any sources so far, but I mean, it's definitely an interesting read thus far. And of course, I'm going to continue on. So make sure to follow for part 2. I will do a dive into that later on so that you guys don't have to read this yourselves. Let me know your thoughts on this so far, and I will talk to you guys later. Hey everyone, we are now covering part 2 of When the Night Comes Falling by Howard Bloom, the Requiem for the Idaho student murders. If you missed part 1, click the playlist down below, watch part 1. That's where I just talk about what happens in part 1, and here we are going to be doing part 2. So I'm on the water for part 2. Part 2 is basically just about the roommates and their lives at 1122 King Road, how the officers responded to several noise complaints for parties that they were having at the home. He also goes into the early lives of Xana and Ethan, how her mom obviously was dealing with drugs and, was in and out of her life. As opposed to Ethan's parents who, were cut from a different cloth. We already discussed that a little bit here on my page, how the Chapins, they had a big house in town, well-kept acre of land that was very opposite of what Xana grew up with. And then he talks about Kaylee and Maddie, how they were best friends since they were little kids. They had arrived on campus together. Kaylee had moved out recently, and stuff like that. Maddie was a marketing major, and she was working part-time as a waitress at the Mad Greek restaurant. The Mad Greek is known for serving vegan dishes, and as you guys know, Brian Kohberger is a vegan, so I'm wondering if that's how he, got involved in Madison's life. Or maybe I shouldn't say he got involved in her life, but he definitely could have been introduced to her by going to the Mad Greek and then her obviously serving him or giving him fruit or whatever the case may be. And then here at the end of chapter 11, it talks about how Kaylee went down the weekend of November 12th to visit Maddie and some of their friends from Idaho. And this is why I think that Kaylee wasn't necessarily the target for Kohberger. I think that, because Maddie worked at the vegan restaurant, because he could have crossed paths with Maddie at the restaurant, and because Kaylee didn't even live at 1122 King Road, I think that it's possible that he had went there for Maddie and was shocked when he found Kaylee there. Maybe he didn't know that she was going to be there, or at least not in the same room/bed as Maddie. Howard then goes on to discuss the day prior to the killings. They went to a football game. They went to the Corner Club bar. Xana and Ethan were at one of their friends' houses. Kaylee and Maddie went to the grub truck. Then they got home. Xana ordered DoorDash. Kaylee and Maddie, were up and then eventually went to sleep. Then it's 3:30 in the morning, Sunday, November 13th. The white car appears, creep in front of 1122 King Road. Then they don't park. They just keep going back and forth. Then minutes later, the car returns. He needs to find the boldness to act, except he can't. He approaches, pulls away, approaches, pulls away. Then goes on to say that he eventually parks. He goes to the back of the house, goes through the unlocked sliding glass door, because it's typically unlocked, I guess, and goes straight up the stairs to Maddie's room. That's where he unalives Maddie, sees Kaylee is in there, does the same thing to her. He goes downstairs, is confronted by Ethan. That's what this says. He attacks Ethan. Xana is in fear for her life. He attacks Xana and then immediately leaves. Now, Dylan did apparently see him through her door, whether she opened it a crack or whatever the case may be. But I think that because he had just been full of adrenaline, shocked by the fact that he just had to unalive 3 extra people, he just was tunnel vision to the exit. I don't even think he realized that she was standing there. And then chapter 14 just goes into how they ultimately were pulling Brian Kohberger over while he was back on the road with his father heading back to Pennsylvania for winter break. So that was part 2. Make sure to follow for part 3. I will have that up later on today. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I will talk to you guys later. Hey everyone, we are now on part 3 of Howard Bloom's book, When the Night Comes Falling, on the Idaho 4 homicides. If you guys missed the first 2 parts, click the playlist down below and watch those first 2. I kind of did a spark noted version of both of those parts. And now we're on part 3, so let's take a look. All right, so part 3 is the hunter's story. And this part is basically about authorities finding the scene and what they witnessed when they went to the scene and afterwards. So right here it says, the first floor nevertheless was a surprise. There were 2 bedrooms and they were anxiously entering each one. There was no sign out of the ordinary. They were empty and nothing looked as if it had been disturbed. We know that the suspect never went down there, so that's not a shock. Relieved and now hoping that their worst fears had been a wild invention, they marched single file up the narrow stairwell to the 2nd floor, following the trail of deep, dark blood that sluiced across the wooden floor. They turned to the right. When they crossed into the bedroom, there were 2 dead bodies, a male and a female. Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin were gruesomely drenched in blood, yet both of their good-looking faces had oddly been preserved like masks. That's an interesting description. Then down here, the other bedroom was empty and nothing looked out of place. This was Dylan's bedroom. In the bedroom lying in the bed upstairs that took up most of the space in the room was the inert body of Madison Mogan. In a corner slumped to the floor like a rag doll was Kaylee Gonsalves. That's on the 3rd floor after they go upstairs. Now, I thought that Kaylee was found in the bed with Madison. Now he's saying she was on the floor. That's kind of confusing. Across the hallway was one final door. The officers pulled it open with trepidation, and at last they discovered a sign of life. A fluffy, caramel-colored dog. It was Murphy, Kaylee's golden doodle pup. He was unharmed, not marred by even a speck of blood. They then start talking about the investigation and stuff like that. Right here it says, some of the clues were not just wrong-headed but cruel. Innocent ex-boyfriends, the hoodie-wearing bystander at the late-night food truck, a King Road neighbor who insisted on sharing rambling, and half baked anecdotes with every reporter who knocked on his door, and frat brothers who were rumored to be stoked up on steroids and driven by long gestating grievances. They were all slandered. Then we start getting into Steve and Steve's drive to figure out what happened to his daughter. He was talking about, Howard was talking about in this book, that Kaylee apparently, was interested in true crime, and she had inserted herself in a situation where she thought that she saw a missing woman at Walmart. So Steve now felt compelled to do the same thing. He was inserting himself in this investigation. He wanted to know what happened. When the Moscow Police Department hooked Jack up, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, to a lie detector and administered a DNA swab to compare with evidence at the crime scene, he passed both. But according to Steve, he wanted to do his own view of Jack. So Jack did what Steve asked. He rolled up his sleeve, lifted up his shirt, exposed his neck, his hands, his palms. Steve looked at everything and didn't see anything suspicious on Jack, and he was able to basically rule him out pretty quickly. Steve also talked to Hunter Johnson after tracking him down. Hunter Johnson was Ethan Chapin's close friend, and he was the one who was at the house prior to police having been notified of these homicides. Hunter Johnson was also the one who discovered Ethan's body, and he spoke to Steve, answered Steve's questions. He was straightforward, factual, honest, and Steve ultimately ended up believing him, and law enforcement ended up clearing Hunter Johnson as well. There were rumors that Hunter Johnson was called to 1122 King Road, but it was actually stated that Hunter Johnson showed up to 1122 King Road after Ethan was seemingly ghosting him. He wasn't answering his phone, his texts, anything like that. So that's why Hunter showed up to the house, and that's how ultimately all of this stuff went down. Then they start talking about people on YouTube, people on TikTok. It's not really important at all. And now we're on to this next part. I'm going to do another part, so make sure to follow. Hey everyone, so we have an update in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. We have one document, it's like 300 plus pages long, and it's the memorandum. Basically, Ann Taylor is trying to get the change of venue approved. She wants to move the trial to Ada County. Ada County is apparently the most populated county in Idaho, and she's hoping that having a larger group of people to choose from is going to make sure that there's nobody that is biased on this jury. Ann Taylor states that Brian Kohberger cannot have a fair trial in Latah County because of the highly prejudicial publicity and media coverage, as well as the small size of the jury pool. She then goes on to explain those issues. She then goes on to say that Latah County is corrupt by press coverage. According to the surveys that Ann Taylor conducted in Latah County, their summary was that there was a high rate of case recognition as well as a high rate of prejudgment of guilt. She then goes on to share some statistics you can pause to read if you'd like. She then goes on to say that because Latah County is such a small county, it's possible that jurors may feel like they would be ostracized if they didn't return a guilty verdict because these crimes happen in this small town amongst people who lived in that small town. And then she concludes her argument by saying she wants it to be switched to Ada County because it has the largest pool of potential jurors, and the likelihood of finding jurors who are not biased or know about this case are much greater when you have a large pool to choose from. She also says that the Ada County courthouse is large enough to accommodate this trial. It's close by to an airport for people who are traveling in for media or news coverage. And she also says that Ada County has adequate security for the safety as well as privacy of everyone who is involved in this case, whether it be people visiting from the news, people visiting from media, family members, or even jurors. And then she finally concludes this all by saying that Brian Kohberger is entitled to a fair trial. It's his constitutional right, and Latah County, because it's such a small, close-knit county, he's not able to receive a fair trial in that county. On August 29th, which is the change of venue hearing, Ann Taylor is going to call a few witnesses to the stand, and I googled some of these people's names. This is the document right here, and a few of them seem to be like psychologists, logistics people, people who are, trained in questionnaires, surveys, stuff like that, and basically they're going to just share their findings and why they believe that a change of venue is necessary in order for Brian Kohberger to have a fair trial. I honestly do feel like the judge is going to approve a change of venue request. I think that there is definitely going to be a trial outside of Latah County, but of course I will keep you updated as new information comes out. So make sure to follow. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I will talk to you guys later. Hey everyone, a new interview has dropped with both of Kelly Gonzalez's parents. Take a listen.
What is justice for you? What is justice?
question that we've thought a lot about. Sometimes I feel that there is no justice. Nothing's going to bring the kids back. And therefore, the only thing that would be justice for me is for this person to be living in agony in the depths of hell.
I know that there's a lot of families who don't actually get somebody that is actually charged for it. So I do feel that we are lucky in that standpoint. And a lot of detectives and investigators put in a lot of hard work, and we're lucky to have that, and we want to be appreciative for that. It's a long, slow process, but we're willing and we're ready to do that. We're ready to put in the time and the effort and get through this, and just show people that this is the way that we can see justice in action, see the truth being taken in place, and then the right outcome, and society gets back to normal.
Shannon, this is a difficult journey, an absolutely difficult journey. That's why I'm so glad that you are there to help this family through this. What is your take so far on how our system of justice is doing in this case?
It's a tough question because, it's a small jurisdiction. I work in a much larger jurisdiction where things move a lot faster. You think things are going to move a certain way, and sometimes they don't. So it's been difficult for the family because a lot of times I'll say this is how A, B, and C should happen, and they don't happen that way. I have to explain why it didn't happen, and why it's taken so long, or it's taken longer than usual, or why the prosecution or the defense have done things that they've done. But I'm small compared to what Steve and Christy go through every day. I'm just thankful that they found me, that I can help them and answer any questions I can about them, and ease their minds when their minds need to be eased about the criminal justice process and what's going on. I mean, they're always going to be a part of my life, and I love them to death. So,
Christy, what are the plans for the trial when it happens?
Well, we'll know more at the end of this month when the change of venue is heard and is decided. We plan on being there. We want to be there. There's about 10 of us in the family that intend on being there for most of it. Obviously, there's going to be days that we will not be there intentionally for, but we're hoping that it stays in Latah County. So, that's a 2-hour drive for us. The further counties that they're looking at would make it hard. So we would have to relook at things. But we want to be there.
Steve,
we intend to be there.
Steve, as you have been on this journey now, it seems like forever, I'm sure, for you. Do you see any light at the end of the tunnel? Do you see that, hey, at some point, this page will turn?
I think of it as this is a living example of how we get things right again. Latah County did everything. The reason this is so slow and this process is taking so long is because they tried to do everything exactly by the book so that the community could see the justice, they could see it, and it wouldn't have to be taken, Idaho's a large state, it wouldn't have to be taken, 6-7 hours away. So I look at this as a living example of the way we correct things. When things go wrong, when things fall off the rails, like you said, you send your kids off to college, the last thing you should think of is anything other than your kid being a dumb kid and doing something embarrassing to get them on a camera or something that you're going to see at your employer the next day. That's like really bad. And for murder, for death, that's just not, that can't be new normal. That can't be something that we accept as a society. So I think we can be a living example for everyone how we can course correct and figure this thing out and hold somebody accountable and show that this is just a one-off that won't happen and it's nothing new on.
Christy, are there moments where you can have happy memories? Are there moments where you can smile and think about Kaylee?
Oh, absolutely. You can't think about Kaylee and not smile, and we have so many happy memories and so many videos and so many pictures. And I look at them all the time. It's those late nights that get you, and you think of the tragedy that unfolded. And, it's terrorizing, it's traumatizing. But there are happy moments. There are.
Steve, if this gets the conclusion that we're all hoping for, which is the truth comes out and there's a conviction, are you prepared to make an impact statement?
Yeah, I just know my family. I know my kids. They're all strong. They're all intelligent, super smart. Every one of them has already wrote it out. They've already got set in stone. So yeah, we're willing to and just thank the community and thank all the people who've put their lives on pause so that we could have that moment, so we could have the justice, because it doesn't just happen by accident. And we've got people like Shannon in our life. It's amazing what we've been able to see, how people have shown love to our family and reached out to us and flooded us with letters and different things. So yeah, I feel an obligation to all the people that have been with us this whole time. And that's why there's that sense of pressure that, this has got to turn out a certain way. And we're looking forward to seeing that turn out.
Hey everyone, so we have a new document that has dropped in the Idaho 4 Brian Kohberger case, and it's the prosecution objecting the change of venue request by the defense. The state is arguing that according to the polls that the defense sent out throughout Idaho, they found that there is a high percentage of case recognition, not just in the Latah County, but across all counties in Idaho. The first argument from the prosecution is that the survey data provided by Dr. Edelman, who is working with the defense, is inadequate to justify a change of venue. The state first backs this up by stating that low response rates actually skew results from polls like this. And they basically said that most of the people who are answering these surveys are involved in the community's public life and therefore would know and have knowledge of certain cases, specifically the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. And those who are not involved in the community's public life and are not responding to these polls and ignoring them, they most likely do not know about this case, which is why they are choosing not to take the poll. And because Dr. Edelman did not document and or share how many people chose to not take the survey, the prosecution is arguing that what the defense is presenting is not 100% accurate. The prosecution states that the defendant has a flawed hypothesis that if 98% of a self-selecting group who voluntarily chose to share opinions about an upcoming jury trial have heard about this particular upcoming jury trial, then they're thinking that 98% of all citizens who are summoned for jury service will have also heard about this, and they're saying that this is an illogical way to look at things, and I agree, that's not an accurate depiction. The prosecution then starts incorporating some of Dr. Edelman's statistics. Apparently in Canyon County, approximately 90% of the jury-eligible population had read, seen, or heard about this Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case, and 51% followed the case, somewhat or very closely. And remember what the state is saying, it's not 90% of the jury-eligible population, because in reality a lot of people most likely did not respond or even take this survey. And the state is arguing that the people who did not take this survey are the ones who don't know about this case. In Bannock County, approximately 84% of survey respondents recognized the case, some 14 percentage points lower than in Latah County. Just 45% of survey respondents followed the case, somewhat or very closely. Now in Ada County, which is where the defense is trying to have this trial move to, there was a 93% recognition rate. However, Dr. Edelman is saying that in Ada County, only 15% of the people that took this survey reported that they followed the case very closely, compared to the 29% of people who claimed that they followed this case very closely in Latah County. So the prosecution is basically saying it's not even worth it to up and move this trial 300 plus miles away because the percentages are not that far off. It's 13% off. And again, because Dr. Edelman didn't submit how many people chose not to take this survey and didn't respond, these results are not even 100% accurate. According to Dr. Edelman's report, 45%, less than half of Latah County residents surveyed responded yes when asked if they had read, seen, or heard that the defendant stalked one of the victims. The report did not indicate the response rate for the other counties surveyed. Similarly, 45% of Latah County residents responded yes when they asked if they had read, seen, or heard the defendant followed one of the victims on social media. Edelman reported that only 35% of Ada County respondents reported having heard this information, but did not report on the responses from the other two counties. So again, it's just a 10% difference. The prosecution writes that the defendant's survey did not even ask respondents the most crucial question of all, whether they could set aside their biases and base their decision only on the evidence presented at trial. They write the trial does not need to find jurors that are entirely ignorant of the facts and issues involved in the case to hold that the mere existence of any preconceived notion as to the guilt or innocence of an accused without more is sufficient to rebut the presumption of a prospective juror's impartiality would be to establish an impossible standard. It is sufficient if the juror can lay aside his impression or opinion and render a verdict based on the evidence presented in court. So the prosecution is basically saying that it's all right if someone saw a post about this case on social media. It's all right if they saw a clip on the news about this case. What matters is that who they pick for this jury is going to choose to be impartial and render a verdict based solely off of what is presented at court. And Dr. Edelman did not ask that question anywhere in his survey. And then at the end of this document, the prosecution gives some ways that they can pick a jury pool without having to leave Latah County. They say that the court can fashion remedial measures for jury selection short of changing the venue, or the court can impanel a jury from a neighboring county rather than moving the trial 300 plus miles south. They can bring jurors into Latah County from other counties, which they say would in turn be more convenient for witnesses as well as other parties who are going to be attending this trial. So long story short, the prosecution is saying that the defense failed to prove that a change of venue is needed or necessary, and they are asking Judge John Judge to not relocate this trial. They just don't think that it's necessary. So what do you guys think of this? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case as well as others, and I will talk to you guys later. Good morning, everyone. So for anyone who has been following the Brian Kohberger case, you know that Brian Kohberger and his defense team have been trying to get a change of venue set for trial next year. Now, last week I made a video from the state basically saying that they object to this change of venue request. They do not believe that the defense has provided adequate evidence to support a change of venue. Well, now the defense has responded to the state's objection, and they're saying, what are you talking about? We did provide adequate evidence to support a change of venue in this case. According to surveys administered to people throughout Latah County, if Brian Kohberger was not convicted, someone responded that they'd burn the courthouse down. Someone else said they would probably find him and kill him. Someone else, there would likely be a riot and he wouldn't last long outside because someone would do the good old boy justice. Someone stated that there would be riots, parents would take care of him, and that there would be a mom mentality within the community. The defense states that there are more than 1,300 specific media stories covering Latah County and the Idaho 4 Brian Kohberger case, and despite media coverage falling and rising, it does not wane. And because there is so much outrage over this case, as well as media coverage of this case in the Latah County, the defense is saying the more media items a potential juror knows, the higher the prejudgment for guilt for Brian Kohberger is. Now, opposed to Latah County, where people said that there would be riots and stuff like that if Brian Kohberger was not convicted, in Ada County, people stated that they would go on with life as always. They would take it well. I don't know if there would be super strong feelings. That's what the jury is for, to decide based on the evidence. If a jury finds him not guilty, then he wasn't guilty because they hear the evidence at trial. And then someone else says, I think they would just accept it, which again is vastly different from the responses in Latah County. And Ada County, remember, is where the defense is wanting the judge to move this trial to next year. The defense then provides some statistics to support and prove why their change of venue request is needed, and I think that this is ultimately something that the judge is going to look into and ultimately approve. To me, I just feel like if the prosecution/state has enough evidence and feels confident in their evidence that a jury is going to find Bryan Kohberger guilty based off of the evidence that they have, they should just allow the change of venue to happen. Ann Taylor is such a great defense attorney. I feel like if the change of venue is not approved by the judge, she is definitely going to be fighting for a mistrial at the end of this. And for me personally, I would rather see this trial be moved somewhere else than to see this trial have to be redone all over again. So ultimately, we'll just have to wait and see what Judge John Judge does. Of course, I'll keep you guys updated as new information and documents come out about this case, so make sure to follow. Let me know in the comments what your thoughts are. Do you think a change of venue for a trial next year is something that is needed? Let me know. Hey everyone, Bryan Kohberger appeared back in the courtroom today. It was a very, very, very long hearing pertaining to the change of venue request by the defense. I'm going to just briefly summarize what went down in the courtroom today so that you guys are kept up to date but don't have to sit through like hours and hours and hours of hearings. So as most of you probably already know, today's hearing was strictly about the defense's change of venue request. And Bryan Kohberger and his team brought forth 5 expert witnesses today in order to convince the judge and show him why a change of venue is needed for a trial next year, as they have been adamant that keeping this trial in Latah County would not ensure that Bryan Kohberger has a fair trial. The first person that the defense brought on was Todd Murphy, the president of TrueScope, which is a media monitoring analysis service company. TrueScope has apparently been collecting media data on this case since February, and he states that he can track the circulation and frequency of stories for media outlets. This is a graph that displays how Latah County's media coverage more than doubles media coverage in Ada County, which is where the defense is trying to get this trial moved to next year. And this is proven by numbers such as 198 compared to 72, 130 compared to 47, 92 compared to 42, 117 compared to 44. He also shares this graph right here that shows that Latah County had 36% of media coverage on this case, while Ada County had only 27.7%. The second expert witness to take the stand is a college professor in psychology at Eastern Washington University. This is Dr. Amani El Aleli, who is not only a psychology professor, but she's also a social psychologist, who states that cases like this, where there's a lot of media attention in a small town, it creates pretrial bias and an assumption of guilt. She references classical conditioning and states that when media pairs a defendant's picture with aversive terms, murder details, and well-known killers, it elicits a negative response from viewers as well as the community and in turn potential jurors. So basically, they need to move this trial away from Latah County, where there's less exposure to this story, and therefore Bryan Kohberger can have a chance at having a fair trial. The feed was then cut, and the next defense experts started showing social media pages as well as YouTube pages where there is bias and conspiracy surrounding this case. They show clips from Nancy Grace's YouTube page as well as posts from different social media groups. Now, it can be argued that these groups and videos are consumed by everyone all across the country. People that are in these groups and watching these videos do not just live in Latah County. But the defense is trying to say that because there's so much media attention on this case, and because Latah County has a higher presence of the media consumption than, let's say, Ada County, they believe that this is another cause for why the trial should be moved somewhere else outside of Latah County. Basically, they're trying to say that there's more people in these groups and watching these videos that live in Latah County than Ada County. They provide some statistics when it comes to case recognition and the presumption of guilt. You can pause to read if you'd like. They do the same thing when it comes to personal connections to the crime, as well as case knowledge. And for those who are closely following following the case. Latah County is higher in every single category, although not by much in some of them, but they definitely are higher than Ada County. Judge John Judge ultimately did not make a decision about whether he was going to move the trial out of Latah County or keep the trial in Latah County. He said that this is going to be one of the hardest decisions he's had to make, and he has more research to do before ultimately making that decision. So let me know what you guys are thinking about this in the comments. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case as well as others, and I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. So we have some new documents in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case, quite a few actually, and these documents are pertaining to the defense and Brian Kohberger trying to get the death penalty taken off of the table. Now, Brian Kohberger and his team will be bringing on a couple of expert witnesses to take the stand to testify in favor of this request, one of which is a University of Idaho law professor. How ironic. Now, this law professor is trying to say that the death penalty should be taken off the table because it's not narrow enough. Essentially, she's trying to say that the state hasn't narrowed down who can get the death penalty when charged with something versus who cannot, and therefore it should be taken off the table for Brian Kohberger because it doesn't explicitly say that what he's being accused of and charged with warrants the death penalty as an outcome. The defense is also trying to say that Brian Kohberger's constitutional rights are being violated here as the state goes straight from the guilt phase to the penalty phase. So basically, you know how you have the trial and then you go right to the sentencing. They're saying that that's unethical, that's a violation of constitutional rights, and they should change that. The defense is saying that there should be a guilt phase, then a phase of eligibility to determine if the defendant is eligible to get the death penalty, and then the sentencing after that. So they want to add in the eligibility phase. And this is part of the Idaho system. So they're taking this time to challenge the Idaho state system. This is not the right place to be doing that. They're also trying to get rid of some of the aggravators in this case. Aggravators are things that are added onto cases to make them eligible for the death penalty. In Brian Kohberger's case, the aggravators are burglary, heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and also the unaliving of more than one person. They're trying to get rid of the heinous, atrocious, and cruel aggravator because they don't think that this crime prolonged suffering. They don't believe that the unaliver was standing there taking their time committing these crimes for the enjoyment of watching these victims suffer. They're also trying to get rid of the aggravator of burglary, and they're also trying to get the utter disregard aggravator thrown out because they don't believe that these crimes showed a disregard for human life because they were done quick. What? Just because these unalivings were done quick doesn't mean that they were not heinous, atrocious, and cruel. And I'm sorry, but any crime where someone takes the life of someone else, let alone 4 individuals, that shows a disregard for human life. You don't need to be standing there for 3 hours watching someone suffer in order to showcase that this person has a disregard for life. No, the act in and of itself of unaliving 4 people, that shows a disregard for human life. And the fact that they're trying to get that aggravator thrown out is just insane to me. And then finally, the defense talks about the fact that if someone has a mental illness, the death penalty should be taken off the table to show that individual mercy. Now, in Idaho, you cannot plead insanity after committing a crime and being charged with these crimes. However, the death penalty can be taken off the table if a mental illness is proven to be present within the person that is being charged. So is it possible that the defense team is ultimately going to use the mental illness tactic in an effort to get the death penalty thrown off the table if Brian Kohberger is ultimately charged? I think that it's looking like that. So in a nutshell, Ann Taylor, she's doing everything that a good defense attorney should be doing for their client. She's poking at every single thing that she can in an effort to get some things taken off the table to make this a little bit easier for her client, Brian Kohberger. Personally, I don't agree with anything that Ann Taylor is arguing or trying to take off the table in these documents. However, it's part for the court. It's part of the process, and we just have to wait and see how Judge John Judge rules at the end of the day. So make sure to follow for more updates on this case. Let me know your thoughts in the comments on all of this, and of course, as soon as we have an update, I will let you guys know. Hey everyone, breaking news in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. Judge John Judge did sign off on a change of venue request submitted in by the defense, so this trial for Brian Kohberger will not be taking place in Latah County after all. This has been a point of contention between the state and the defense. The state doesn't think that a change of venue is necessary. The defense is fighting for that change of venue, and they have actually got that granted. The judge stated in a document that he does have doubts that Brian Kohberger would be able to receive a fair trial in Latah County. I personally think that this is a good thing for the case. I think that this is one less thing that the defense is going to be able to fight about and complain about down the line if Brian Kohberger is ultimately convicted. Now, the document doesn't explicitly state where the trial is going to be moved to. However, if you've been following this case, you know the defense has been trying to get it moved to Ada County, the area of Boise, Idaho, so they have a larger pool of jury members to choose from. So therefore, I think it is safe to assume that the trial is in fact going to be moved to Ada County, just like the defense wanted. Let me know your thoughts in the comments on this. Do you agree with this decision? Make sure to follow for more updates on this case as well as others, and as soon as we have some new information regarding this case, I will be sure to make a video and let you guys know. Hey everyone, so if you watched my videos from earlier today regarding the Idaho 4 Brian Kohberger case, you would know that Brian Kohberger's defense attorney got what they wanted. The change of venue request has been approved by the judge. Kaylee Gonzalez's parents did make a statement regarding the change of venue request being granted by the judge. Take a listen to what they had to say. The family is incredibly disappointed in the judge's ruling granting the change of venue. The only good thing about this decision is it will be Judge's last decision in this case. The family has always felt that the judge favored the defense, and it was a common theme that whatever the defense wanted or needed, they got. The written decision is even more informative. If the judge knew Latah County could not handle this trial for safety reasons, not enough court clerks, logistics, and lacking space, why did we waste over a year in a county he knew was not going to handle the trial? The points he mentioned didn't all of a sudden jump up and bite him in the rear. Another issue was the poor cross-examination by the state of the defense expert witnesses. A judge can only rely on the evidence presented, and when you don't properly cross-examine expert witnesses or present any of your own, you are left relying on the opinions of the defense. Then, let's not forget the massive contradiction of having a University of Idaho employee as an expert witness, and at the same time allowing Scott Green, the University of Idaho president, to write a book claiming to be an integral part of your investigation. Finally, what was the point of the non-dissemination order, private hearings, closed-door tactics, allowing the defendant to be dressed in suit for every televised hearing, etc., if not to keep the trial in Latah County? As victims' families, you are just left to watch like everyone else, and really you have little rights or say in the process, and at the same time you are the most vested in the outcome. We have always felt that a fair and impartial jury could be found in Latah County, and still believe that is where the trial deserves to be held to help the community heal. Thank you again for all of your support and prayers. Of course, let me know your thoughts down in the comments, and make sure to follow for more updates on this case as well as others. Hey everyone, for anyone following the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case, you would know that Brian Kohberger's trial has been moved. We now know and have confirmation that his trial has been moved to Ada County, and it's slated for next summer 2025. We also got confirmation today due to new documents that have been released that Brian Kohberger's trial is going to have a new judge. Judge John Judge is not going to be moving with this trial to Ada County. To me, I am not shocked by this at all. Of course, there have been instances where trials have been moved and the judges move with them. However, I never thought that Judge John Judge would move if the trial was ultimately moved to a different location. He always seemed a little pressed and upset when he was talking about the trial date being pushed off so far in the distance and in the future, that I really don't think that his heart was in this case after he realized that this wasn't going to be a trial that came quicker. And I personally just don't think that he was the right judge for this case. He always needed more time to think of decisions. He could never make a decision in the courtroom. He always had to take time and think about it, and then he said that he would write a response in a couple days or a couple weeks, and he wasn't taking charge of the courtroom since day one. So I'm kind of glad that he's no longer the judge. Instead, we are now going to have this man right here judging the Brian Kohberger trial. In 2013, Stephen Hippler was appointed by Governor Butch Otter as a district judge for the 4th Judicial District Court with chambers in Ada County. Judge Hippler graduated Order of the Coif from the University of Utah College of Law in 1991. In addition to his civil and felony criminal calendar, Judge Hippler presides over the Ada County Mental Health Court Program. He also serves as the Deputy Administrative District Judge for the 4th Judicial District. Prior to taking the bench, Judge Hippler was a partner at Givens Pursley as well as Farley and Blanton. In private practice, Judge Hippler primarily represented doctors, hospitals, and other medical providers in medical malpractice actions, business disputes, and in regulatory matters. So my fingers are crossed that we are going to have a little bit smoother of a ride getting to trial, and an even smoother ride while trial is happening. So we'll see. Of course, I will keep you guys updated. Make sure to follow for more updates and information on this case, and let me know your thoughts in the comments. I will talk to you guys later. Hey everyone, update in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. As many of you guys probably know, Brian Kohberger's change of venue request was granted by Judge John Judge. He was actually just transported by plane to Boise, Idaho, where he will be staying in jail in Ada County until his trial come summer next year. He arrived in Boise around 8:21 a.m. Idaho time, and this photo right here was captured of him boarding the plane to Boise, Idaho. If you look closely, you can see that he does have his prison attire on. He has that orange jumpsuit. Obviously, I know that this is very, very hard for the victims' families because they're not going to be able to attend this trial as many days as they wanted to because it's going to be so far away. However, I do have hope that this new judge in Ada County is going to do a very good job on this case, and I feel like this new judge is not going to play games. I looked into him a little bit. He does seem to be a very good, productive judge, and justice is definitely going to be coming for the Idaho 4. So let me know your thoughts in the comments. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you guys later. Hey everyone, Judge Stephen Hippler, the new judge in Brian Kohberger's case, just released some documents pertaining to his courtroom conduct. This is more than Judge John Judge has ever done. I'm going to share with you guys what his conduct is for the courtroom right now. So certain seating may be reserved by the court for designated individuals, including but not limited to authorized court personnel, security personnel, the defendant's family, victims' families, and others specified by the presiding judge. Seating for the public will be permitted in the courtroom as space permits, and it will be available on a first-come, first-served basis. There will be no priority or designated seating for the media. All spectators, including members of the media and the public, shall be seated before court is in session and during any portion of a hearing. There will be no entry or re-entry to the courtroom while the court is in session. He then says that there may be security screening. Your cell phones must be off. You cannot record or take photographs if you are in the courtroom being a spectator. There will be no media interviews or reporting inside the courtroom. There will be no disruptive behavior allowed, and there will be no filming. The only way that you'll be able to watch this is if you are watching on the court's YouTube page. That is where each hearing open to the public will be streamed. Now, Brian Kohberger will be making his first appearance in an Ada County courtroom on Thursday, September 26th at 2 p.m. for a status conference. During this specific status conference, they will be discussing dates, whether they need to change dates, move dates back, move dates forward, add dates. We'll all find that out next Thursday on the 26th. So really not much is going to change as far as what we, the public, are going to be able to see. We're still going to be able to watch the public hearings. We're still going to be able to view them on YouTube. Obviously, this trial moving to Ada County does suck for the victims' family members because it is a longer drive and, a longer commute for them to get to the courthouse. But I think that ultimately for the long run, I think that this was a positive change. And I'm glad that we are seeing some boundaries and some rules set by the judge before, this turns into a bunch of chaos. Hey everyone, so Brian Kohberger appeared back in the courtroom today for his status conference. This is the first time that he appeared in a Boise, Idaho courtroom, and really not much went down. If you guys missed that status conference and want to watch it, just click the playlist down below or go to my page and watch the video prior to this one. Basically, to start, Judge Stephen Hippler stated that he is going to make a decision based on how Brian Kohberger is going to be allowed to dress before the next hearing. So Brian Kohberger could be allowed to wear civilian clothes like his suit, like he's been wearing, or Judge Stephen Hippler may make him wear his orange jumpsuit. Obviously, Ann Taylor, Brian Kohberger's defense attorney, is still pushing for him to be allowed to wear civilian clothing because she doesn't want a potential juror to see him on a monitor somehow and presume that he is guilty based off of them, seeing him in an orange jumpsuit. So she believes that he needs to be in his civilian clothing in order for him to have a fair trial, and I don't think that the judge is going to go against that. Again, that will be a decision that is made prior to the next hearing that Brian Kohberger will not be present for. The next thing that I thought was important was the fact that the judge was talking about the trial date. He's concerned about the trial being June of 2025 because this is going to be a long trial. He doesn't think that it's going to be easy to find jurors who can and want to sit in a courtroom all summer for this case. So he made a comment about maybe May 2025, this being a good time to start the trial. But as we know, the defense team for Brian Kohberger, they do not want this trial to be any earlier this summer of 2025. So it's possible that this could be extended out to fall of 2025 or maybe even the winter. It's just crazy to me. These crimes were committed in 2022. We're in 2024, and it's possible that we may not even see this case go to trial until the end of 2025 now. But nonetheless, it does look like this new judge, Judge Stephen Hippler, is not playing any games. He's very professional. He seems to, acknowledge what he wants done, the courtroom conduct, and it's just very professional setting from what I've witnessed today. Again, if you guys want to watch that status conference, just go to my page. The whole thing is there. Let me know what you guys are thinking in the comments, and make sure to follow for more updates on this case as well as others. I will talk to you guys later on. Hey everyone, so Steve Gonsalves spoke with Nancy Grace earlier today, and they were talking about the fact that in open court there was confirmation that there was no evidence that Brian Kohberger stalked any of the Idaho 4 victims. However, Brian Kohberger's phone did turn up on the strip behind 1122 King Road on that street multiple times. I mean, we have to remember that this guy studied criminology. He's a lot more intelligent than a lot of people are giving him credit for. So maybe there's not any evidence of Kohberger stalking any of the victims on social media, but who's to say that he was stalking them on social media? Maybe he didn't know their names. Maybe he didn't know their full names, but his phone was pinging in that area multiple times. He was stalking someone there. Maybe not online, maybe not on his phone, but he was physically in that area multiple times. His phone pinged in Moscow the night that the crimes took place, in the area of 1122 King Road when the crimes were taking place, and a car similar to his is seen in the area of 1122 King Road. Brian Kohberger doesn't have an alibi. He's out driving, staring at the stars. His DNA is found on a knife sheath in the home at the crime scene. Brian Kohberger, a man who studies criminology, who studies unalivers, he arguably knows how technology and electronics can incriminate someone. So I think that that is why he doesn't have proof on his phone, because he knows that if he's ever caught for something down the line, they would be able to trace that through his phone, through the stuff that he searches on his phone, the stuff that he's looking at on social media on his phone. So he chooses not to do that on his phone. Instead, he is physically doing the stalking in the areas, thinking that he's not going to get caught, maybe thinking that phone pings can't be traced back in time. That is what I think is happening here. Just because there's no evidence that Brian Kohberger stalked any of the victims, phone pings do not lie. DNA does not lie. Inconsistencies in stories, lack of being able to provide an alibi in a timely manner, things like that do not lie.
For people who aren't familiar with this area, you don't just randomly take a right turn and find yourself in another state. You purposely have to drive and take at one time we looked it up. It was like 15 different intersections and turns to get from Pullman to anywhere close to where these girls in Ethan were. So it's just not like a random, I just took wrong turn here and I found myself in another state, in a town that I'm not familiar with. This person was very familiar with those areas, and there's not a lot of real reasons why he should be over in those areas that often. And I'm sure that is going to be dug into quite deeply once we get into trial time.
Good morning, everyone. We have breaking news in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. Brian Kohberger's trial has been pushed back again, but not by too much. So basically, as you guys know, his trial was supposed to be at the beginning of summer of next year. The judge in the most recent court hearing basically talked about how he thinks it's going to be hard to find jurors who are able to participate in a trial that is this long, that's supposed to be weeks and weeks and weeks. In the summer, people don't have childcare, people have to travel, whatever the case may be. So he has pushed it back. The trial is now slated to start on August 11th, 2025, and it's going to go throughout August. throughout September, throughout October, and it's expected to conclude on November 7th, 2025. This is going to be a very lengthy trial. I'm going to link the new documents on my X, so if you guys want to read those documents in their entirety, just go to my profile on there and click those links. Let me know what you guys are thinking in the comments. Like I said, August 11th to November 7th, 2025. What are you guys thinking? Make sure to follow for more updates, and I will talk to you guys very soon. Good afternoon, everyone. So we have some new information in the Brian Kohberger, Idaho 4 case. The state has actually objected the defense's request for having the death penalty taken off the table for Brian Kohberger. So basically, the defense is trying to get the new judge, to take the death penalty off the table, so that way, if Brian Kohberger is found guilty, he can be sentenced to amount of time in jail and not sentenced to death. And the state is basically saying that we object this, and they're asking that the judge not take the death penalty off the table as a final outcome for this case. The document reads, the Latah County prosecuting attorney hereby objects to the defendant's motion to strike the death penalty on grounds of state speedy trial preventing effective assistance of counsel. The defendant claims that this court must strike the death penalty because he cannot be forced to choose between his right to a speedy trial under the Idaho Constitution and his constitutional right to effective assistance of counsel. His argument rests entirely on the inaccurate premise that the Idaho Constitution sets a hard and fast 6-month deadline for this trial. Because the Idaho Supreme Court has held otherwise, this court should deny the defendant's motion. The defendant chose to waive all his speedy trial rights. He did so in writing and after consultation with his attorney. There was nothing impermissible, much less unconstitutional, about his waiver, and this court should deny his motion. A hearing regarding this matter will be taking place on November 7th, so make sure to follow me for more updates. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I will talk to you guys later. Hey everyone, so we have some new documents that have dropped in the Brian Kohberger, Idaho 4 case. So on November 7th, there is going to be a hearing held where the defense is going to challenge the death penalty to try to get the death penalty taken off the table for Brian Kohberger. Now, the defense does plan on using expert witness testimony that day to try to persuade the judge that, the death penalty should be taken off the table. And one of those witnesses is going to be Dr. Barbara Wolf. Barbara Wolf is a district medical examiner currently, and she is board certified in forensic pathology, anatomic pathology, as well as hematopathology. So basically, Barbara has education as well as experience in determining a cause of death for deceased individuals, as well as diagnosing diseases based on studying tissue, organs, and molecules in the body. Now, Barbara has taken the stand as an expert in many other cases. She was part of the exhumation of 5 children who were said to have died due to sudden infant death syndrome. However, after exhuming the bodies, they were able to convict the mother of those children for suffocation. Barbara was also used as an expert in O.J. Simpson's trial. The defense team for O.J. Simpson actually brought her on to take the stand to criticize the way that the medical examiner performed the autopsies on both Ron and Nicole. Now, because Dr. Barbara Wolf lives in Florida, the defense has asked that the judge allow her to appear remotely for this hearing. So this is their request, to ask the judge if it's okay for her to appear via Zoom or webcam during this hearing. The state came back with this document right here and basically said, we don't think that Barbara Wolf should be testifying at all on November 7th. However, as of today, the judge did release this document right here, basically approving Barbara Wolf's testimony and allowing her to appear for this hearing via Zoom. So I'm definitely curious to see what Barbara Wolf is going to bring to the table on November 7th. This is just a couple of weeks away. Make sure to follow. I will continue to keep you guys updated as new documents and information comes out about this case. Let me know what you guys are thinking in the comments, and I will talk to you guys later. Hey everyone, so Brian Kohberger is going to be back in the courtroom next week. He and his defense team are going to be arguing to get the death penalty off the table. The defense is trying to get a ton of things regarding this case against Brian Kohberger taken off the table completely. So they've been submitting a ton of new documents in response to the state's objections to these strikes. The defense is trying to state that the death penalty is a cruel and unusual punishment that goes against contemporary standards of decency. guilty. As you can see right here, these are all of the recent filings from the defense as of lately. There are several. In another filing from the defense, Jay Logsdon, one of Brian Kohberger's attorneys, accuses the Supreme Court of Idaho as well as prosecutors of mixing up the definitions of manslaughter and murder. He pointed to the ongoing case of death row inmate Thomas Creech. The Idaho Supreme Court of 1983 apparently did not grasp the fact that it was describing first-degree murder as opposed to voluntary manslaughter. The state repeats this mistake rather than grappling with it. Understandably, because to do otherwise would be to admit that the Idaho scheme fails utterly to define those who should be death eligible. Of course, I will continue to keep you guys updated on this case, and next week when Brian Kohberger does appear in court, I will be posting that footage, and I also will be doing a recap on that. What do you guys think in the comments? Do you think the death penalty should be taken off the table for Brian Kohberger? Let me know, and make sure to follow. I'll talk to you guys later. Good morning, everyone. So yesterday, Brian Kohberger appeared back in the courtroom for a hearing where his defense team argued to have the death penalty taken off the table, as well as several aggravators. Now, for anyone that doesn't know what aggravators are in the court system, they're basically just negative factors that judges take into consideration when sentencing someone. Now, some of the aggravators that the defense wants to get taken off the table are the heinous, atrocious, and cruel crime aggravator, the dangerousness to society in the future aggravator, the utter disregard for human life aggravator, and the multiple victims aggravator. They're trying to get all of those things taken off the table. Now, in my opinion, as intelligent and as good as Ann Taylor has been throughout this entire process for her client, I feel like she and her team struggled a little bit to prove a point here, and you're going to see that in a second when I start playing those clips. She basically argued at first that the DP should be taken off the table because there's no means of execution right now. She's saying that they don't have the stuff to provide lethal injection, and I guess the firing squad, it's not built yet. The judge basically came out and stated that, yes, they do have means to get things to perform lethal injection on someone, and the firing squad station is currently being built. It's being worked on. Judge Stephen Hippler also stated that if convicted, Brian Kohberger is not going to have to deal with the DP for at least a decade. So at least 10 years from trial date next year, from the conviction date. And he's saying that you don't know what the means of execution are going to be 10 years down the line. So to say that the state of Idaho doesn't have the means or the resources right now, it's irrelevant to 10 years down the line when Brian Kohberger is going to have to face this if convicted and found guilty. It was pretty apparent that the judge was not buying what the defense was trying to sell. So then Ann Taylor tried to state that it's unconstitutional and it's dehumanizing to make someone who is convicted sit on death row for 10 plus years and not know how they are going to be put to death. Now, the hearing in total was a few hours long. I did watch the entire thing, and I was able to clip the hearing down, so that way, if you guys missed it, you can hear what the defense is arguing, how the state is rebuttaling, and hear the judge's commentary in between. It's about 40 minutes long. I'm going to play that right now. You can adjust the speed and increase it to ×2 if you want to get through it a little bit quicker. But this is, the main gist of what happened yesterday during that hearing.
We think that the court ought to strike the death penalty in this case and not allow the case to go forward as a death penalty case because Idaho does not have a current means of executing anybody. When somebody sits on death row and there's no real means of executing them, that is dehumanizing to that person. That's similar.
Say there's no means under Idaho law, the method of execution is lethal injection, and if unavailable, then the firing squad. You rely significantly on the idea that lethal injection is not available based upon the quote-unquote botched execution of Mr. Creech. It seems to me that was a particularized incident wherein Mr. Creech, the execution really hadn't even begun yet in the sense that they couldn't locate a vein. I don't see how that issue is universal.
Your Honor, I would agree that Mr. Creech's, the situation that happened to him was unique to him. I don't think he's the only person that has ever had that happen. I'm not in the state of Idaho, but I think that that's happened before when the means of execution couldn't be employed at the time. But since we're talking about Idaho, I think we should look at what happened in the Thibodeau case too. And in that case, there was no ability to obtain the chemicals to kill him with. And so his execution, his death warrant expired without him being executed. After that happened, Idaho passed legislation that would allow the Department of Corrections to obtain the chemicals to kill somebody in secrecy. After that happened, there's still a lot of difficulty getting the chemicals because pharmaceutical companies don't like to have their...
They have obtained them twice now, since then.
They've obtained them twice for Creech, yes. Now, something has changed in the death chamber for how they will try to execute Creech. I don't know what that is. That's probably one of those things that we'll learn a little bit more about through Creech's.
Well, I think that they're going to utilize a central venous catheter. In other words, accessing a central vein rather than a peripheral vein. My understanding that there's federal law approving that procedure, as well as a recent decision by the district court approving that procedure. I think that's the difference.
And I think, looking forward, we just don't have those answers yet. We don't know how that's going to unfold. I don't believe his execution is moving forward as is scheduled. And if we look at the immediate history in Idaho, and that's what I'm looking at when I'm standing before you representing Mr. Kohberger and saying to you that Idaho doesn't have a real means of executing someone. The firing squad ended up on the books because of the difficulty obtaining the drugs to kill somebody. That's why the firing squad came back. The history of the firing squad, which is really well written by Mr. Logston in our briefing, is that it sat on Idaho's books for years. And in 2009, it came off in light of the Bays decision. When you think about it coming off in light of the Bays decision, and you look at what's happened since the Bays decision, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later today when we're talking about evolving standards of decency, we'll talk about how things have changed in this country since then. But for these purposes, when you look at that and you realize Idaho brings it back in 2023, they bring it back because it's not reliable to believe they're always going to be able to get the chemicals to execute somebody. And that's the real problem here. The firing squad hasn't been funded well enough to be built.
I think they're building it right now, as I recall from the media at least, that the construction's actually underway. But I may be wrong about that.
Well, I haven't talked to the director of the Department of Corrections, and that's probably who I would take my word from if that's actually happening right now. I think there's some additional problems with the firing squad, though. I think there's some problems with the way our statute lays it out, too. If you read our statute, and the court just summarized it, it's lethal injection unless it's not available, and then it's going to be the firing squad. But the way that's written is that it's firing squad unless the director of the Department of Corrections says I have the chemicals and we can do lethal injection. And I think there's 5 days that exist for the director of the Department of Corrections to say, no, we have the drugs, we can do lethal injection now. That is problematic. There's not a choice or an election, and other states have an election for the condemned person to choose from, but Idaho's not allowing that. Additionally, the information that I think is really important to the court is to understand things and advances that have happened in understanding conscious pain and suffering. If Dr. Wolf had been allowed to testify, she would tell you that she relies on studies from 2010, a working group from 2010, and a book that was published later than that even, and that's post the Bays decision. And that talks about understanding what a person is conscious and aware of when they face the firing squad. That's information that's important for the court when considering whether or not to strike the death penalty, because Idaho's means of execution really doesn't exist. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can I ask you, even if your motion were right, and even accepting as true that the current means of execution are either unavailable or would violate the Eighth Amendment as cruel and unusual. How do you get around Buckwell? You've not provided a alternate means of execution.
Well,
and I know, and I understand from your perspective, it's not something defense counsel wants to do, is to say, no, do it this way. Execute my client this way. But Buckwell provides that if you're going to challenge the means of execution, you have to, as a condition precedent, provide a available or an alternate, I should say, means of execution.
I would say, to Your Honor, that we're not at the place where we would have to make that decision yet.
That speak to the justiciability of the issue overall.
I don't think it does. And I think that the separation and the difference is that we are in a place where we're preparing this case to go to trial. We represent Mr. Kohberger, who sits there, an innocent man right now, but we're preparing this case as a capital case with all of the things that that involves, all of the requirements that are upon counsel that take a lot of time, a lot of work, and a lot of money to do this. And so I think when we're looking at the constitutionality of the execution, I think that's different than if there was a conviction and if there was a death sentence and if the post-conviction proceeding and the appeals were unsuccessful for Mr. Kohberger.
Doesn't that speak to your motion in the sense that you're saying take the death penalty off the table, don't let the state put on that evidence because the current methods, in your view, are either unavailable or unconstitutional. But the reality is if he is convicted, we know it's going to be a decade plus before that sentence would be carried out. And who knows what the methods may be then. And, you know, I think that's part of why you're saying you shouldn't have to comply with Buckwell. But it seems to me that that same rationale then applies to why I should even consider this motion. Why wouldn't we wait until that time frame to see what the current methods are? Who knows what technologically is going to be available at that time?
Definitely hear what the court's saying. I would come back to saying that we're not in the place where he's challenging the methods that's about to be employed. We are decades away from that, if that were to even happen. But what I'm saying is I don't believe that our Constitution allows for us to move forward and make him sit on death row for years and years and years when the way Idaho's doing it right now isn't really working. It's not a realistic option. I think to have him sit on death row and say, Idaho's going to figure out how to kill you at some point in the future in a way that isn't cruel and unusual and in violation of your rights, I just don't think that the constitutional protections allow that to happen. I think that.
So you're saying the anxiety of not knowing is the constitutional violation?
I say that, and I believe that the Troop versus Dulles was cited in the brief, and the comparison there is what I'm saying the Constitution doesn't allow. It is anxiety. It is fear. It is the not knowing.
I mean, to be fair, the Idaho Supreme Court just ruled that anxiety and fear in the Creech case was not sufficient to preclude his execution just this week.
I read that opinion, and I read that, I guess, more particular to the botched execution attempt versus sitting there for decades and not knowing how and if it would happen.
No, but it was anxiety that was the underpinning.
And I don't mean to disrespect what Mr. Creech felt or went through, but you're talking about realistically from February 29th, if this was leap year, until now, and what you're talking about for Mr. Kohberger and what would happen if he were convicted and if he were sentenced to death would be decades. the court just acknowledged that it's decades to sit.
Well, I
And
say
no
a
disrespect
decade,
to the anxiety Mr. Creech felt. I think that must have been horrible for him. But to sit for decades and wonder is a lot longer. And so I understand what the Supreme Court said. I did read that too. But I think it's different when you're just starting out here in this circumstance.
Thank you.
I want to start by pointing out, one of the things that Ms. Taylor just said was, looking forward, we don't have the answers to that yet. Well, that's the whole point, is this just isn't right. We don't know what's going to be available decades from now, and it probably will be decades, plural. If you look at, Idaho's track record, Mr. Creech, Mr. Pizzuto, they were convicted back in the 80s.
Take as true, for the purposes of my question, that the state doesn't have a method. Should defendants be tried for and potentially sentenced to death when the state has no method of execution currently?
Yes, Your Honor, I don't see a problem with that, because deciding the method of execution is not deciding the sentence. The sentence is death. The method of execution is just how that's brought about. And so even the United States Supreme Court has recognized that someone who was convicted and sentenced to death, in that case, I believe it was hanging, and then after he was sentenced to death, the state passed a law, made it electrocution, and the U.S. Supreme Court said there's no ex post facto problem with that because you're not changing the penalty. The penalty is death. And so even if you assume that Idaho cannot do lethal injection, and even if you assume that the firing squad is unconstitutional, that's not to say that decades from now, there is not going to be a method by which the state could put him to death. And then, of course, I was accepting the hypothetical as proposed, but we would strongly push back on this idea that Idaho doesn't have a method of execution. There was a scheduled execution to take place on November 13th, just days from now, that was only stopped because the federal district court entered a stay so that it had time to consider some additional claims. But in that case, Director T-Walt put in an affidavit that said, we have the chemicals, we can do this. We've modified the procedure to address the individualized problem that came up with Mr. Creech before, and so we can execute Mr. Creech. So there really is just no evidence whatsoever to suggest that Idaho can't do this, and certainly not that it can't do this decades from now. And again, that gets back to the ripeness issue. Is it may be lethal injection, it may not. It may be some other method. But we just don't know enough now, frankly, to spend the time and the effort debating what we don't know in the future. That's the entire reason the ripeness doctrine exists. I also want to speak just briefly on the Bucklew point that the court brought up. What I'm hearing from the defense is they just have this kind of like vague Eighth Amendment assertion of maybe it's kind of the anxiety, but kind of not knowing how you're going to be executed. Well, that's not how the law works. There's an established framework of how you can make an Eighth Amendment method of execution claim. And Bucklew, the court specifically said, I'm quoting here, identifying an available alternative is a requirement of all, and all is emphasized in the decision, all Eighth Amendment methods of execution claims. You can't get around that by just saying, well, but I'm making a slightly different kind of claim. It's not a method of execution claim, it's a means of execution claim. That just doesn't work. That's not how the law operates. And so they haven't even suggested, even today, an argument what a proper alternative would be, which also gets back to the ripeness issue, which is we don't know decades from now what an alternative might be. Maybe they'll have a better argument decades from now on the method of execution because maybe there will be a better method. And that gets to the final point I want to bring up, which is the remedy here. They're asking that the death penalty be struck because these methods are unconstitutional, but that's not how it works. If you show that one method is unconstitutional, part of the reason you have to present a viable, readily implemented alternative is so that the state can then use that method for the execution. You don't get to, at the beginning, short circuit the whole thing and say death is off the table because the current method is unconstitutional. As I said before, the method could change. And so if they came in and they had evidence and they could show that there was another method that's not lethal injection, that's not firing squad, that severely or significantly reduces the pain, and it's readily implemented, the answer isn't to strike it, the death penalty completely. It's to say, okay, you can move forward with the trial. we can see if he's sentenced to death, but you can't use those two methods to do it. If the state wants to pass a law and do this other method that he's proposed, then you can do it that way. So for all those reasons, Your Honor, unless there's any further questions, we'd ask that the court deny the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, Judge, I will be covering heinous, atrocious, and cruel, utter disregard, and then I will do multi-murders, and Ms. Taylor will do future dangerous. So I'll basically do the next three, and given the time that you've asked, I'm assuming there will be less questions. Maybe?
I will try to restrain my curiosity.
Right. I'm happy to engage with you.
I, as you know, I gave you some additional time, and that says why.
Right. Thank you. We are asking that the court strike the aggravator, especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel, manifesting extreme depravity. And I want to focus, I think I just want to start really focused on how this is different than Hall. You know, we're aware that Hall, Arabe versus Levitt, there's a lot of discussion about having addressed this aggravator before. We are framing it for you in our argument in a different way. And so what I want to show are the distinctions is that, you know, Hall was, a decision was issued in 2018, so was Hidalgo. So when Hall issued their decision, the arguments hadn't been framed in light of what we just argued about Hidalgo and that eligibility narrowing. Also, there was no equal protection argument, no argument regarding Article 2, Section 1 of the Idaho Constitution. One of the cruxes of this argument is that what the Idaho Supreme Court and the Idaho courts do with this aggravator is they've created a jury instruction that is construction, also known as, and called in our briefing, judicial gloss. Our argument is that Osborne is from 1981. That's when the judicial gloss was applied, and then recently the Idaho Supreme Court adopted and adopted instructions related to this. But what happened in 2011 is that the Idaho Supreme Court issued the Verska versus St. Alphonsus decision, and in that decision, the court said, this court has consistently adhered to the primary canon of statutory construction that where the language of the statute is unambiguous, the clear expressed intent of the legislature must be given effect, and there is no occasion for construction. And the courts have not taken that into consideration. So if the statute is unambiguous, then it should be given its direct meaning, which we quoted in our brief, would be heinous means utterly odious or wicked, atrocious means horrifying, wicked, and cruel means willfully causing pain or suffering to others or feeling no concern about it. And if it is ambiguous, then under Verska, the judicial gloss should not be allowed.
If it is ambiguous?
If it's unambiguous, then the judicial gloss should not be allowed. But what, the state is arguing that it is, has not argued that it's an ambiguous statute, because that would give us grounds for the argument that it should be stricken from as an aggravator, as arbitrary and capricious. And so we are asking that you take into consideration the way that we are framing this argument, which is different than it was in Hall.
Ambiguous and vague.
Pardon?
Difference between ambiguous and vague.
I don't know that I can necessarily draw a distinction there. I think that they're, similar. Yeah. So utter disregard falls under the same argument. The one thing that I want to point out about utter disregard is that Idaho is the only state that has that as an aggravator. But when you look at other states, there's language that is found that is the same as heinous, atrocious, and cruel, which is interesting because it looks like almost we have the same aggravator labeled as two different things. And we also raise the argument there that it's a separation of powers violation when there is construction on that statute, and that violates VRSCA. The next one that I am going to cover is the multi-victims aggravator. Idaho is the only state that has both a multi-victim and propensity aggravator. A multi-victim aggravator is clear. We were having that discussion between clear and fuzzy. Multi-aggravator is clear, 1 + 1 = 2. The irony in some of that is that it seems to lessen the value of a single human life, but it still doesn't tell us anything about the culpability of the person who has been charged with the crime.
Well, isn't it more culpable to kill 2 people than 1?
I think that the issue is, the problem is that it is.
Isn't it a morally more problematic, the number of lives you take?
I think that it depends on, first of all, I want to start answering that question by saying any life taken.
I agree. And,
right.
Right. And the floor is pretty high, but what I'm saying, doesn't that bring you above the floor?
I think that it depends on the underlying facts of what is the result, what's the basis of how multiple occurs. And so, just to say that the number of people relates to culpability, I think that what the argument that we're making is that supports the other aggravator of propensity. And under Idaho's, the method of selection with a jury and the rules about double counting, while the jury can take into consideration the same facts for multiple aggravators, there must be more than one fact per aggravator so that there's not double counting. And that is the problem when you've got a multi-victim aggravator and you also have a propensity aggravator. And there's been, as we cited.
Is that a constitutional problem or an evidence problem?
It becomes a Eighth Amendment constitutional problem when a jury has an inability to properly distinguish between those issues in finding aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt.
I mean, as the gatekeeper, I assume that if the state hasn't provided additional evidence that would support propensity that is not included within the multiple murders, then that aggravator wouldn't go to the jury, right?
Well, I mean, we would hope that the gatekeeper would do that. Yes, Judge, we're asking you to be the gatekeeper now and prevent us from even getting to that question because of the problem that is identified. And we provided the court with law review articles where the issue has been studied about how impactful multi-victim facts are into the ultimate decision regarding aggravators. I also wanted to point out that there are multiple states with a multiple have that multi-aggravator, but they don't have future dangerousness, which Ms. Taylor will talk about, and that is very related to propensity, and those states are Alabama, California, Kansas, Montana, Tennessee, and Utah. And in fact, Texas is a good example of, it's a part of the definition of capital crime, and then the jury has to decide on the aggravator of propensity after that has been included as part of the narrowing in the Texas statute. So for those reasons, we'd ask that you strike the multiple aggravator as well.
I think when we're thinking about the constitutional way this is laid out to be protective of the Eighth Amendment, to have a true narrowing, and it can't be vague. We've been talking about that all day, so I won't go into that again. But with that in mind, I want to read the words of this aggravator for the court. That the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. That language does nothing to narrow. That, I'll skip right to the vague part of the argument. We're asking the court to consider three things in striking this aggravator. It isn't narrow, it's very vague, and it doesn't go to the culpability of the crime that's been charged and, if this happens, convicted of. Your Honor, this language, I think, has been acknowledged by our Idaho Supreme Court as needing the gloss in Creech. And I would say that what's required is that the statute, which Idaho doesn't have, has to provide the narrowing, or the sentencing structure, and those things are legislative processes. And that hasn't happened. We have the gloss from the Supreme Court. The gloss that the Supreme Court has put on this, though, does not do anything but loop us back to the statutes that define murder and then exclude voluntary manslaughter. If truly we are to have an aggravator that selects out the worst of people who have been convicted of murder, this does not do that. The language in this aggravator is incredibly vague. When you think about really what is going to happen in front of a jury, they're going to get all this evidence that is supposed to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I trust the court will instruct them on that. But then they get this evidence that probably will make them believe that person's a future danger. The chance for a jury to misunderstand the call and the burden that needs to happen is really great by the language alone. And Creech really doesn't do anything to help. The gloss that gets put on, the jury instruction that gets put on, that doesn't help. That just says people.
Did Hall say that it was okay? I can't remember if they addressed that in Hall. I think
Hall did say it was okay.
So what am I to do about that?
You are to listen to that, allow me to make my record, which I am, but you are to say nobody else has talked to me about the real language in here when it says probably. That is confusing to a jury. This isn't a judge's call any longer, but this is confusing to a jury to have those words in there. And the chance to find this aggravator, either based on one of the other aggravators, which we know cannot happen, or at a lesser burden because of the word probably, you're to find that is way too vague. And you should strike this aggravator because of that.
Beginning with the heinous, and atrocious, and cruel, this aggravator specifically has been upheld by the Idaho Supreme Court, and specifically the judicial gloss placed on this aggravator in Osborne. The defendant has raised this argument that in Verska, the Idaho Supreme Court's decision stating that the court would not rewrite or void an unambiguous statute is essentially the same thing as stating that the Idaho Supreme Court is saying that we can't put a gloss on a statute. But those two things are very different, because placing a gloss on a statute to ensure its constitutionality is not the same as rewriting or voiding a statute. If Verska is taken to that extreme, then courts can't interpret statutes at all. And that's not the holding of Verska. Verska simply stood for the proposition that the court was declining to rewrite or void a statute. And of course, the Idaho Supreme Court has never rewritten the heinous, atrocious, and cruel aggravator or the utter disregard aggravator or any of these aggravators. They've simply placed a judicial gloss. As to the future dangerousness and propensity one, which was the most recently addressed, that too has been upheld by the Idaho Supreme Court in State versus Creech. The propriety of considering future dangerousness has been upheld by the United States Supreme Court in Jurek versus Texas, in their propensity argument, their future dangerous argument, the defendant is essentially asking this court to start with a proposition that a jury is not going to be able to follow the court's instructions. And of course, we can't start with that proposition because juries are presumed under Idaho law to follow the instructions that they're given. And that is another issue. That issue is also true in the defense's multiple victims argument. Their argument with multiple victims really doesn't cite to any case law. It's simply based on the fact that they're assuming that a jury is unable to distinguish between propensity and multiple victims. And again, the court is being asked to start with the presumption that a jury won't be able to follow the law. And that's contrary to the state of the law. We can't presume that because juries are presumed to follow the law. Additionally, we also can't start with the presumption that the state is going to just put on the same evidence for all these aggravators. The court should also assume that the state will put on independent bases for each of these aggravators during the penalty phase. That's our legal obligation, and the jury will be instructed as to what the law is. They will be instructed that they can't double weigh or double count. That's very clear in the case law. The state would just ask that the court decline to presume that the state will present the evidence in a way that's contrary to law and that the jurors then won't follow the instructions. That can't be, Your Honor. So the state would ask the court to deny the defendant's motion as to these aggravators. All of these aggravators have been upheld, specifically the hack along with utter disregard and future dangerousness. There is case law directly on point that is binding on this court. We would ask the court to deny their motion.
Your Honor, we're asking the court to strike the death penalty in this case based on a conflict of constitutional rights and Mr. Kohberger having to face the choice between holding on to one constitutional right at the expense of another. And that's what's happened here. He has had to choose between his two constitutional rights, and those were effective assistance of counsel or speedy trial. Mr. Logsdon wrote the brief on this, and he did a really good job with the history and why we should look at Idaho's speedy trial, constitutional guarantees of speedy trial, in the same time frame that the statute 1935-01 says. I'm not going to go into all of that again, because really this is about the choice of picking between constitutional rights.
It seems to not to go into the history that your argument essentially asks the court to equate what the pre-constitutional statutory standards were as then constitutional standards. And I think the court has said that that's not the case. Am I wrong about that?
I'm not sure I'm following what the court's asking me. I'm sorry.
It seems that you're asking the court to equate what the statute said about speedy rights before the Constitution, Idaho Constitution provided for it, and treat that as the constitutional standard and grafting it into the constitutional standard.
I would say that it's there to provide guidance because there was that the statute we have now is after the Constitution. The territorial statutes were before we had the Constitution. And when Idaho wrote its Constitution and said we guarantee defendants a right to a speedy trial, there was that already in mind. I don't think our Constitution says it's 6 months to the day and it's over after that. I don't think that at all. But I think that what was a speedy trial would have influenced a speedy trial right. I do not think our Constitution says it has to be 6 months, but I think our statute does now, and our statute derived from an older statute, and I think that statute, well, I know that statute predated our Constitution, and I think it influenced the writers of the Constitution as a guideline, as a limit. We also know that speedy trial you can go beyond the statutory time frame, and you can stretch that out in different circumstances for different reasons. And our argument is less about that. That's not the argument. The argument is the choice that Mr. Kohberger faced in August of 2023, when he had to choose to continue his case, thereby giving up his speedy trial rights, or go to trial on October 2nd of 2023, 10 months after being charged with this case, with completely unprepared counsel. And that's really the crux of this argument. And the remedy is for the court to strike the death penalty because Mr. Kohberger had to choose between rights, reinstate speedy, and reset a sooner trial date. That's the remedy. I want to talk about what happened and why Mr. Kohberger had to continue his case. The court's already heard a little bit today about the duties of counsel in a capital case and the kinds of investigations we must launch immediately. It's not just about the facts of the case, but it's also about the facts of the case. But the mitigation phase has to be launched whether or not you ever end up with a conviction. That work has to be done. That's the way it works, and it takes the time to do that. You have to find experts, you have to find records, and it takes time to do those things as well. So, and discovery can be a really big deal, and I think the court is probably starting to understand just how big of a deal that is. Last August of 2023, when we were in that place where we had to make that decision, and there was a scheduling order from the prior court in this case that told us you have to continue it by this deadline, by this date, or you can't continue it and you're just going to go to trial. So I think we're positioned a little bit differently when we are truly in a place we have to give up one right to have another right. Had Mr. Kohberger gone to trial and stood on that right, his speedy trial right, and lost his right to effective assistance of counsel, there would have been more than a year's worth of discovery that his counsel would have not been able to know about. We have continued to get discovery. I think there's a bit more that continues to trickle in even past the deadline. I'm not arguing about that right now, but it's just a vast amount of information that Mr. Kohberger would have not had counsel prepared for. We do not have a mitigation investigation completed. We're in process with that still, a year and 2 months after that deadline. So he would not have had that to benefit him either. I think one of the most important things the court should think about when we think about Mr. Kohberger having to choose between his constitutional rights is that we're here right now because he couldn't get a fair jury in Latah County. And if we'd gone to trial in October of 2023, he would have maybe held on to his speedy trial rights. Well, he would have held on to his speedy trial rights, but he would have given up his right to effective assistance of counsel and his right to a fair and impartial jury.
What's wrong with the idea of speedy evolving on a sort of good cause basis? I mean, capital cases at the time the Constitution was adopted were tried within 6 months, right? The standards of how to try those cases were obviously different, and as more contemporary thoughts about that have arisen, it's become the standard that they require more, and so why wouldn't speedy be flexible to accommodate that?
Well, I don't know why it would or why it wouldn't, but that's not been what's happened. We don't have a separate criminal rule that says that. We don't have a separate statute that says that. We would bend the Idaho Constitution until it breaks to make it say that. I'll give you kind of an example. During the time of COVID, when the Supreme Court told the speedy trial rights, it did that based on a national emergency. Court orders were issued. I am not saying whether I agree or disagree with that, but that's something that happened. And I think one of the cases the state cited in its response brief, State versus Ish, I think that particular case had 422 days of time between when the remittitor was issued and when the case went to trial, and that person asserted their speedy trial rights that whole time. That happened during COVID, when the court
had its emergency orders during that whole time. So I think to say, well, it's a capital case and they're a lot different than they used to be, and they are, and they're a lot of work and they take a lot of time and investment, they do. But there's nothing that's been changed in our Constitution, in a court rule, in a statute, to say if it's a capital case, speedy trial, really, you just don't have that right. A person facing the death penalty just doesn't have that right. All of those rights exist. They all exist right now. And Mr. Kohberger had to choose between those rights. And I think the court can and should strike the death penalty in this case based on the record
That would
here.
result in the death penalty being struck in every case.
Your Honor, if that's the way it is, because our clients collectively in the state of Idaho, when you have a capital client, if that's the case, then that's the case. I mean, we have been doing...
The Constitution is flexible enough for the Supreme Court to itself say, well, we can pause that right, and we can expand that right based upon the circumstances, i.e. COVID. Why can't it expand the time that speedy is measured by constitutionally, given that evolving standards have required more time to present a capital case and measure it against that?
I would say that I don't know whether they can or they can't, but they have not. And that's the critical area. I would say the Supreme Court probably would believe it could do that, but it has not done it. And I would say they would believe that they could because they did so during COVID. But that hasn't happened. That has not happened.
So you think that the Supreme Court would likely say, well, as opposed to interpreting the constitutional right more broadly to apply over the more flexible, given how the defense of capital cases have evolved, they would be more likely to say, well, we're just going to not have any capital cases, period.
I don't know if they'd say that or not.
Well, that's what you're asking me to say.
I'm asking you to say that. I'm asking you to do
My job
what...
as a district judge, if there's not an issue that has been decided by the court, is determine how that court would decide things.
Well, I think you can consider what Judge Boyce did in the Vallow case, and that had to do with discovery that counsel didn't have enough time to review and to prepare for, and it would have disadvantaged the client. And so Judge Boyce in that case struck the death penalty.
That was as a result of the state having failed to provide the information violating its court order. And then the remedies were, well, do we push trial back or not? And the choice that Judge Boyce gave the defendant was, well, we can go to trial, but I'll remove the death penalty because a lot of the discovery related to that. Or we can continue the trial for you to review that. But so you can either go to trial with the death penalty, without the death penalty now, or you can expand it with the death penalty. One defendant chose one and the other defendant chose the other. But in this case, the decision to waive speedy was not as a result of, as I understand it, a violation of a court order by the state.
It was as a result of a court order. And when we waived speedy, we advised the court and counsel that this motion this day was coming. We don't think it's appropriate to force somebody to choose between competing constitutional rights. Lori Vallow had not ever waived speedy trial, and so she had the choice to waive speedy or not face the death penalty. And we think that since we were forced to choose between rights, those should be reinstated and the court should strike the death penalty.
The crux of the matter here is that the defendant didn't have to waive his constitutional right to a speedy trial. He did. He did so under advice. He did so in writing. He did so knowingly. but he didn't have to. The trial could have been continued, even at his own request, without him waiving that right. He waives it statutorily by moving for a continuance or to ask for more time to prepare, but he does not waive it constitutionally. If he did, then most of this Langford analysis would have been completely unnecessary. But instead, at the end of the day, when you do finally get to trial, the reviewing court looks back and breaks out segments of time and says, whose fault was that delay? And as the court said in Langford, many of the delays were because of Langford, and so they don't count against the state. But the court easily could have said, well, he asked for a delay, so his constitutional right was waived. But they didn't, because that's not how it operates. So the real problem here, I think that the defense is grasping with, is that they didn't need to waive his constitutional right, but they did. So, there's not much the state can say other than that wasn't required. The Constitution not only can be flexible, the Idaho Supreme Court has held that it is in fact flexible, and one of the reasonable, a proper reason for delay is to prepare for trial. And that means this is not a choice that has to be made by any defendant. It didn't have to be made by this defendant, but he chose to.
Now, ultimately, the judge did say that he is going to think about this and he will provide a written decision soon. So, of course, I will continue to keep you guys updated. Let me know what you guys think the judge is going to do. Do you think he's going to strike these aggravators? Do you think he's going to strike the DP, take it off the table? Let me know. Hey guys, so Shannon Gray, the attorney for Kaylee Gonzalez's family, spoke to News Nation. This comes 2 years after the Idaho 4 crimes were committed. Gray did state that Kaylee's family is pleased with this new judge and they're content with how the judge is operating things in Boise, Idaho. Obviously, they were not on board with the change of venue taking place or the change of venue being approved because it's inconvenient for them. It's going to be harder for them to make it to these hearings as well as to trial because it is so far away. However, they were in Brian Kohberger's most recent hearing. They were sitting out of the camera view and they're very pleased with the way that this judge is handling the courtroom. If you guys watched Brian Kohberger's most recent hearing here on my page, the judge is not playing games, and he was definitely giving Ann Taylor and Brian Kohberger's defense team a run for their money. And I can't help but notice that, Ann Taylor was not as strong as she typically is presenting information and presenting her argument in the courtroom in front of this judge. And I'm wondering if she's feeling regret for having this trial moved, because this judge is definitely a little bit more strict when it comes to rules and what the defense is trying to get taken off the table and stuff like that. He's very on board with what the laws are, and it doesn't seem like he's going to bend them for Ann Taylor or for Brian Kohberger. I don't know if you guys heard the news, but Judge John Judge, the first judge in this case, has submitted his retirement letter. So he plans to retire in the near future. So I think that he was never really fully on board or committed to being a judge for this case, which is why he seemed so laid back and why he was, taking his time with the certain things. As soon as Ann Taylor requested the change of venue, he seemed to not care about this case. Shannon Gray stated that Kaylee Gonzalez's family will be appearing at every single trial day in Brian Kohberger's case next year. He thinks that they're going to be renting a house or renting a space for them to attend the trial. And he said that the Gonzalez family is ready for justice to be served. And I feel like this is going to speed up and it's going to come a lot quicker than we think. Now, a lot has changed in the last 2 years. Obviously, we do have a change of venue. The 1122 King Road home has been demolished. That site is still empty. The University of Idaho was supposed to put a memorial on the site where the home was. As of right now, that property is still vacant. Shannon Gray stated that the University of Idaho has not been in contact with the families of the victims, so they don't know what their future plans are for that property. However, right now, 2 years in, the property is completely vacant. At the moment, we are waiting for Judge Stephen Hippler to determine if the death penalty is going to be taken off the table for Kohberger, as well as several aggravators that the defense is also trying to get struck completely. As soon as we have the answers for that, I will let you guys know, so make sure to follow. Let me know what you guys are thinking. Do you think the judge is going to strike some of these aggravators? Do you think he's going to strike all of them? Do you think he's going to take the DP off the table? If his decision is based off of how he was responding to Ann Taylor while she presented this argument last week, I'm not going to be surprised if he denies all of it and keeps everything just the same. So of course, as we get information, I will let you guys know. Make sure to follow, and I will talk to you later. Hey everyone, so let's talk about the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case. So yesterday, Ann Taylor, Bryan Kohberger's defense attorney, she filed 13 different motions, one being a Frank's motion. She is now trying to get certain information to not be brought up at trial because she is trying to say that there was some sort of corruption in the attempt of gathering this information that they have against Bryan Kohberger. Now, in simpler terms, a Frank's motion is just when a defendant is trying to challenge the validity of the information that is in their warrants. In this case, Ann Taylor seems to be trying to paint the narrative that a police officer lied or knowingly withheld information that ultimately led to the gathering of this information now being used against Bryan Kohberger in the court of law. So the first motion that Bryan Kohberger's defense team has filed is the motion to suppress genetic information. They are asking the court to remove all evidence illegally gathered by law enforcement using Kohberger's genetic information. So basically, they are arguing that Kohberger's genetic information was illegally gathered, and because of that, it should be suppressed. This should not be allowed to be used at trial. I actually looked it up, and in bioethics and law, gene or DNA theft is basically when someone's DNA is stolen from a public place by like a cigarette, by a coffee cup, a straw, something like that. So I'm wondering if they're referring to the fact that they got Bryan Kohberger's father's DNA from something out of the trash, and because of that, they didn't have his permission. It shouldn't be used at trial. The next document is the motion to suppress information found on Bryan Kohberger's Amazon account. Why, you may ask? Well, because Mr. Kohberger has a privacy interest in his Amazon.com account information, which is protected by the Idaho Constitution and the Fourth Amendment. They're basically saying that because all of this information in the affidavit was gathered because of law enforcement's unconstitutional use of investigative genetic genealogy testing, the warrant should remain, and his Amazon account should not be something that's used against him come trial. They're also trying to suppress the search warrant for Bryan Kohberger's apartment, for his Apple account, for his Google account, for all of his cell phone data, the search warrant on his white Hyundai Elantra. They're even trying to suppress his actual arrest warrant. Now, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but to me, I feel like Ann Taylor is grasping at straws here. I think that she knows that Bryan Kohberger is going to ultimately be found guilty by a jury with all of the evidence that she sees and knows that the state has against him. I mean, just look at those documents. She's literally trying to get all of that evidence completely erased from this entire case. She knows that the state has all of this evidence against Bryan Kohberger, and she knows it does not look good for him if this evidence is going to be presented at trial. That's why she's trying so hard to get some of this stuff removed, so that way it's not presented in front of a jury. I also feel like it's very telling the fact that the defense has been fighting tooth and nail trying to get the death penalty taken off the table for Kohberger, trying to get these aggravators thrown out. Why are they so focused on what's going to happen to him after he's found guilty versus what's going to happen to him after he's found not guilty? It just seems like they're foreshadowing a guilty verdict here, and they're anticipating that a jury is going to find him guilty. I don't know. I know that this is all part of the process here, but it just feels like, you know, she's doing way too much for someone who she says she believes is 100% innocent in all of this. So yeah, I guess we gotta just wait and see what Judge Stephen Hippler decides, if he is going to take the DP off the table, if he is going to allow her to, you know, have all of these things suppressed. Of course, I will keep you guys updated, so make sure to follow. Let me know what you guys are thinking in the comments, and I will talk to you later. New documents that have been filed by Bryan Kohberger's defense team in the Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger case depict details of what happened the night that Bryan Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home in Pennsylvania. Brian Kohberger's defense is claiming that the night of Brian Kohberger's arrest, law enforcement broke the front door down. They apparently shattered the glass sliding door of the basement, and they held Brian Kohberger and his family with GUNs pointed at them. They also claimed that his hands were zip-tied, and while the GUNs were pointed at him, he did make statements, but prior to having his rights read to him. And that is ultimately why the defense wants those statements that he made that night to be thrown out and not be used in court at trial. They claim that this incident, as well as the way that his DNA was gathered and obtained, was illegal, and because of that, none of these things that they have against Kohberger, such as, the warrant on his car, the warrant on his apartment, his DNA that was found on the sheath in the home of 1122 King Road, none of that should be used because of how this information was gathered. The defense is saying that Kohberger is innocent, and if they didn't have his DNA that was gathered illegally, that they wouldn't have been able to obtain phone records that ultimately connect Kohberger to these crimes. And on top of all of this, Ann Taylor is also challenging the way that other evidence was collected in this case that linked to Kohberger. The defense is trying everything that they can to get all of this evidence that connects Kohberger to these crimes taken off the table, and Stephen Hippler, he has a lot of stuff to go through in order to make a decision. In my opinion, if Stephen Hippler does accept all of these requests from the defense, and if the defense is able to get all of this information and evidence taken off the table and not be used at trial, there's really not a point for Kohberger to go to trial, because all of the evidence that they have that link him to this crime is literally something that the defense is trying to get rid of. Judge Hippler doesn't seem like the kind of judge that is going to allow this. I think that he is ultimately going to deny all of this. We've already seen him deny several motions that the defense has been asking for to be granted just over the last week. So I'm not going to be surprised if he denies all of these as well. But at the same time, if he does look at all of this and he does feel like this evidence was gathered illegally, he could very well dismiss it all from being used at trial. So it's really just a wait and see kind of moment. Let me know what you guys are thinking in the comments. I'll be sure to keep you guys updated on this case as well as when new information comes out. It's just crazy. It's crazy, you guys. Hey guys, we could have breaking news in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case right now. A few sources are claiming that Brian Kohberger's motion to have the death penalty taken off the table has been denied by the new judge, Judge Stephen Hippler. I did look at the state of Idaho's judicial branch's website, that's a tongue twister, and I don't see any new documents pertaining to the motion to get the death penalty taken off the table. I do see a denial for something else that the defense has requested, but I'm not seeing anything related to this request. But maybe it's just not uploaded yet. Maybe sources have information that is not released. I don't know, but that is what is being reported, that the defense's request to have the death penalty taken off the table has been denied. And I don't think that any of us would be shocked if it is denied, because Ann Taylor really did not present, in my opinion, a very good argument for why it should be taken off the table. She's definitely doing an incredible job when it comes to poking at every single thing the state has and trying to pick apart and get rid of some stuff that she feels like she could. But this specific argument just was not strong. So I'll be sure to keep you guys updated and make sure to follow. Let me know what you guys are thinking in the comments, and I will talk to you later. Hey guys, today was a pretty big loss day for Brian Kohberger and his defense team. Not only did Judge Stephen Hippler deny the defense's request to have the death penalty taken off the table, but he also denied every single request that the defense had to strike several aggravators against Brian Kohberger in this case. The motion the defense made to strike the state's notice on grounds of arbitrariness was denied. The motion to strike the utter disregard aggravator was denied, as was the heinous, atrocious, and cruel aggravator, the future dangerousness/propensity aggravator, as was the multiple victims aggravator. The defense wanted all of these aggravators thrown out. The judge denied all of it. And why did he deny these things? Well, in simpler terms, because they are relevant to culpability, they are consistent with case law, they're not vague or confusing like the defense was trying to argue, and overall, Judge Stephen Hippler believes they are all relevant to the charges against Brian Kohberger and to the relevancy of this case. And then lastly, the motion to strike the death penalty was also denied. The defendant acknowledges that he has not identified an alternative method, but contends his claim is distinct from the method of execution claims. He argues Idaho's chosen methods are unconstitutional because they threaten Idaho's citizens with a means of execution that cannot be carried out without causing undue pain. However, this is not a distinction that can be drawn. Undue pain is precisely the question that the foregoing method of execution cases address. To strike a method of execution as unduly painful under the Eighth Amendment, the defendant must come forward with an alternative method. He has not done so, thus foreclosing his claim. In total, this document was about 55 pages long. I'm going to link that document on my X, so if you guys want to read it in its entirety, it will be there. Let me know what you guys are thinking about this in the comments. Are you shocked by the judge's decision? Personally, I'm not. I think that Ann Taylor had a very weak argument for all of these things. Let me know what you guys are thinking. Make sure to follow, and I'll talk to you later. Good morning, everyone. So we have a new document that has dropped in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case, and it's the judge's response to the defense and their Frank motion. The judge types out, before the court is the defendant's motion for Frank's hearing, November 14th, 2024, and the memorandum in support of the motion for the Frank's hearing. Accompanying the motion are 38 exhibits comprising over 2,000 pages. Unfortunately, the defendant's memorandum largely fails to identify with particularly the relevant portions of the exhibits, instead referring simply to the exhibit number without identifying the precise pages at issue. The court is left with the task of sifting through pages and pages of largely irrelevant documents, and the court is not required to search the record looking for evidence. Consequently, if the defendant wants the motion to be considered, he must file a revised memorandum identifying the relevant portions of the record by page number, and they have a deadline of Tuesday to do that. So if Brian Kohberger and his team cannot get this information revised and submitted by Tuesday, they're going to have to consider that filing denied. So we'll have to see on Tuesday if the defense is able to have revised this entire thing. 2,000 plus pages of documents they have to go through and like number things, and they should have done that in the first place. Over-explaining in some cases is a sign of feeling guilty or lying about something. It's scientifically proven. You can look it up. 2,000 pages of stuff that is largely irrelevant to this Frank's motion is insane. And the judge is not having this. So we'll have to be patient and wait and see what happens on Tuesday. I'm definitely curious if they're able to, get all of this changed by then. Hey everyone, so I'm not sure if any of you guys have seen this yet, but Brian Kohberger's name is actually listed as being a person of interest in an incident that took place on October 10th, 2021 in Pullman, Washington, about 6 minutes away from Brian Kohberger's apartment. Basically, this young girl is in her apartment sleeping. She wakes up to a man in her room with a ski mask on holding a knife. And this was around 3 a.m. She says that her instincts kicked in and she kicked him really hard in the stomach. He flew back into her closet and then immediately ran out of the room and left. She said that she believes that he was wearing all black and that she doesn't remember seeing his skin on his hands, so she believes that he was wearing gloves. Now, the reason that Brian Kohberger is being named as a person of interest in this case from 2021 is because the incident is very similar to that of the Idaho 4 and what he is being accused and charged with. Going into someone's home in the middle of the night while they're sleeping, wearing a ski mask, holding a knife, with the intent to hurt someone else. Now, the only thing that doesn't make sense here is that this happened in October of 2021. Brian Kohberger moved to Pullman, Washington around August of 2022. So this happened a year prior to him going to Washington. Now, there has been reports that maybe he was at some sort of program for people who were going to go to the school a year prior. However, there's no proof that Brian Kohberger actually was in Pullman, Washington on October 10th, 2021. Now, in addition to Brian Kohberger being listed as a person of interest in this incident from 2021, there's also one other individual. His name is Jose Cruz, and he has a very different physical appearance than Kohberger. He's shorter, he doesn't have bushy eyebrows, very different looking. I would say that if it has to be one or the other, it's probably not Brian Kohberger. I think that if Brian Kohberger was kicked, him being taller, he probably wouldn't have flown into the closet. This other guy, Jose Cruz, he seems to be shorter. If kicked hard enough, probably would go flying. And ultimately, they don't have proof that Brian Kohberger was in Pullman at this time, and the advisors and professors at this school that Brian Kohberger did attend in Pullman, Washington, stated that there wasn't any recruitment events around that time period for Brian Kohberger to have gone there to be a part of or to attend. So while all of this stuff is out there, while his name is on this as a person of interest in this case, I would say that it's safe to assume that this does not have anything to do with Brian Kohberger. Now, I'm wondering if his defense team is going to use things like this as a way to defend him, basically saying that this incident happened, this wasn't Brian Kohberger, it couldn't have been Brian Kohberger, we have the wrong guy here, it's somebody else who has tried to do this before. It's definitely possible. So let me know what you guys are thinking in the comments. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case as well as others, and I will talk to you guys later.
I was asleep, and then I woke up and it was just me and Sadie home at the time, and we both lived down in the basement, and my door was closed. I heard my door open, and I looked over, and someone was wearing a ski mask and had a knife like this. And so I kicked the shit out of their stomach and screamed super loud, and they flew back into my closet and then ran out my door and up the stairs.
Hey everyone, so a few new documents have dropped in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. I'm going to be going over one specific one right now. The rest of them I will link on my X if you guys want to read them in their entirety. So this specific document is a motion to compel ICT material as well as for sanctions, and this is a document that was sent in by Ann Taylor, Brian Kohberger's defense attorney. In simpler terms, this is just a formal request from one party to the court in order to have the other party comply with discovery requests. And then the motions for sanctions is one of the parties asking the court in a formal request to basically impose punishment or to prevent the other party from talking about something that violates certain rules as well as engages in improper conduct. And this is due sometimes to several different things, one of which could be failing to comply with the discovery request as well as filing frivolous claims. The document reads that Kohberger and his attorneys moves this honorable court for an order to compel complete expert disclosures from the state in this matter and requests sanctions. The bulk of the state's expert disclosures fail to include opinions and reports. These inadequate disclosures greatly prejudice Mr. Kohberger, who is obligated to submit defense guilt phase expert disclosures by January 23rd, 2025. The sanctions considered must be the exclusion of the experts or at a bare minimum an order compelling proper disclosure and an extension of Mr. Kohberger's January 23rd, 2025 deadline. Mr. Kohberger is prejudiced because he does not know what expert evidence the state intends to elicit. He does not know what expert evidence he must confront. The defense says that this case has over 68 terabytes of discovery produced in a method that the defense has repeatedly referenced in pleadings and at various motion hearings as extremely disorganized. There have been 20 specific requests for discovery and 6 motions to compel filed by the defense. The court entered a redacted order governing further criminal proceedings and notice of trial setting on October 9th, 2024, and has notified the parties that strict compliance with the court's order is expected. On December 18th, 2024, the state disclosed 25 experts. Of those, only 5 include actual expert reports. Notably, not a single DNA expert opinion or report was produced. At least 3 digital forensic experts are disclosed with lists of 67 electronic devices or third-party databases examined. Not a single report of what the 3 experts will opine related to any specific device or data is disclosed. So in conclusion, Brian Kohberger's defense team says that he must be able to confront the evidence against him, and in order to do that, it must be disclosed in accordance with Idaho Rule 16 and this court's trial setting order. The expert evidence disclosed by the state is woefully inadequate. This is a capital MURDER case, and compliance with the rules of discovery are not optional. Mr. Kohberger is prejudiced by the state's failure. It is impossible for him to confront unknown expert opinions with his own expert disclosures by January 23rd, 2025. So long story short, the defense team is asking for an extension again. They are not prepared to properly and adequately defend Bryan Kohberger against the evidence that is against him that the state has, because they are claiming that the state has not provided them with all of their expert witnesses who are going to come forth and testify against Bryan Kohberger. Now, this has been a repeated pattern in this case for 2 years now. The defense is saying that they want specific things sent over to them. They're saying that they're not getting them. The state is saying that they did send over everything that they have, and everything is just becoming so clustered and unorganized that things have to keep being pushed back. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen. It looks like this new judge is not playing the games, so hopefully he can get this under control and get the state to send over whatever they need to send over if they haven't done so already, so that we can continue on with this case at the pace that it should be going, with a trial slated for this year. Hey guys, so we have some new updates in the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case. A new court document has dropped detailing important dates that will be coming up in Bryan Kohberger's trial. Take a listen. Bryan Kohberger and his defense team have a deadline of January 9th, 2025 to file motions and to disclose their witnesses, exhibits, and expert opinions. The state will then have an opportunity to respond to the defense's motions, and they must disclose all of their witnesses, exhibits, and expert opinions by January 16th, 2025. And then the defense will have an opportunity to disclose any rebuttal disclosures to the court and to the state by January 21st, 2025. Kohberger is expected to appear back in the courtroom on January 23rd, 2025 to go over those multiple pretrial motions that they need to discuss. Jury selection is slated to start on July 30th, 2025, with a trial date expected to begin on August 11th, 2025. Things are definitely going to start heating up very soon. Do you think that trial is actually going to start when it is expected to start on August 11th? Let me know in the comments. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case, and I will talk to you guys later.